Hello, everyone. This is International Master Alex Ostrovsky. I'm here for the 10th round of the FIDE Grand Swiss, and I got the great FIDE Master James Canty with me. We have Hikaru versus Caruana. James, I want to hear your thoughts on this matchup.
Well, first off, we are here in the stream, guys. We're on Kick. I'm here with Alex, and we see Fabiano and Hikaru going at it. This is going to be absolutely fire. Ooh, and we got this early okay, now it's like a Scotch 4 Nights already. This Petrov stuff. First off, I'm not a fan from the black side of Petrov, but Fabi definitely uses it all the time. And secondly, now we got ourselves a 4 Nights. What do you think about that, Alex?
They're playing these moves lightning fast. We have a transposition. We started this game, as you mentioned, with a Petrov. We actually saw Hikaru yesterday on the white side of the Petrov against Grandmaster Ivan Shabarinov. He ground out a long endgame with an extra pawn. Yesterday, we saw Hikaru take on e5, and then they had this following variation where Hikaru surprised his opponent with the move c4, or try to surprise him. But today we have knight c3, and as you mentioned, this is a transposition into what is called the 4 Night Scotch. And this opening, I don't know if you've ever played it with white or with black, but it has a reputation of being a slightly boring but very, very solid defense for white, like no losing chances, and you hope to get that small little edge and try to press it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, you know my game very well. In fact, I'm not playing anything close to that because it's just very dry and very boring, in fact. So I was like, yeah, I just can't do it. I've actually looked into the lines from the white side, and I'm like, bro, I can't do this. It's just like, I mean, you gotta get that small edge, but it's just very, very small here. The bishops are pointing to that side of the board, king side. So that's probably the only fun thing that I like about it. So when he's able to castle, I can probably try to make some things happen after like bishop d2, trying to castle queen side, and then and going for mate. But it takes a while, and black is active, so I need to get out of the way. Hence, we see that already.
Yeah, I know this is not your style of chess. You are a very aggressive player, so all this, solid chess, that's I know that's not your thing. But look at this. We got the players playing extremely quickly. Now, by the way, this is I don't really play this line either, but I've seen it so many times, especially in a lot of these online events that has been very popular. One grandmaster who I see using it all the time is Jeffrey Zhang. He's like one of the world's leading experts on this variation. And this is all theory. By the way, we have this moment here as the players are still blitzing. It was a little bit curious. Black plays d5. Hikaru takes, and then we have Fabiano just castles. He just leaves his pawn here, but I think he's hoping that white plays d takes c6 because now the king is still in the center, and you got to watch out. There's all these moves like bishop g4 and rook e8. All of a sudden, black has an initiative. That's why we see Hikaru just ignore that. He castles, c takes d5, and now this move h3. And this is, to my understanding, kind of the modern main line. It used to always be that white would go for this pin, put some pressure on this knight, and try to follow maybe queen f3. But I think this h3 move, it's a little bit more flexible. You take control of this g4 square. And next up, I think you still play this move queen to f3, and the bishop on c1, it's a little bit more flexible. Yes, you could still go for the pin, but you could also put it on this f4 square. And that's why I think one of the reasons this line is relatively popular, especially amongst what we call club players, because it's so easy to set up. You develop all the pieces. Queen goes to f3, bishop comes out. You can maybe bring the rooks to the center. This knight, I know, usually rotates to e2. So Hikaru is going for this position. It is considered solid, but it's by no means dead.
And it's also very, I like how Hikaru does every opening. He'll play a lot of moves with theory and then do something different. And then now immediately you're like, oh, shoot, that wasn't in my prep here because Fabi hasn't moved yet. So obviously he's trying to figure out either maybe I'm grabbing this from prep, or can I remember my prep, or what is going on? Yeah, so he's still pretty comfortable, plays bishop e6 there from there. But I like how Hikaru always likes to mix it up a little bit and just play something different, like the little h3. Very quiet, but also has a very nice sting to it at the end of the day. Stopping something from going into g4 helps my queen f3 moves to happen. Maybe try to put some pressure on d5. Yeah, this is very, very, very solid. There's nothing going on. There's no weaknesses either side. I mean, obviously the c pawn, but can't really get to that. It's going to be hard to do, and white has no pawns in the center.
I actually really like that you pointed that out. I feel like that's absolutely right. Hikaru, he's not playing, unless he's doing his speed runs, he's not really playing, super crazy bomb clouds or anything like that. But whichever opening he chooses, usually, even if it's a mainline defense, he always kind of puts his own little spin on it with that one slight different move that will throw his opponent off. And I think he's very, very good at sensing, hey, like I know which move and which idea here is necessary to play to throw my opponent out of theory. But I don't think we see that here yet. Obviously, both players still have more time than they started with due to the increment. And we can see the setup that Fabiano has chosen here. First, he plays this move, bishop e6, just over protecting the pawn on d5. Queen to f3, this is a standard maneuver here. Again, just trying to put some pressure on the center, link the rooks together. And look at this move from Fabiano, c5. So very logical. He's, like you said, white has no pawns in the center. So Fabi's thinking, hey, I'm going to take the center with both of my pawns. And now I think it's up to Hikaru to, find a way to pressure these pawns. I'm thinking something like bishop to g5 and rook to d1 seems very logical. So you can try to gain some pressure on this d5 pawn. But no doubt, I think both players are still either in preparation or are very comfortable in this position. They're blitzing their moves out.
Yeah, definitely blitzing. I mean, rook after d1. It's like, yo, who's gonna blink first? Because they are definitely blitzing these moves out, and it's quite funny to see as whoever stops on the theory first is gonna start thinking, obviously. But you'll see that when the time starts to dip, and we have a structure here in the center called the hanging pawns. So with these hanging pawns here, you do have to usually try to trade the pieces around it or pressure them, as you see with rook f to d1, stopping c4 from happening. I guess you could play c4. You do get a bishop and a rook for it, but I just don't believe in it, to be honest. Yeah, we'll take the queen there. So, and d4 is going to make, obviously, the light squares weak, and maybe we can chip away at that and make it isolated later with c3 is our idea. So, pretty strong from both sides here. I'm just trying to see who's going to be out of theory first. Hikaru got up. He made a move and walked around. He's very big on that. I like to point that out a lot. And I think, do you do that too, Alex? I know you see you walking around sometimes at the tournaments, but you get up and you walk around when you like, I'm Giga Chad. I know what to do. It's your move, boy. It's your move.
I definitely do that. I think some players, they're able to utilize their opponent's time effectively. Like if their opponent's thinking they want to be at the board, they want to be using that time. That's not me. Whenever it's my opponent's move, I'm like, all right, I'm out of here. I'm going to go look at all these other games. I'm going to look at Canty's games here. I'm going to look at, who Gothic Chess's game, whoever is playing. I really enjoy looking at other people's games. And I also feel like, when it's my move, then I'll use my time. When it's their move, they'll use their time. So yeah, a little Giga Chad move there. And we do, you were saying, hey, which one of these guys is going to be out of preparation first? It might be Fabiano because here he's taking his time. I don't think this move rook d1 is that crazy. We were talking this whole time, hey, we got to put pressure on these pawns. And this is a great move in that sense. And James, as you pointed out, even though these pawns look impressive, it's not easy to push them at all, right? If c4, that's just a blunder right now because of the pin. If d4, that looks very tempting because, hey, I get a tempo of the knight. But these pawns are not very flexible. After knight e4, I'm already dominating the light squares. You said c3. That's a great move. And by the way, I saw someone ask in the chat a very interesting question or a very important question. It said, hey, isn't this just a positional mistake from Hikaru allowing his opponent to take on c3? But we're not going to be seeing this move from Fabiano because, yes, you do get these double pawns, but I think getting the advantage of these two bishops, especially this dark square bishop, is going to be too much for Black's position. Yes, these are weaknesses, but the bishop is so strong. I would be very surprised if we see that imbalance.
Absolutely. Of course, you would love to see that. They say the bishop pair is something you want to have, or it's usually what they say a slight advantage sometimes, especially having a conversation of, hey, I got double pawns, but I do have the double bishops or the bishop pair, and it's going to be nice to use. Also, as you pointed out, c5 was weak there as well. So it's really up to white to figure out what we can do here. Fabio had no business in that. Maybe there'll be a3 trying to kick the bishop away, but he can go all the way to c7 at some point and try to create some pressure down at the h2 ba diagonal with queen d6.
Right. It's possible Black reroutes these pieces and, like you mentioned, maybe try to create some attack here, but I don't think it's going to be that easy for Fabiano. I think Hikaru's next move, instead of maybe not a3 right away, I mean, it is definitely possible. I'm even thinking, hey, is there some moment I just go a little bit crazy with a3 before? But I think the simple move, bishop g5, is going to be very effective. After all, he did play rook d1, so he's got his eyes on this pawn. So let's imagine Black plays a move like rook e8, right? Just very normal developing move. Okay, maybe there's even bishop b5 here, excuse me. But okay, let's just say we have bishop g5, and already there's some very annoying threats, right? Again, maybe rook e8 was not the best example because you do walk into this bishop b5 move, and then that's going to activate my rook with tempo. But I think what we're seeing here is, of course, this line, it's, as we mentioned, it's pretty solid. It's relatively risk-free for white, but you do get to pose a little bit of problems to your opponent, and we're seeing Fabiano try to figure that out. He's thinking, hey, how do I, make sure my center doesn't fall under tremendous pressure?
Fabi, the first one to think there as Hikaru walking around very confidently. Fabi feeling good too as well. He is tied for first there. But yeah, this is a position where anything can happen. There's obviously 3 results here, but it's going to take a while. Nothing really weak. I mean, you have to think about those plans. How do we develop our pieces? Because every opening is the same in some sense where you have to get the pieces off the back rank. That is the idea of every single opening. Of course, obviously, you have different plans tied to it, but you got to get your pieces off the back rank. We're wondering what we're going to do with the A rook at some point. We are going to keep it here, obviously, but that is a question that I would love to see Hikaru answer later to figure out what do we do with the A rook. Because F rook F to D1, usually you would want the A rook there, but that takes some time, and he didn't want to waste that time by developing the bishop, move rook A to D1, move F rook F to E1, put the rooks in the center that way. So sometimes they always say, we always choose the wrong rook. But of course, here this is rook F to D1. It makes sense. We do need to figure out what we do with the A rook at some point.
That's true. This rook doesn't have an obvious square. I mean, B1 and C1 are not exactly amazing, rook squares. By the way, if we do see this trade, which we said we won't, that would actually also help this rook find the B file. And yeah, of course, Hikaru, he's aware that he's boxing in his rook a bit. But James, like you said, after rook FD1, he wants to play this. Time is so important in chess. We talk about tempos, and rook D1. He figures he needs to do it right away. Of course, this is preparation as well. He's got 144 on the clock, basically. So he's like, I need to immediately attack these pawns. And yeah, Fabiano's the thought. By the way, you mentioned that, they're tied for first. So we should take a moment while the players think to remind ourselves and our viewers of the standings, right? We got a six-way tie for first. Six-way, that's right. Including Hikaru, including Fabiano, including, Parham Maksudlu, who won yesterday, and lots of other strong players. And we got this really, really hot race for the candidate spots.
Let me actually check. 6 people. Dang, let me go to the standings real quick. I just want to check.
You want to know who they are? Yeah, we got Hikaru, Fabiano, Bogdan Daniel Deac from Romania, Vidit, Santosh Gujarati from India, Andrei Sapenko, who could forget about him? He actually currently has the highest performance rating in the tournament, 2850. Super impressive stuff. And as I mentioned, Parham Maksudlu of Iran. So we will be checking out most of those games, all those games at some point throughout the day. We'll be sticking with Hikaru's game for now. But yeah, 6-way tie. It's getting hot.
Yeah, that's getting hot, especially with the in the open tournaments and towards the last few rounds. Yeah, that's when it gets very serious. Sometimes you may see some risk or some changing up, depending on what they have here, because they're trying to make it. They're trying to punch their ticket. Boy, 6-way tie. Wow. Definitely, probably 3 of those will be decisive.
James, what do you think about the mindset of Hikaru and Fabiano here? They're tied for first. And we know that for Fabiano, he's already in the candidates. He's punched his ticket. He's already qualified. Hikaru, of course, he's in the running not only in this tournament for the standings, but also for the rating spot. And he's built like an 18-point lead over Alireza Firouzja. So that's a very, very serious lead here. So what do you think? How do you think the players are approaching this game with that in mind?
Well, it's more like Hikaru's like, yo, bro, come on. You already in, my guy. Like, let me get this dub, bro. Let me just get this dub. Make a blunder somewhere, bro. We ain't got to talk about it. But make a blunder so I can play in the candidates. And Fabi's like, no, what do you mean? I know I'm in the candidates, but I do want first here too as well at the same time. So Hikaru's just going to play his game. That's what he usually does. He comes in, he says, I'm going to get it done no matter what, obviously. He says, if I feel good, I'm going to play good. He says that a lot of interviews and just like, hey, if I'm feeling good, play good. We're going to just get a game and see what happens. And I like that idea. He always used to say this. I even use it as well now in my mindset of like, hey, what are you going to do today? You just go in and play a good game. Play your best, see what happens, right? And that's usually what he ends up saying. And he usually gets good results by doing that. It's fire. Thank you, Kimchi.
True.
Yeah, I'm working on that. Thank you, Kimchi, in the chat. Says I should be a story writer. I actually got a children's chess book dropping very soon, though.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, drop a bomb.
Check that out.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to give it to you, Alex. I'm going to give it to you. I know you got like 14 kids, so it's all good.
Yep. Signed copy?
Yep. Sign all 14.
There we go.
For all your kids you got. I got you.
All right. I'm going to be looking forward to that. And so are they. But James, what you said there, that's actually an excellent point. We're talking about, hey, the standing, the results. And of course, at the end of the day, that stuff is going to be important. But when you're playing your game, it's like you said, just play your best, play good moves, right? Play good moves, good things will happen. And then look, if you play your best, whatever the result is, that's what it is. So I think that's a good thing. Hikaru has himself mentioned that. And also, he says, look, it's no pressure, right? Whatever happens, I'm a streamer. I'm going to be, if I win, I draw, I lose, I'm still going to be here. Title Tuesday, Arena Kings, Bullet Brawl, all that stuff. Still going to be on stream. But saying that, he's got 10-minute edge on the clock. Of course, it's not so serious yet, but it does show us that Fabiano now is thinking for himself.
Fabiano is thinking for himself for sure. A lot of times you see whoever makes the first think is the person out of book. And a lot of times, psychologically, you can feel better at the book. You're like, oh, you out of book? But I mean, okay, it's a position that's super solid. So it's not like, oh, you out of book, I got you. It's more like, all right, you out of book. Let's see if you mess something up here, and who remembers or knows the ideas better than the other, outside of calculation, because obviously you have to calculate too as well, even in positions where you are not so foreign or you're not so familiar with and is more foreign, you have to rely more on some calculation, obviously chess skills and understanding here. And Hikaru has a very high level of that, as we already know, and Fabi being the same. So, I mean, this could really go either way, or also it could be very close to a draw, but it's still early, A lot of chess left. Don't fall asleep, chat, because you can off a position like this. 100% you can. I understand. I do have my coffee. Alex taking a sip too as well. I mean, we have coffee for games like this, chat. So stick around.
Yeah, we're ready for the 7.5 hour technical feast that will be, potentially on the board here. By the way, someone in the chat, they asked a question, hey, like what happens if Fabi qualifies again? Well, there's no such thing as again. It's you qualify, right? So if Fabiano gets one of the top 2 spots here, he's already punched his ticket. So it's actually going to go to the next person in line. So let's say, Fabi first, Hikaru second, and Esipenko third, or just hypothetically, the spot will go to Hikaru and to, for example, Esipenko, as far as in this hypothetical, as far as I'm aware. But let's try to put some moves on the board, because I'm thinking, look, he's Fabiano here is having a deep think here. And as I mentioned, if I'm white, I want to play something like Bishop G5. I'm also wondering if at some point maybe I even try something like Bishop C4 to try to utilize this pin. So the 2 moves that I have in mind are either playing Queen E7 or H6. So maybe let's try H6 first, just to stop this Bishop to G5 move. And it looks like this move, wow, surprisingly, it's actually a big mistake. So to me, this move looks very natural. Hey, let's stop the pin. But check this out, James. We were talking putting pressure on these pawns. We're really focused on D5. Knight A4 here is apparently very strong.
That's an engine move, bro. Get this out of here. Knight A4 is just better. Wow, what a move. Okay, so what? All right, so Rook C8. I mean, you always have to test the engine when they give you these ideas. You're like, man, get out of here. Show me, big dog. Okay, Bishop A5.
And here we go. Bang! Knight
D5.
My goodness.
Yes, Alex. Thank you for the
grab that pawn. Grab that pawn.
Oh my goodness.
But let's go a little further, because I don't know if you win this pawn. It's more, check this out. We go Rook C5, right? That might look like a free piece, but we get this fork on the Rook and Bishop. Okay, you rather give me the Bishop, I assume you don't want to lose your Rook. But after Rook C8 takes, check this out. The material's equal, but I got these massive Bishops. And would you do the honor, James? Would you tell us a little puzzle rush here for white?
100%, of course. First off, chat, make sure you're doing puzzles every single day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Do 100, or you can't play chess for the day. So there you go. Now, Bishop takes H6 is the move here. Hitting before you splitting, always in order. Takes.
Exactly. So yeah, even in this position, you're saying, hey, don't fall asleep, and you don't want to fall asleep, because once you do, all these tactics are going to be flying up the board. So yeah, this is a little tricky. So H6 here is just a bad move for black. So yeah, it stops Bishop G5. But I come at you from the other side with Knight A4 and completely overwhelming this pawn at C5. So Queen E7, maybe this is a better try. Again, you do allow Bishop G5. Let's check that out. So Queen E7, you step out of this pin. You also overprotect C5, right? So now a move like Knight A4 is just not as effective. And you can also play C4 because you've stepped out of the pin. So let's check out Queen E7, Bishop G5. And to me, it feels like, if I'm white, I'm pretty happy having this pin on the board. It doesn't seem very obvious how you're going to break it. If you play H6, either I can retreat, or I can even just take on F6 and shatter your structure. So it seems like white has a little bit of a nagging pressure here.
Right, and that's probably what he wanted. Against a player as good and prepared as Fabi, and I got the white pieces, cool. What openings are going to give me the small edge to grind into oblivion, right? So, and this will be one of them. It was a very solid choice, especially if he knew Fabi was going to play a Petrov or even an Archangel Roy Lopez. He just dropped a course on that on Chessable as well. So it's good to understand, Fabi can play these Petrovs and get to these positions, but hey, let's give him something different. Let's give him 4 knights here, see what he does, have a good day there, have ourselves a slight, very, very slight edge. I mean, even that you get that from even without moving on move 1, engine says white has a slight edge. So I'm just going to use this with a little bit of open to it, open position still, having the bishops, a Scotch type of feel that you'll get in these open games, and hope for the best here. As Fabi is still in the think tank. 5 more minutes, and we would have a 20-minute time edge already, Alex. This is move 12.
Yeah, but sometimes one of the first, I think, most important decision of the game, the first important decision of the game, I should say, comes after you're out of book, right? So it's like your book is done. You're like, wait a minute, I drilled all my chessable. I know I'm supposed to make it this far. What was the move again? What was that move in the Archangel course? You start thinking, try to remember, and you don't remember, and then you have to make sure your move is not a mistake. We do see Bishop C3, which I'm a bit surprised because, okay, obviously Hikaru, he's probably not at the board. He's looking around at the other co-leaders, and now Fabiano gets up for the board. But yeah, of course we expect BC, and we got a little imbalance here with the bishop pair and the double pawns. I'm a little surprised to see this from Fabiano, but I guess it is the simplest decision if you're trying to just completely eradicate the pressure on the D5 pawn.
Yeah, he got back to the board. He made a quick face, and he's ready to move down here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not the biggest fan, obviously, because from the black side. From the white side, look, I got the two bishops, and I have an imbalance, and that is enough to play for more than a draw all the time. You can imbalance things, and I learned that. I mean, as you get stronger, you do want to have, if you're playing for wins, you want to have imbalances, things that are different in the position, so they have more chances to go wrong, obviously. But now we really are going to have ourselves a game, guys. It's not going to be as boring as we thought it was going to be. It is definitely going to be some fire on the board, probably in the next few moves, especially with these bishops that could swipe the board.
Absolutely. So we see Fabiano quickly playing Queen A5, right? So we were saying, hey, he's going for a long think here. So he's got his follow-up ready. And I'm curious to see if Hikaru is going to continue playing at the same rapid pace, or if he's also going to take a little bit of a think. Now, Fabi's putting some pressure on these weak pawns. Of course, he can't take either of them. A2 is protected, and C3, that is indirectly protected by bishop takes H7 check. So, perhaps, and we do see Hikaru instantly play bishop G5. I was going to say perhaps you can ignore it. And then an instant 94. Wow. So maybe Fabiano was just recalling his preparation. What do you think?
Yeah, that's probably exactly what it is. To move that fast, like, hey, man, you were just talking about bishop G5, and then two moves happened. Bishop G5, 94. Mm-hmm. Like, he was moving while he was hitting the clock. So it was very fast from here from Fabi, as he's just ready for all the complications. Well, shoot, this may be a draw now. You got to get rid of that, Alex. You might have to just take this, twice, and like, do we shake hands?
Well, I don't know. This is what they're going to do. Of course, this looks very, very dry. We got complete symmetry with the pawn structure and opposite color bishops. So maybe there's something else Hikaru has in mind here. And how quickly he played bishop G5 makes me think, he knows this 94 move as well. Although perhaps it's one of those things, yeah, you know the move, but so what? Because it's still a draw, right? Maybe this is just like the best move that you need to play, and then you solve the issues. But yeah, it does look like this knight is very strong. You're attacking the bishop, you're attacking the pawn on C3, so you can take, and maybe instead of taking this pawn, we move our queen somewhere, so maybe queen G3, you still defend it, and you also toy with the idea of bishop F6. We know that opposite color bishops, in the endgame, they are, very drawish. But in the middle game, there's very, kind of the wisdom is that if you're attacking, you love having those opposite color bishops, because how are they going to defend on the dark squares with a light square bishop?
I actually think that this was very brilliant from Fabi from a standpoint. I'm going to play super solid. The follow-up. When you make a move, you have to have a great follow-up, obviously, or a great plan. You should, if don't, you can find one move at a time, or at least try to. It just makes it harder to do that. But if you have a plan and an idea, it's easy to execute moves quickly, and the follow-ups are nice and precise. Like we saw here after bishop C3, things really didn't look as good. Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, we didn't even think this was going to happen. But his follow-up with the follow-up to the follow-up, queen A5, 94, was brilliant when it now is able to get, you have a damaged structure. Okay, I get to take on C3, and we have no problems at all. Now, queen G3, I think, is a definite way to keep things on. So let's see how Hikaru is feeling here. He's looking up to the ceiling, calculating a whole bunch of lines. And queen G3 or queen takes E4. What do you think, chat?
Oh, spoilers.
Oh, spoiler. Queen G3. He's like, let's play on, buddy. Let's play on.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally risk-free, right? Obviously, if he takes an E4, it's going to be a draw. But queen G3, he's keeping some piece of the board, wants to keep some pressure. Again, totally risk-free, even though these pawns are, obviously shattered. The bishop on G5 is pretty annoying. First of all, it doesn't allow black to play rook D8, so white does have control of the open D file. You can imagine maybe somewhere down the line we go like rook D6, rook D1 if we need to activate those rooks. Of course, another idea is something like bishop F6 or bishop H6 right away is actually a threat, so you can X-ray the rook and F8 as well. So yeah, Hikaru's hoping to be able to whip up some kind of attacking chances while keeping the heavy pieces on the board. But yeah, again, I don't think he's risking much. Of course, he's got the worst pawn structure, but with the opposite color bishops, worst case scenario, you can even go into some endgame, you lose a pawn, and you still comfortably hold a draw. And by the way, you're exactly right, James. When we saw this bishop takes c3 move, it was a bit of a surprise, at least to me. But Fabi was ready with a very concrete follow-up, because I feel like if he played some move other than queen a5, knight a4, he's not going to be in a good spot here with these bishops being so strong in the open position. But he has this very concrete follow-up, meaning that he's immediately going for counterplay. He's not letting Hikaru just consolidate, and because of that, he was able to eliminate one bishop and maybe mitigate some of the disadvantage that he could have.
And that is correct. I mean, there's like black just feels a little bit better with the piece off the board there, at least one of the bishops. But we got opposite color bishops, and that does not mean it will be a draw, as you pointed out earlier. It is a lot about the middle games. The middle games things can get very, very sharp here. Only move that I see here for black here is king h8, f6. First off, fine gold tripping. Don't play f6. What are you doing with your life? h6 loses. So it's and g6 is like, why would we give them the dark squares, right? Come on, bro. This is like get this off the screen. We got kids watching this, right? This is gross. So king h8 is the only move probably here. And then we have to figure out, what do we do from white? Like, how do we increase some pressure? I just don't know yet. I do like that rook d6 move, but I can't actually double up yet without losing a2 and pushing the a pawn. So I might have to do like an a4, but then how do I even move? So it's hard to untangle here. So I'm curious to see what happens if we reach this position.
Yeah, I do like king h8, right? Just completely rule out these, g-file pins. So that does seem pretty logical. And rook d6, as I mentioned, right, it looks pretty active, right? But it's a good point. Like, where exactly am I doubling, right? I can double it, and then what, right? I'm not really invading on the 7th rank or anything like that. So yeah, king h8 is logical. You mentioned a4, just trying to at least get out of the way. And maybe if the queen moves, you can keep it moving, right? a5, maybe even a6, and try to create a target on a7 into the endgame. So yeah, it's interesting. We'll have to see how Hikaru finds a way to put some pressure on the position here. Maybe there's some way to also attack this pawn on c5. I would love to be able to get black to force to play c4, just for illustrative purposes. Let's imagine we have like king h8, bishop e3, just trying to put some pressure. Like, imagine we have like something like c4. This would be amazing, right? Because now all of a sudden we have this outpost. It could go for the rook or for the bishop. So this would not be a move that black wants to play, but perhaps Hikaru can find a way to force Fabiano to do that by attacking this pawn somehow, finding a way to put this pressure on it.
And that's very nice. Bishop e7 and queen e5. That would be quite annoying. So we would have to get hit with a rook to e8 there. But yeah, Fabian, the think tank there, trying to figure things out. I mean, if you would choose anyone in these positions, usually it'd be white, unless you're a Petrov player. I don't know how you're a Petrov player. I'm sorry if you are. That's okay. Bring it in. Give me a hug if you are. If you need that love, that's okay. We'll give that to you. But playing against the Petrov, not having any real trouble here. I think what's his name? Jan has a very nice Petrov repertoire. I do like how he would play the Petrov here, but most times playing the Petrov is just pretty tough. So I'm taking white all the time in these positions. If I'm white, I'm playing for 2 results.
Absolutely. And we know that Hikaru right here, right? If he really wanted that draw, if he was like, all right, let me call it a day, maybe make a, take some rest, nice quick recaps, join the commentary, he would just take an e4, right? This eliminates all imbalance with the position because you're just trading off these pawns, but he wants to keep these guys on the board. So like you said, definitely 2 result. He has that. I think that's exactly what he was going for, right? When we get the 4-night scotch, if we just go back a couple moves, this is kind of the name of the game, right? You want that 2 result game. Yes, you don't necessarily, you're not going to get some huge advantage out of the opening, but you also know you're going to get a small edge out of the opening, very small maybe, but it's going to be everlasting, and maybe that's exactly what he's looking for. Low risk, he's already in the lead. He's got the rating lead on Alireza Firouzja, so why doesn't he just choose something where he can still try to play for the win, but at the same time, he's not going to be risking much of his, much of anything, really.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you wouldn't be risking much of anything. It is what it is. I mean, hey, I made it to the candidates already. Says Fabi, and we're gonna relax and chill. So, I mean, but he played the Petrov here. He also played some E5 stuff, play some Archangels, right? Some other things like so. We'll see. I mean, he seems to be calm as I see him on the camera there. He has downtime. He's trying to figure out where he wants to put the pieces. In fact, where do we actually move here for black? So Bishop H8 is honestly a thing. I mean, King H8 with Bishop H6 coming. Someone in the chat says Bishop F5. Wow, that's a move, boy. I was not spotting that. But then Rook D5 immediately comes to mind. Obviously, I'm a tempo fan, tempo fanatic. I love the tempo or tempi. Immediately gives me a tempo. So you go on Bishop G6, I assume, because that's what Bishop F5 is about. And then bishop e7. I mean, am I not winning here? The engine always
Let's
just
see.
destroys
Bishop e7,
your
trying to get
everything.
something. Rook f e8. And I guess, we have a counter pin. If you grab this pawn, all of a sudden there
Wow.
could be maybe some freezing. And look at this. There's some crazy counterplay coming. e3.
E3? Oh my
Yeah,
goodness, bro.
wow.
Engine is
What's going on
stank,
here?
bro. What the heck is
Yeah.
that,
I think the
man?
point is that you also cut the queen off from c3. So there could be some queen takes c3 ideas as well. So yeah, very dynamic. But I don't like this move as much for Fabi. I think the bishop on e6 looks pretty decent, right? You keep an eye on this a2 pawn. You prevent any rook d5 shenanigans. So yeah, this would of course safeguard your king. But it's not an eternal bishop. Maybe we can find a way to kick it out with the h pawn. So I do like, again, your rook king h8 suggestion, just because now you really, really don't have to be worrying about these bishop f6, bishop h6 moves. And it feels like the bishop on e6 is pretty well placed. So, but at the same time, I guess maybe can we find a way to pressure this pawn on e4, like maybe queen e3 or queen e. Well, yeah, no, I could play queen e5. f6 doesn't seem like a problem, but maybe like queen e3, right? You can attack both of these pawns. Now we are trying to maybe get some kind of bishop to e7. So yeah, maybe this is something we could see in the game. Fabiano avoids the kingside attack, and maybe Hikaru tries to switch over to massaging these slightly weak pawns. But he's thinking, right? It's not some easy decision. Perhaps he is considering this idea as well to safeguard the king with the bishop.
Oh, well, he can take all the time he likes there, as he is down 20 minutes on clock, chat. 20 minutes. Now, of course, there's a lot of time. Me and Bach and even Christian were talking about this before too. What your take on this, Alex? With yes, we have an hour 20 minutes on the clock, hour 40 minutes, but this time goes very, very, very fast. Very fast. After a 10-minute thing, and these add up. 10-minute thing, 20-minute thing here, 5-minute thing, 15-minute thing. Not even okay. This may be a critical moment, and there is less pieces on the board, so it may not be as hard for Fabi because there's just less pieces. But sometimes even in any games, less pieces means more calculation because there is less pieces. So there's more things you can do. So there's a lot here. What do you think about that, Alex, with the time?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Hikaru is very happy to have the extra 20 minutes. He actually has more time than he started with. But I wouldn't be if I'm Fabi or if I'm a Fabi fan, I'm not too concerned about his clock just yet. I mean, first of all, his move 16, and they do get that extra time on move 40, right? So if this was like move 5 and he's already on 120, I'd be like, whoa, hold up, bro. You got to speed up, right? Because like you said, there's going to be these moments where you might need to spend 20 minutes, right? If it's something really complicated and you need that time. But here, it is, he's taking his time a bit, just being cautious. So I don't think it's a big issue yet, but yeah, that time you might be thinking, or someone might be thinking, an hour, 20 minutes, that's so much time in the clock. But I've been there where, it's just like, hey, what do I do in this move? That's 10 minutes. What about this next move? That's another 10 minutes. And all of a sudden, you're down to 5 minutes. And now it's a scramble. Now it's a scramble to the end of the game.
Those hurt. In fact, somebody in the chat says Fabi looks like he's in a little bit of pain here. And actually, just looking at, you pay attention to your opponent's face and the facial expressions or body language. And Fabi did make a few gestures as he's just not totally happy with the position. He's not like maybe not pain, but it's more like uncomfortable. I'm not that comfortable with this. I really don't like it as much. It doesn't look as fun, right? In the chat, I see that. So yeah, it just doesn't look that good. But hey, it is what it is. Fabi still has moves to make. Yeah, it looks like he's just not happy with this position. That's a good thing. What if Hikaru notices that too as well? He always just walking around, but what if he notices?
Yeah, we see Hikaru's not at the board. He's enjoying the playing call. Hey, is there an interesting game over there, over here? How's this guy doing? And you know what? I think what's definitely uncomfortable for Fabi, for any players, when your opponent is just blitzing every move, even if you think your position is okay, or your position is okay, it's like, oh man, like when is this guy gonna slow down or start thinking for himself, right? Because like Hikaru says, hey, I don't want to be playing against the 3,500 stockfish. I want to be playing against the person, right? So if you're still playing against someone who's in their preparation, you are playing against that 3,500 stockfish. So again, the position is objectively, it's not like some terrible situation, but it's still slightly unpleasant. You are playing a little bit of defense, and you're also playing an opponent who is obviously still in their bag, in their prep. So I would imagine that perhaps for that reason, Fabi's a bit uncomfortable, as you pointed out, James.
I actually thought that was a very cool statement that Hikaru stated about that. Yeah, I don't want to be playing stockfish. For instance, anyone in the chat, because you can go 20 moves with Hikaru. You know what I mean? Down the main line Najdorf theory. Oh, this is what the books say. Then on move 21, he plays something different. And then you're like, that wasn't covered. And then you got to think on your own, right? So it is important to obviously study more than just openings here. You do want to study your openings and have your preparation, but Then again, you have to start thinking on your own. Obviously, both of these players are excellent at doing so. Fabio almost being world champion. So it is they know how to do this here, but still you want to take him out of book a little bit here. And it seems like he's been able to do that so far. Oh man, it's time, Edge. Hour 18. That was 2 minutes ago. We was talking about hour 20, Alex.
That's how it works. The clock keeps on ticking. So yeah, while Fabi thinks here, and I'm looking at the camera, and he looks like he's got at least a couple more minutes in him, right? He looks like he's still not quite ready to make a move. I'm thinking maybe we could check out, at least for a little bit, some of the co-leaders. I am curious myself because that's going to obviously play a big role. Maybe Hikaru is going to be looking at the other boards. He's like, hey, this guy's losing, this guy's drawing. Maybe, that's going to influence him a bit. Let's look at board 2 here, just to go, our top 3 boards. We have, with the white pieces, Daniel Bogdan Deac from Romania against Vidit Santos Gujarati. Let's see how we got to this position. This looks like some kind of Najdorf structure. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so definitely looks like a Sicilian. How did we get here?
He played like a D4, queen takes D4, queen E3, something crazy.
Oh, he played my bishop B5.
That's why we don't play Najdorf, bro. We so tired of this, Alex. Just to put that out there, we're tired of you guys. You know that, right?
You're a Najdorf guy?
I was. Not anymore. I'm so mad. I'm so mad, bro. It's too many. Bishop B5 is main line. That's the main line these days. Bishop B5.
That's the logic. I don't want you. I know you're spending all your time learning 30 move deep preparation Najdorf. I'm gonna give you this check, and I'm gonna put that all out the window. And
we hate you guys. No more.
It's gonna be nice and boring. So but we have seen Deac. She does play this D4 Queen D4, and ASIC. I've actually played this once, actually in the Charlotte Chess Center. I know you've also played there quite some time, and quite so many times. And I played this in a Grandmaster round robin. I had this exact position on the board, and it looks really weird. Like you bring the bishop forward, you bring it back. But the idea here is that white wants to keep the opportunity to play c4 to get this Maroczy bind. And that's kind of what we don't have it because he actually doesn't end up playing c4 because of knight c5. So I think maybe I had this position as well, and I played knight fd2. And the point is just to protect the pawn, and I still want to play c4. But Deac doesn't do that. He plays knight c3. He's like, okay, you know what? I don't need to play c4. I'm fine with the knight c3. Let me get control of the center. And this is more Najdorf-esque, right? You do get that Najdorf pawn structure, and white's going to hope to try to, take advantage of these squares in the center. What do you think about this one, James, as a former Najdorf player, let's say?
Yeah, I actually do like, I like these positions for black. Okay, they're okay now. I got the C file. I can try to, I'm flexible. I do like the flexibility of it. One thing I hate about the Najdorf structures with D6, E5 was the bishop being on E7. Obviously, you do have the reroute of bishop at D8, but you got to move the queen to do that. And that even means the queen C7, C6, bishop D8, bishop B6. So it's a lot of moves to play there. You also can move the rook, go bishop F8, G6, bishop G7, King's Indian style, but the D6 pawn is drastically weak in that case. So that is the problems that we'll have there. But yeah, I think black's fine. Black's fine. It's not the regular bishop B5 check stuff that we hate so much, so it feels a little bit better than that.
Yeah, this is definitely looks a bit more unbalanced than some of those bishop b5 positions.
Right.
And but that's the Najdorf, right? You get the weakness on the d file, and you also get dynamic play. In the meantime, we do have a move from Fabi. Let's just look at that. And we do have king h8, right? So we were expecting this move. Just get out of the way. And I think I just saw Hikaru, he kind of leaned his hand, and then he brought it back. So he was like ready to make his move. Then he was like, wait a minute, let me think about it. So even if he does think here, it does seem like he's still in relative preparation. And I'm not sure what move he'll play. We talked about rook d6, maybe a4. I think you mentioned queen e3 is another one. Right now that the queen isn't really, the king has slipped away from the g file. Maybe it's time to move the queen over as well. So I'm curious how he's going to play here, because I think his next move might tell us a lot about how he plans to put pressure on black's position here.
Absolutely. Plans are connected, moves are connected to plans. At least they should be. You should try to connect your moves to general plans or even advanced plans as well. So I cannot wait to see where he moves, because there's so many moves you can make here. Lots are appealing. Here he goes. He's okay.
I think he's going for the queen.
Pump fake.
No, or no, he's not going for the queen. I'm sorry. He's on the other side of the board. Let's see.
Pump fake. He might be going a4.
That's true. That did look like a pretty edge move, right? He's going all the way to the edge, right?
Elbow up is edge, you know what I mean? Like, you got to read the language. This is like middle, true. And then here is just closer, right? This is edge move. So he had elbow up at a 90-degree angle, obtuse into the air to the west, 90 degrees lateral. That's going to be an A4 move.
Well, the other thing, I with this camera angle, the nostril angle here, I see a couple pieces, and I see the white king and the white queen So if he's going to be going for the queen, we'll be the first to know because we'll see him grabbing.
A4 on the board. I'm telling you, I went to school for this. Yeah,
the body language is your ability to read the body language is unparalleled. A4. There you go.
Elbow. Look at the elbow. You see the elbow? You see the elbow up, chat? I'm telling you, the elbow. Like, you know what I mean? That's edge. That's edge mode. Watch the elbow. Watch the elbow.
So what's the point of this move, right? It seems like you just want to push this pawn, get it out of the way from A2. Again, the queen still does pressure the pawn, but perhaps we will again, I'm thinking if the queen ever moves, I don't know why Fabi would move it or where, but I think that's going to give Hikaru the opportunity maybe to grab a bit of more space with A5. And he's just kind of passing the move for black because, okay, you've got your king out of the way. What's next, right? You can't contest the D file. I have some slightly weak pawns, but, so far they're all protected. So perhaps it's just like a little bit of a small improving move. And he's giving Fabi the opportunity to make another move. And then Hikaru can maybe adjust his plans based on what Fabi does here.
Yeah, that's a very nice observation based off what Fabi does here, responding to your opponent and not just playing random moves or trying to play quickly because you're up time. A4 is literally asking you, what are you going to do? What is your next move? I don't really know what White's going to do either, but I can just actually still improve the position. Usually I used to teach this to students, and like I learned this kind of like about improving positions. Not necessarily means moving pieces or pawns to better squares than what they're on before. Sometimes you can retreat them and it would improve the position, but lots of times it does mean moving pieces and pawns forward. So A4, it improves slightly because it makes you do something. I also can play maybe A5 later, especially when you move the queen. I can gain some space on the queen side, making C5 probably a little bit more vulnerable, maybe fix the A7 pawn at some point. I mean, there's lots of ideas here, but it is more about, hey, it's your move. What are you going to do? And that's going to help me dictate my plan next.
Yeah, a little bit of a one of my trainers, he gave me a nice term for this. He called it playing tennis. He's like, sometimes you just got to hit the ball over the net. You don't got to do anything fancy. You don't have to spike it. Just hit the ball back over the net, and let your opponent make a mistake. Maybe they're gonna do something crazy. So that's what he was telling me. He was like, sometimes in chess you just got to play tennis. You just got to hit the ball over the net, no unforced errors, and have your opponent handle all the tough work for you, by making some kind of blunder. And Fabi's still thinking, right? Hikaru, an hour, 40 minutes on the clock and 35 seconds, right? So that's 5 more seconds than you start the game with. So he still hasn't really had to think too much for himself. And Fabi is, spending some time trying to figure out, okay, I'm in this position. It's very close to equal, but there's no way to really force equality, right? You can't just trade everything off and it's a draw. So he's got to figure out how to kind of continue playing this. And it could be a little bit annoying, right? Where the game's going to go for a while and you don't really have a clear way to just kill it off. You just have to defend.
Well, you got to hit the ball over the net is what you got to do there. You got to hit the ball over the net. And for me, I've been doing a lot of boxing here. So I was like, chess equals boxing? Okay, nice. So you just got to swing. You just got to swing or not, get knocked out. So, but we do have rook E8. What is this move, Alex? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just to overprotect the e-pawn. We were also talking about this bishop e7 idea for Hikaru in some positions. So now you just kind of slide out of the way. So I like it, right? Again, the move doesn't make Black's position any worse. Improves it in slight ways. So, yeah. And the ball is now in, they're both hitting it over the net, right? The ball is now in Hikaru's court. And let's see what he's going to do. I mean, again, this rook d6 move visually it looks powerful because you can just slide that rook into your opponent's camp. But what's the follow up, right? I'm not really sure. It looks nice. Maybe you just play it and then you're like, all right, now we'll see. We'll see what happens, right? But I don't really fully see it, to be honest.
Yeah, I am the same there. I'm trying to create something and I just cannot. I mean, he always has F6 in there. Yeah, it just doesn't work. There's nothing dynamic yet. And also, what I wanted to do was eventually play something like Queen E5 and Bishop H6, but now that even deters me from doing that because obviously the rook's on E8 now. So nice move. And
yeah, we do have someone in the chat also asking about Queen E5, but I think your Bishop G4 is a big problem, right, with the discovered attack, and you're going to have to give me some of that material up. So yeah, we're good. I mean, I think it just improves Black's position slightly, and let's see what Hikaru does. One idea that I had earlier, by the way, is if I'm still thinking about attacking, maybe I use, Harry the H pawn, right? We try to Harry get down to the H6 square. And okay, if my opponent lets me do that, and then we get them to play G6, The checkmate's probably going to be coming pretty soon, but I don't think Fabi's going to play ball.
Yeah, you know what? That's an annoying. That is a great idea, but he has H6 once we get H5 in. And then, yeah, there's no sacking. Like, I don't have enough pieces. So even if I got the pawn to H5, okay, H6 would provoke a slight weakness, but then I can't even do anything with it. My rooks aren't active enough. This pawn on E4, believe it or not, is like such a nuisance because it's a night I can't rook lift the way that I would want to help in any type of attack. So really, this is just going to be a very slow game. I think it is going to be back and forth about ideas. And can I milk something out of this?
Yeah, and it looks like this is the first time Hikaru's slowed down a bit. So he's very likely out of the specific moves in terms of his preparation. But I'm sure he's looked at his position at least in some kind of capacity. He was like, all right, like I get the obstacle bishops. Maybe this is one or two plans that I can use in the game. And he's thinking about that. Or sometimes if this was a position that it was in my pregame prep, I wouldn't think I needed too many ideas to play here. I'd be like, all right, well, if my opponent finds all the best moves, I'll end up here. There's not really any risks in my position. And, this looks like a position that I could figure out over the board. So perhaps that's the situation for him. He's looked at this. He knows this position. He knows maybe it's very slightly better for white. And he has obviously faith and ability in his abilities to figure out the best moves from here on out.
And we have our first think from him too, as well, as much deserved. He's just trying to figure out where do I go? What do I even do here? And that is correct. Like, okay, yeah, I'm the same way. Like, what do you even do? Rook D2, I mean, Queen H4. I mean, you can do anything. King H1 is a move. Queen H2, like, oof. It's going to be a long game, boys and girls.
Yeah, I see someone, we have a suggestion in the chat, Rook A3, and they say to free the queen, but I don't really like the square for the rook, right? Obviously, the rook is already protecting A4, but I think it's a little bit overkill to protect C3 because I'm not sure where I'm freeing the queen up. I feel like something like E3 is already a pretty decent square just to put pressure on these pawns and to protect this one. So I would love this rook like B1, right? And then, B5 or B7, right? Just some kind of more active square. Of course, that's not easy to do because A4 will drop. But A3, I feel like my rook, it deserves a better life than just protecting the lowly pawns. It needs to find some beautiful open files, open ranks, and do some damage there. So saying all that, I do still like rook D6 just to improve the position. And then, again, just kind of see what Fabi will do. But again, I'm not completely sure of the follow-up. I do know there's this idea, there's this idea. Is it enough? I think we're going to need to see a combination of them to try to get Black's position a little bit shaky.
Right, combination is what we do for that, because if Black's just fine. We have rook D6 on the board. Exactly, right. Just like rook D6, what do I do next? I don't know, but I mean, doesn't it look good? Yeah, it does. All right, cool, perfect. Great strategy.
Yeah, and now we'll see Fabi thinking here. Yeah, again, it just looks like a nice active move. Sometimes you just play it. You see a good move, you play it. Sometimes people say you see a good move, you look for a better one. But sometimes you see a good move, you play the good move, right? And then and then we'll if you continue playing those good moves, that's gonna add up. So again, Hikaru just slightly increasing the pressure, activating the rook. Maybe there's gonna be some moment where you do have rook C6, right? If you want to kind of undermine the C pawn. And yeah, let's see what Fabi does. I think maybe something like rook C8, right? Makes sense. Just develop your own rook, make sure this pawn's overprotected. And then, yeah, I'll be very curious to see what Hikaru does because it is very annoying that I can't bring this A rook out easily into the game.
Yeah, I just can't bring it out. I need to figure out, like, what do I do? The bishop's nice on G5, but then where do I reroute that? I wonder if there's a perfect world where I can get the bishop on the long diagonal. That's going to be a long time. Maybe just bishop F4, but then bishop E5, F6. Yeah, I saw this idea, but that doesn't do anything.
So by the way, one thing that I was thinking of course, Fabi, he just came to the Isle of Man from a different tournament, the U.S. Championship, right?
That's right.
Where he was the winner. So he's the current reigning two-time in a row U.S. champion. But there was a player who wasn't there at the U.S. Championship.
I wonder who that is.
And we might be seeing that matchup today, right? The missed matchup, the lost matchup, right? For the championship.
For the champ chat right here, they did that. Yeah, whoever wins this game is official U.S. champ.
Like, bro, and if draw, they got to go to Armageddon. Yeah,
Armageddon.
But we got some interesting stats here. This is not the first time. Even though these players did not face each other in the U.S. Championship this year, they faced each other many, many times. So in classical games, it seems like they are 8-8 in terms of wins, with 33 draws.
Jeez.
So
How do you
lots of
8 game? It's 8-8, bro. How many draw? I mean, all of them. For what?
8-8
33?
with 8-8 decisive.
Oh, eight
Games. So
decisive.
eight,
Okay.
yeah,
I'm like,
seems
what
like.
is this? This doesn't make sense. Okay.
But check
33.
this one out. Check this one out.
Ridiculous.
In Rapid, played a lot more times in Rapid. Obviously, you could squeeze a lot more Rapid games than
Right.
you can, in terms of classical games.
Right.
And Hikaru beat Fabiano 62-26.
Jesus.
62-26. That's almost like a palindrome.
Yeah,
it is a
that's
palindrome,
ridiculous,
actually.
bro. 62-26, bro. That is insane. You're like, I don't even want to play him in Rapid after that. Like, it's just, I don't even want to play him.
So if the
That's
time
like
keeps going down, we're getting closer to that Rapid territory.
That's what he's trying to do. Yeah, come on, bro. You want to play some Rapid? Nah, bro, I'm good. You want to play some Rapid? Nah, bro, I'm good.
Well, hour 11 on the clock. So at what point do we consider it Rapid? Maybe when he goes down under 30, something like that?
Yep, right under 30 minutes. Right under, which
the
is going to
moment
be
it hits
like
30, it's like, oh, he's going to start thinking about that score.
Yeah, like, oh, shoot. We in Rapid. Dang.
And I'm seeing, someone says, hey, I'm surprised Hikaru doesn't go for the quick draw. But the thing is, okay, he's got the white pieces. Tomorrow he's very likely to have black. He's tied in the lead for first. There are 6 players. If he makes a quick draw here, there's a good chance someone is going to win and leapfrog him. And on top of that, tomorrow he's going to get the black pieces, where it's, of course, much more difficult to win. So, yes, of course, Fabi's a very strong player. And Hikaru, he's got this rating spot as well. But the rating spot, we'll see what happens. Ferrugia still has 2 games here. He still has the Sigfield Cup. So why not just take destiny in your own hands, so you don't have to be sitting watching the, Sigfield Cup. Oh, Ferrugia won again, my rating, right? Like, why worry about that when you can just get the job done yourself? You win this game, you're going to be in the top 2. That's
easy
it.
work. Exactly. Just win this game, baby. That's it.
Just win it, yeah.
It's easy, chat. Just win, bro. Why are you not winning? Come on, chat.
You got to think of these ideas, right? Instead of thinking of drawing, you got to think of winning. But look, he's got the white piece, and the advantage of playing white, right, is that you can really dictate the start of the game, right? If you want to play like, we had this. Let's just go back for a moment. I want to give an example, right? We have the introduction to the Petrov. So Hikaru, he could go into the main lines, and then he can play something like Knight C3, right? In this variation, you get opposite side castling. It's a bit more sharp, and you can go for this more double-edged game. Maybe you risk a little more. Maybe you have a little more, on the reward spectrum as well. Or, as we saw what he did here, he's like, I'm going to play Knight C3. And by the way, I'm thinking that, I don't know if he expected the Petrov. Maybe he was thinking, hey, Fabi might play, his Spanish, the Archangel, right? The Dark Archangel that he just worked so hard on for many, many months. But maybe he thought, I'm just going to cut all that out with Knight C3. So that's actually pretty nice prep that you can use against both the Petrov and the Rui Lopez. So, or the King's Pawn game, I should say. So anyway, Hikaru comes up with this approach where he's like, okay, I'm going to play a very solid line. I got the white pieces. I'm going to dictate the game. And, why not try to, test my opponent? Why not try to put him under pressure? And that's what we're seeing. 30 extra minutes on the clock with a very, very safe slight advantage.
I think that's fire. I actually have found this plan too as well, Alex. I was like, Rook D6, how do I create something here? So I went into the Jedi, mind think here as I found some moves here. So our idea could be like, for instance, C4. I'm not sure where black plays next yet, but our idea here is maybe white plays C4. So let's pass a move to black, maybe A6 or something.
Let's go A6. Okay,
A6,
we're really passing it. Yeah,
right, exactly. Now C4. After C4, I was looking at correct with Bishop D2 ideas. Obviously, if Bishop takes C4, Bishop D2, and then we was looking at this like traps the Queen almost. But I saw Queen C7, Bishop C3, right? Bishop C3, and then we have some ideas now, some very cool ideas. Unfortunately, I don't think it works. I was looking at Rook G8. And we don't have anything yet. I was looking. Oh, there's a blunder. Apparently, engine going crazy, or the chat is going crazy. What did
chat is going crazy? He goes H6. Blunder. Okay, I don't know if this is a blunder. Let's check this out. We were saying, hey, maybe Fabi should play H6. After like H4, H5, he's got to stop it. So he plays it early, and this doesn't seem that crazy, right? He just wants this bishop out, especially because it's so annoying for Rook D8 to prevent Rook D8. So let's try to figure out why, the eval bar shoots up. Let's try to think like a 3,500 stockfish.
Bishop D2. No, I'm kidding. Bishop D2 could be C4, but stockfish.
Whew, your idea, right? You want to try. Yeah, actually, wait. James, but this would be, I like this idea a lot because let's imagine we pass the move again, because this H6 move, it really adds a little bit of an issue here after let's say, a6, we get c4. Not only do we have this idea, right, where you can potentially snap something on h6, right? Like, so for example, we had that line, right, where the bishop was already on c4. Let's put it on the board like this. I know this is not a logical move order, but yeah, like something like this, right? And all of a sudden we have rook h6 right away, right?
Ooh,
and you win the queen. I was thinking, oh, I throw bishop c3 in, but no, rook h6 right away, of course, grabs that queen. But also after something like bishop d2, yeah, we have bishop before on the board really quickly. But I was going to say, yeah, like again, this could be some kind of target in that previous line that we were looking at. And if you play queen c7 here, someone in the chat pointed this out, you actually get tactic here, rook e6, and putting the pressure on the queen. And here's going to be an intermediate check. But okay, hold up. We got bishop f4 on the board. So maybe we got some bishop e5 cooking, right?
Yeah, let him rook, chat. Let him rook. You know what I mean? Bishop
Rook.
f4 looking good. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook. Bishop f4 looking good. Bishop e5, and we live. It could be some problems there with f6, but obviously, I mean, f6 is going to be weakening, but he can play it, which I don't like.
F6.
Like
what do we think? You think F6 now? Just completely blog this down?
You know what? Yeah, I didn't even see that. I was just kind of waiting on bishop e5, but f6 could be played even right now. But it's just an ugly move, but I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah, I'm wondering, you know what we can do? Can we even maybe sack here and go like queen g6 already? Because f6 hanging, h6 is hanging. So yeah, right away, could I do it? I'm curious. Let's see. Takes queen g6, and it's almost winning. It's almost winning. Only one move from black. You combine offense with defense, and it looks like maybe this still looks pretty dangerous, right? Because after check, I can just move my rook, and I'm even thinking about rook d7. But apparently bishop h6, that was a little too hasty. But queen g6 is already just crushing because of some kind of bishop h6 ideas. Okay, so this is not so simple. All of a sudden, right, this rook on d6, we were saying, just put it there, see what happens next. It does do some pretty decent pressure on the 6th rank.
And I guess it was just kind of annoying, like as a player, you don't want these type of pieces in your house like this. Like I always teach students, when they cross the line, they got to go. And that's like 1 to 4, all whites area. 8 to 5, 5 to 8, all blacks area. Anything that crosses needs to be eliminated immediately. So h6 happened. He got rid of the bishop, but the rook is still on d6. Dark squares are looking kind of tender on that side of the board there. And it looks scary. It does immediately look scary. I mean, look at how the queen is cut off from any of the action too as well on the king side of the board. Now, of course, their argument is that, hey, if you move to a rook, then okay, queen is justified. We'll take on a4, maybe run the a pawn down, try to, get another queen there. Maybe my queen could get back in and help as well. But, in the meantime, I definitely like everything white has.
Yeah, and by the way, one way to also think about this, first of all, if we really need to, right, if this rook is necessary in the attack, you just say, okay, go have that a pawn. I'm going to bring my rook in, and I'm going to get the checkmate. But even if we don't do that, let's think about it this way, right? As you pointed out, the queen is shut out of the game, right? You can't come back to b6. If you come back to c7, you're going to get x-rayed by something, and you can't come back to d8. So the queen is effectively shut out, from the king side and the center. But you can argue that, hey, your rook is tied down to a4. Well, let me ask you this. What's worth more, a rook or a queen, right? So they balance each other out, but that is actually to white's advantage.
It does balance each other out, yeah. And it's about the better bishop, or yes, it's obviously opposite colors, but it's about who has that stronger bishop here, especially as one bishop cannot defend against the attacks from the other bishop being opposite colors. And our bishop is just stronger. It's around the king. You have mating ideas. Looking good.
Absolutely. And as we said earlier, in the end game, opposite color bishops, okay, it's probably a draw. In the middle game, if you're attacking, that's what you want to have. And by the way, quick shout out to Benjamin Bach, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach, Big Bach in the chat. So good to have him with us here. If not on the commentary, then in the chat with the support. And let's look at this position one more time, because I'm thinking that after h6, right, I was saying, hey, that bishop's annoying and preventing rook d8. So what if I go rook a d8 here, right? Challenging your rook, right? If I can trade off some pieces here, that's going to decrease your attacking chances. So let's try to figure out what's going on here. And, okay, that's what. Okay, let's show this to our chat. Bishop e5. So we threaten mate. Looks, f6. Why are you provoking this? Well, look at this.
Rook e6 and bishop. Oh, my goodness.
Exactly. Rook e6, bishop c7. That queen that we're talking about in this spot, it's unfortunately placed. You're going to lose a bishop. You're going to be down a whole piece here.
It's crazy how deadly this could get. I mean, it doesn't even look like anything is wrong here. but apparently there is a lot that can go
There's some
wrong.
tactics here. There's some tactics here. So if Fabi used to go rook d8, then in this position, he's not dead lost yet. He doesn't have to take the rook. He can take on e5. Although this looks real bad. You're down a pawn and you got 3 Isolanis like this. So you're probably going to drop another one. This is a very miserable fight, I think, for black for a draw. So maybe Fabi misses. Maybe he played h6. He's thinking, hey, if I get that bishop out of there, I can just play rook d8 and challenge the rook. But there's some tactical issues there. And, Hikaru very quickly plays bishop f4. So perhaps he has already seen that, maybe even a similar idea in his analysis.
Yeah, I wonder what happens. So what's next? Well, okay. So black's move. What do we even do, first off? Is what do you even play, buddy? So you got to make a move. And look at the clock here. Like, I remember speaking about this at 1 hour and 20 minutes. And like almost 20 minutes later here, we are almost at 1 hour. It's not looking good on the clock there. And there are problems, actually, in this position that you can't just make a move here for black.
Yeah, I'm not sure what moves to play. I was thinking maybe king h7. That was a move for my own dome, so it's pretty suspicious. But the point is that I feel like all these things are just hanging. Like, for example, right? If we have a random move like a6, we know this is bad because of potential ideas with bishop to e5. Actually, here, check this out. You can still do this. This is so funny. A6 is so dumb here that you can still do this idea. And zoinks, this queen on a5 is totally trapped.
Dang.
Yeah. So this would be this is quite a funny line. I don't know. I'm thinking, like, is king h7 viable just to overprotect here? And also, in some cases there's like some check. So I don't know. Like this doesn't seem like
bad at all.
It's not so bad, but there is another problem all of a sudden. Wow, there's so many tactics here. Bishop e5, check this out. And if I thought you just go f6,
right? And
now, oh my god, look at this, rook b1, and you're getting
bro,
smoked this way.
Yeah, all right. A rook could be when you've lost your mind. But that is a
it's not over. Look at this. You want to see losing your mind? Rook e7. Boom.
Bishop takes.
Boom.
Oh, rook e6. Oh man.
And I'm double deflecting you to get to the king. So this position, it looks so dry. It's really tactical, actually.
That is insane. And that's why he's thinking. I'm sure he sees all of this. So yeah, this might have been a bad opening choice from Fabi here. But no, you know what? Okay,
we'll take that. Great opening choice from Hikaru.
Exactly. Because he sticks to his guns. Like, there's stuff all over. I mean, he's played the Petrov a long time, him being Fabi. So, but this was a Petrov that turned into a 4 knights, which he's not, playing a lot of. That became something different. Thought I was going to get a quiet position, and now I'm down on time and I have to figure this out. I can't just make a move. Okay, so with all these problems, what's the best move? Like, I mean, you can't move anything. So what do we have to do here, Alex? What is the Oracle set here?
We got to ask the Oracle. And the Oracle gives you the most Oracle move you can imagine. It's saying, look, you got to start. Things are getting desperate. You got to give me the pawn. You just got to go e3.
That's the best move?
That's the best move.
Okay, yeah, it's a wrap. It's a dub. What y'all think, Chad? Dubs or not?
I don't know. I can't even tell why. So I'm going to take it. I don't know about you, James. That's a free pawn, right? I'm just going to take it.
Those.
Yes. I'm taking it. Well, if I take with the pawn or the bishop, I don't want to be dropping this one. So I'll take with the queen, not seeing any ghosts, right? Because everything, look at this. Everything's on the dark squares, right? You could, this is a lights for a pawn, but I'm protecting it. So you got no good discoveries. So that's just the pawn. By the way, maybe I'm still aiming for the sacrifice. Jesus, and now apparently the best one is king h7.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Fabi's going to take a long time to figure this out, meaning like another 20-minute think.
No, but because this is not human, I think, right?
Yeah, and not human at all, in fact. E3, king h7 is your best. I mean,
even E3, it's like, you have to really, the amount of thinking you have to do here to be like, you know what, my best bet is to give you my pawn is crazy, right? Like,
it's crazy. It really is.
You would never even think that's the best move. You would think, I gotta have something here.
I gotta have something here. I have to have something. Can we trade? And sometimes thinking too long, they say long thing, wrong thing. You end up, making a move that was a blunder. Like, sometimes you'll see people make a move. They're like, oh, we can't play that. But you forgot that you couldn't play that because you thought about so many things in that 20, 30-minute think where you're like, oh, snap. And Fabi is under an hour, guys. Under an hour.
Yeah. 36-minute time advantage for Hikaru. But more importantly, an objective advantage on the board now. Not just, hey, we got the obstacle bishops, maybe do some pressure. Now it's like, you got the problems. You got bishop e5, and these crazy motifs, even as we saw some sacrifices, right? Sag the bishop, sag the rook, get this guy involved on the 7th rank. Very, very difficult problem to solve. And I think Fabi might have just missed this idea that rook d8 is no longer working, right? Because again, if you get this on the board with queen takes d8, of course, if the rook takes, you're blundering bishop c7, then you're probably fine. The queen just comes back for some defense, and you trade off a pair of rooks. But with this beautiful intermezzo, followed by another tactical shot with rook e6, Black doesn't have easy moves here. So he might be really thinking for a long time here. And I also imagine he's realized that this is not easy at all. And then you start to beat yourself up a bit. You're like, oh, what? How can I make this blunder? Yeah, you start
stupid game. Exactly. Why do I play this game? I hate playing a stupid game. And then like,
I hate the Petrov
board. Oh, Petrov, stupid opening. Why do I play this? I should flip the board right now.
Do you think it's flip the board territory just yet, or
not
working
yet?
Up to it?
Like he's working up to it. Sometimes, especially when I'm playing, like, yeah, definitely. I'll have that time where I'm like, okay, do I resign or do I flip the board? And then I have to sit there and calm yourself before you flip that board. And you're like, all right, I'll resign. Maybe I won't flip the board today.
Not today. Not
today.
Maybe next round.
Maybe we'll see. We'll see what happens next round.
Yeah. I sometimes when I'm playing and I make a mistake, and then you're kind of sitting there marinating in your mistake. I'm like, sometimes I get so angry, like I'm just like, oh, I'm an idiot. He's an idiot. Like you're just cursing everything around you, just like But then right. Take a moment to calm down and move on. I'm always I feel like I always take a bit of time if I'm losing to resign, and I don't mean I play the position out like down a queen or anything like that. Like right before I resign, I usually need to take a moment because I'm just like.
You always
the acceptance stage, right? You accept that you've lost the game, and then you can be civilized about it.
Be civilized, right? Correct. This is exactly what I do as well. I have to calm myself before flipping this entire board and walking away, or you know what, breathe through it and resign. That's how it happens. 5 stages of grief, right? That's
exactly. Acceptance, denial, all the good stuff.
Oh man.
But okay, so. What are the candidates? We know that the engine, the Oracle, says E3, just deflect this queen out of the way, is supposedly the best move for Black, which is still, by the way, +1 for White, which means 1 point is 1 pawn, and you got no compensation. You just give the pawn, and you just gotta defend. But otherwise, again, it's really hard for Black to move because the queen has literally no squares, literally none. Queen C7 is the only square that's quote unquote safe, and that still walks into a very easy tactic. So you can't bring the queen back. You also cannot play rook d8, or at least it's not you can, but you just end up in a pawn down endgame. So it's very, very difficult to even spot a move. And I'm thinking, I don't want to play this move c4. I'm just trying to come up with some ideas, but maybe this is something to bring my queen into the game. But then still, you play this bishop e5, I guess, right?
Yeah, bishop e5.
This is not so bad. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bishop e5, and then what, f6?
Now the bishop can slide to d4, right? So this is a nice square. Right. But you know what? Out of everything we've looked at, I like this move the most because, okay, obviously I'm not happy to give you this really nice outpost, but at least my queen isn't getting trapped, right? I feel like that's a trade I'll make. I'll give you the outpost, and I keep my queen. I feel like that's a fair trade, right?
Oh, let's just show some fun lines here, man. That's fine. That's crazy. Like bishop d4, and then get bishop e5, f6, bishop d4.
This one? Okay.
Yeah, this is fun. And then we have pressure on the e file, so we can swing the rook over to e1 in some cases. Queen g6 is looking good again. This is very, very, very good for White, obviously.
Yeah, and the bishop on d4 is eternal, right? So these pawns are just blocking the light square bishop. Now, Black is blockading the bishop on d4 on the king side, although you still obviously have to watch out for these type of tactics. And I think this is why I like c4 now. At least I can bring the queen over to g5 to safeguard everything. But once you do that, right, let's imagine you do it right away. And you try to make this trade. Well, then at some point, maybe I trade first, and then maybe I can play something like a5 or rook a6. And we weren't kidding, right? We were saying this a4 move, you really, if you can move this pawn down the board, you're going to get a lot of pressure even on the queen side here. So this would be still not an easy tactical defense for Black. Of course, rook b1, rook b7 is also an idea now that there's no pressure on a4. So this is like a very unpleasant choice because no matter what you play for Black here, you're conceding some kind of either positional or tactical, thing, and then you have to defend some kind of inferior position.
Yes. I mean, and as we talk, guys, I mean, look at the time. Eating up Fabi's time. Eating up Fabi's time. And that's a good thing because we want to obviously have Hikaru win. It draws good too as well, but hey, we're on the good side of the draw if that is the case. But this is a very good position for us, I think, practically. We always think about the practical chances. You know, engine is going to tell you one thing, but when you're playing a human, it's always different than seeing the engine in front of you. So practically, very nice practical chances. We also have some pressure on the clock, and we need to make it to move 40 before we get any more time from Fabi.
And James, you were saying, remember, hey, hour 20 of the clock, that goes quick.
Real.
He's down to 50 now. He's down
50,
to 50.
50
we made
minutes.
one move.
You know what I mean?
One move. Yeah.
Right.
So
one move, Chad. Yeah.
For sure. All right. Let's maybe while Fabi's in the tank here. Yeah. So anyone just joining us, Fabi is in some trouble. He is down almost 40 minutes on the clock now. And at the same time, his position is quite dangerous because Bishop E5 is coming and there's a lot of pressure on the Black King. So Hikaru is in excellent shape here. Let's check out our co-leaders. We briefly saw Deach against Vidit. Let's check out this Esipenko Magsudlu game. So this is another.
Ooh,
I'm looking at the clock.
How did he get to this game? How did this even start? We got to start.
Yeah, let's check it. It looks like some kind of Catalan, and indeed it is. Bishop B4 check, Bishop E7. Okay, so this is one of the main lines. Black provokes this bishop to D2 so that white can't use the square for the knights. A little bit of a deep nuance there. Castles H6. Okay, this move I don't think I've seen. So I know Black will usually play like 97 or C6 or both. So H6 is something from the Maksudlu's opening laboratory.
Right.
Maybe a little bit of a pass, maybe just taking control of the square. Queen C2 looks normal to defend the pawn. Maybe eyeball E4 in the near future. C6, Bishop F4, Knight D7, Rook D1, A5. So Black probably wants to gain some space. Maybe the right moment try to get this bishop out. Knight C3, B6. Okay, that's what we see here. Knight E5. Looks very, very logical for both sides. Takes. Knight D7. Takes. And wow, okay, look how we got here. We get E4. So Esipenko's thinking, hey, I'm doing great here. He's going to take. I'm going to take back with, I don't know, Bishop the Knight, right? This is looking very, very beautiful. And look at this amazing move from Maksudlu. D4.
Oh, big fella. Whoa.
You keep E4 on the board, right? Just completely blocking in your pieces. So Andre takes it out. Bishop C5.
Oh, Bishop C5.
G5. Yeah, look at that.
Oof,
wow.
Bishop
now we know why
you got triple pawns. Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Man, look at that. On the E file. Like, this is just, maybe do it for the memes, bro. Come on, Esipenko. Do it for the memes, bro. For the memes.
Not for the Grand Swiss top two finish. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about
not for the candidates. Yeah, no, candidates doesn't matter. Memes, yeah, we'll do that.
But this is this looks like really, really nice preparation for Maksudlu. He's got 134 on the clock. I have seen this concept of D4 before. D4, B4. Not to be confused with the move before. But it is so beautiful to see it, right? Because again, you take here and you completely liberate all of white's pieces. You sacrifice the pawn. Again, you give the whole pawn up, but you keep all these guys boxed in. And then this is the key follow-up that Maksudlu had. He goes for G5 because, okay, obviously, as we said, Bishop E3, that's so good. You don't want to triple your pawns like that. So we do see Bishop C1 from Esipenko. But now, this pawn in E5, the right moment, maybe if I can move my queen away from the pin, like something like, Queen E7, bring the bishop to A6, and then you could go after the E5 pawn. And again, we got to move from Fabi. He gets up from the board.
Crazy.
Chat's going crazy.
They going crazy. We gotta go check it. We gotta check it right now. Chat going crazy. Right
Let's check it.
Rook E7. Okay, what we got?
Rook E7. Okay, hold on.
E7.
So he's taking control of this C7 square, I think, first of all, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's the question. Why can't I play Bishop E5? Right now, I guess
F6.
You do have F6.
And he defends.
And things are pretty well guarded, right? So this is maybe not getting us anywhere. We don't seem to have these sacrifices, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, this is not quite a queen trap because I do have one square, but it's good enough. I get out of the way and I win the game. So what should we do instead?
Yeah, so if we can't move the bishop here, the rook on d6 is ideally placed, which leads us to our last piece. We could go queen h4 or rook e1, but queen h4 he might have already had in his that's probably what he was thinking about so much. Mm-hmm. Was queen h4, and we also have rook e1 or doubling. Those might be the only moves there. Oh,
So
queen
this is
takes c3.
queen
Wow.
c3. No, but this looks like a very interesting idea, right? At the right moment, you could come up with this because, yeah, if you just play defense for black here, right? If you play f6, then you got this nice sacrifice, and now you're in huge trouble because takes, I take on f6, everything's collapsing. But again, this queen that's so offside on a5, it saves the day here with queen c3. But even this looks a little spooky, I think. Something like rook d1, right? And you got all these threats. But, yeah, somehow it's still equality. But looks a little
equality is strange.
Looks dangerous, yeah.
Very.
But our helpful chat is telling us there's only one winning move. There's one move here. And they're saying it's rook e1. Like you said, bring the rook into the game.
Rook e1. All right, so what about queen a4? We definitely always have to test the theory.
Yeah, queen a4 will protect the e4 pawn as well, right? And you can maybe try to swing the queen back somehow.
100%.
And now, James, look at this. It's your idea with the queen h4, except you make it. You do it in style. You take your
bishop h6. Okay, we got to see it. Takes. See this. Yeah. How are you mating me though? I'm very.
Oh, I think I'm getting my rook up the board, or the rook up to e3, or maybe even e4. So queen h4.
Yeah, there's a rook e3 in there. That's nasty.
So your rook's hanging. So let's say you try to defend it.
I was going to play rook e8. Oh yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, let's play rook e8 just for illustration, and then just rook e3. Absolutely, you're right. Rook e3.
That's beautiful.
And the queen is completely unhelpful, and you're getting completely destroyed here with rook e3. So wait a minute, rook e1, and the point is you get this rook e3 idea, but also this queen h4 move, right? Now in the future, right? If you play queen h4 like some kind of queen c3, maybe you just hit him with that rook e3 move, and you're getting all these tempi on the board.
And it basically comes back to what Grandfather Tao, my grandfather, and my uncle Rashid Nesmadinov. In our family, we say sack first, think later. No, of course, always to be aggressive and attack the king. And rook e1 is following that. Very nice. There's also a dark square strategy, keeping all the pieces on the dark squares with rook e1, because I have the dark square bishop, keeping them off of the light squares via having the light square bishop from Fabi having light square bishop. So it's very nice. Rook e1 connects all the pieces there. It's a really nice move.
So, James, I got something crazy to tell you. I had to double check. I'm reading the chat. People going nuts talking about rook e1, and for good reason. The evaluation after rook e1 on a high depth engine is +4.
+4? That's over.
4.
That's a piece and a pawn.
That's a piece with interest, right?
I'm not even up a piece, Alex. I'm not up anything. How is it +4? Oh, it's over. Okay.
Yeah, so rook e1, if he finds rook e1 here, is by far the best move, bringing that rook. The attack is just that decisive. So, yeah, rook e1, like those variations we were looking at with this queen h4 idea are just completely overwhelming black. You wouldn't think it's +4 here. Okay, like maybe it's in trouble, maybe like +1.5 or something like that. But +4, the top level engine that sees so far ahead, it just doesn't see a defense for black here. And Hikaru, he's taking, let's look at him on the camera. He's looking at the ceiling.
Like, well, what about
inspiration?
Oh yeah. Take. Yeah. Wooden shield, classic right. Yeah, I got him, Chad. I got
fashion.
I got him. One up, one down, Chad.
Kebab.
Head bob. Yeah.
Trying to remember all my chess knowledge, But no, this is a big moment, right? Because he's built up a really healthy time advantage, and this is where you want to use it, right? This is where you want to make sure you can go in for the kill. So let's look at some lines here. Okay, so rook e1, conceptually speaking, you're just bringing in the rook and you're attacking the pawn on e4, right?
Right.
So I might want to just take that if the time's right. So queen a4, we saw is losing by force because you don't have queen c3 anymore and you get destroyed by this beautiful bishop h6 move. So what other move can we consider for black here? Maybe bringing in their rook or something? What do you think, James?
Oh, yeah, this is, I mean, I need to take 20 minutes here. Like Bobby is, because any move is just devastating. And I'm giving up a pawn. Like, come on. Like, maybe just double the rooks. It's terrible because I'm just giving up a pawn for nothing. This is miserable. I'm only on move 20.
Do the sacrifice? I know we can take this pawn, but do I have this?
Yeah, let's try it right now.
I'm trying it.
Oh, but queen h4 is not with tempo, though. Well, okay,
it's not with tempo.
It kind of is, but maybe I have
queen
c7,
I was wondering if I can bring
rook
them
h8. Oh, but then the rook on e7 hangs. Oof.
I don't know. I was hoping to try to get something like this, but I guess maybe I'm a little slow. King g7. This is holding.
But then rook e3, and how do we hold? What's rook g3? Bishop f5? No, that's queen f6. I don't understand.
Yeah, then you open up all sorts of trouble. But apparently, yeah, it's just not that. Yeah, apparently queen c7 here.
Wow.
And I'm not breaking through.
Oh, he defends the
Feels
rook.
like I'm real close though, yeah?
Yeah, it did queen f6, rook g8. Wow, he defends everything.
Okay, so we were a little too crazy with bishop h6. But what else? We have the free pawn, right? That's an easy one. Just take on e4.
Yeah, just take the
That's
pawn.
the minimum, right? You grab this and you prepare bishop e5. Still have ideas of bishop h6 on the board.
Oh man, bishop h6 is a moment away from happening. Hikaru in the zone there. You see, he's thinking very deep. He's looking at the king side of the board too as well. Everything's darting over there. Calculation over everything. Look at him calculating. COE. And he's getting his COE in right now. And we're up time. You build that huge time edge so that you can use it. And you can do a 20-minute thing and still be up time.
Right, exactly. So we were saying this is the moment to do it. I wonder if he's mostly looking at rook e1, or do you think he might be considering some other options here?
He definitely is always considering other options. I think me and Bach looked at that, even Christian as well. When I was doing commentary, we like, oh, it's this. But then he'll make another move and then play that move. Sometimes he's like a move off or something like that too. But rook e1 definitely is an easy candidate move, but he may not choose it due to other candidate moves too as well. Like, I mean, maybe bishop a5, bishop e5, maybe queen h4. Oh, that hits c3 again. I forgot. Queen takes c3 is a big. Yeah, so you're kind of limited.
That's true. You know, you might be thinking, hey, queen h4, that looks nice. Wait a minute, queen c3, not too easy. Bishop e5, do I got something here? Yeah, wait a minute, f6, right? You're still going to calculate, right? Just to make sure you know, if you're not missing any tactics. But, you know, conceptually speaking, right, once you see this move rook e1, it's like, hey, get the last piece developed. That makes a lot of sense, right? And then, of course, that makes it possible to go for. By the way, one thing that I'm also thinking about is kind of funny is that after rook e1, right, some players might be thinking, hey, can't I defend this pawn? What if I just move my bishop, right? Like, what if I put on, let's say c4, just like, for example, and then you get hit with bishop h6, and all of a sudden the rook on d6, right? There it is. It's going to be mate, exactly. Same thing, I think, after bishop to f5. It's not force mate, but I was thinking you could also do this because at the very least, if takes, I'm going to have some queen h4 and, you know, or rook h7, king takes queen h4, and I'm going to pick up all the pawns in the position.
Everything's gone.
Yeah, I think that's why h6 was such a major error from Fabiano, because now he's vulnerable to all these tactics.
Yeah, I mean, after you do process of elimination here, the process of elimination with calculation, that's what they forget to put on the end. You have to calculate and do process of elimination here. And that's what he's doing. He's taking his time and, okay, not this line. Nope, let's go. Let's think, you know, 5, 6, 7 moves, 10 moves down the line. Does that work? Nope, that doesn't work. Try this one. Nope, that doesn't work. And he's going to find one that actually does, because he understands this is a very critical moment here. Rook e7 on the board, and he's looking. Let's see where his eyes are darting to. He's looking at both sides. That was a calculation of both sides of the board. Yeah, so I think he's going to find it. I'm confident. Chat, what do you think? Do you think he's going to find it, chat? What do you think?
Let's look at the chat. Let's see. What are we seeing here, James? You seeing anything?
I'm seeing, yes, sir. He's going to find it, hopefully. I think he plays queen e3. No, he will find it. Trust me. Don't know that draw. He's going to find it. He has to find it, says Luke. He has to. You have no other choice, Hikaru.
Well, you know, the thing is, right? The simple idea is you take on e4. If you can't protect it, I take the pawn. If you can't go queen you can't go queen a4 because queen h4. Again, it's a little easier working backwards, right? But once you see it, it's kind of like it's the most obvious move there is. But saying that, we got to let him work. We got to let him figure it out.
We got to let him work.
Look at all the candidate moves.
Let him rook. You see that? I see it I see Nakamura has a fan there on the chat or on the stream there. Got Farouja up there holding up the Nakamura sign.
Oh yeah. So why is Farouja such a big fan of Naka all of a sudden? Any ideas, James?
Go Naka, please lose, bro. Please lose, bro. So I can.
I think at this point, he's thinking, please win, because he's thinking, look, wait a second, he's got so much rating on me. Forget it. Go, you know, the rating spot is out of reach. But if he wins the Grand Swiss, then now we're talking. Because if Naka gets the top 2 spots, Farouja's going to get that rating spot.
That'd be
He's
nice.
really the next height. So there's maybe no bigger fan of Naka right now than Alireza Farouj. If we see him walking in the background, we'll know what's up.
Go, bro, go. Yeah, I actually saw him earlier, believe it or not. I saw him earlier with the hoodie on.
I do believe it.
Hoodie.
I do believe it. We might be seeing him a couple more times, especially after Rookie 1's on the board.
Very nice.
Look at Hikaru. He's look
locked
at
in.
He is locked in. He's looking very serious.
Locked in, chat.
By the way, I don't know if this was their most recent game. I think it was. But Hikaru played Fabiano the last round of Norway chess. Perhaps they've certainly played online since then, but I don't know if they faced each other over the board. And that was the tournament where Fabi was in first place. He was having a great event. Hikaru was in second, half point behind. And in the final round with the white pieces, Hikaru took him down. There was an opening mishap there for Fabiano. He mixed up his move order. He just got instantly a losing position. And now we're seeing it's move 19, and it's +4 if Hikaru plays Rookie 1. Maybe we see history repeating itself. That's got to be on the player's mind.
Oh, definitely. Especially, I mean, like, when these players have played so much too as well, there's like, well, what do I even play? Like, what do I do about this? What do I do about it? You're just feeling you feel emotions. More emotions are tied to these type of games when you've played a player so many times. And even knowing the record, like, okay, yeah, classical is different, but like, you know, you still think about them losses. Like, bro, you know how much you're down to a player. Like, you're not like 26-60 in rapid, you know, at this level too, you know, like, hey, all right, cool. You got me there, bro. You got me there. But you do think about that. And in positions where you may be worse, sometimes it's hard to keep those emotions out, even though you have to for your psychological from a psychological standpoint, but also like for your own main focus so that you can win this game or at least focus on the game. So those emotions can definitely creep in.
No, that's for sure. You know, it's hard to keep those out for anyone. Even if those are not, you know, like classic games, you're still like, this guy really, he's been cooking me, you know, that's in the back of your mind.
Right,
and it plays a psychological role. And of course, everyone knows how strong, you know, Hikaru is in all these formats. And he's beaten all the players in the world, any format, but especially, you know, in these online, you know, blitz rapid formats. I think that does actually play, you know, put a bit of pressure on them when they're playing him. Even if it's not the same format, you still know this guy is beating you. This guy maybe has even adopted you, you know, and that's got to be putting a bit of, you know, that psychological strain while you're playing the game, puts that fear in you, and as you're trying to play your best moves.
That's exactly right. As Hikaru is thinking about playing his best moves, guys. So we are waiting to see what he's going to play.
Waiting to see Rookie 1.
Rookie 1.
So what other moves? Let's look at this. We know this is the best move, but let's try to figure out, you know, some ways the game could go here. We've already refuted Queen A4. That is just not going to cut it because of this wonderful Bishop H6 tactic. And all of a sudden, the Black King is very, very vulnerable in the corner. We know that if you just try to develop your rook, that's a very, very natural idea. But Rook E4, right? Very nice and simple. And again, you still have to deal with these tactical sequences with my Dark Square Bishop. And I still keep your queen completely locked out as I protect both of these A4 and C3 pawns. We also know that if you move this bishop, you open yourself up to Bishop H6 and Rook H6. I'm running out of candidate moves for black here.
I definitely am as well. I mean, this is really rough for him to fit. King A7, right? King A7, maybe Rook takes C4 and then, you know, grind.
I mean, the Rook is in the game, right? This is huge because now you gain even more attacking possibilities and the pawn. And I really, you know, we've kind of mentioned this many times, but I'm starting to, you know, understand more and more how dubious this queen is. And, oh, we have a move, but
we have a move.
It's Queen E3.
Oh, and that was like rare in the
E3.
Chat. Some people was like Queen E3, Queen E3, Queen E3, yeah, Queen E3. And you know, the flex and walk away move too as well. Like, yeah, that's the best move in the position. You know what I mean? But that's how you're supposed to be too as well. Even Magnus says, even if your position is absolute garbage, you need to have confidence in it. So, you know, Queen E3 is that was like move number 2 probably besides Rook E1. Rook E1 and Queen E3 were big options.
Yeah. That's a good move, but it is, you know, not Rook E1. Of course, when we're sitting at home, we got the eval bars on. You know, it's a lot easier to play. They don't, you know, if you told Hikaru, hey, it's +4, he's gonna find it, right? But here he plays Queen E3, still a strong move. He's putting pressure on C5 and H6. Unfortunately, he does miss Rook E1 here, which, according to the engine, was a decisive advantage, simply because there's almost no way to stop this Rook E4 idea and just winning a pawn and, more importantly, activating the rook. But we get Queen E3 on the board. He still puts a lot of pressure on Fabi's position. perhaps there's going to be a further moment where he can try to bring the rook in through B1 or D1. And yeah, at the present, he's just increasing the pressure on all these pawns.
I like it. Bishop takes H6 is definitely a thing. Maybe he's trying to do a different move order. Rook E1 can be next. Yeah, he also is threatening Queen E4 right now, though. So it's kind of like hard not to be able to play this move. I do understand there's like Queen E4 and then Bishop E5 if Queen C3 in some cases. Rook E1 looks good too as well, followed by Bishop H6 takes and Rook E3. Very solid stuff. He's still making it happen.
Yeah, still for sure an excellent move. And you know, he keeps all the advantage of his position, and he's also keeps the time advantage. So again, and the good news is for Hikaru, he doesn't know that Rook E1 was some superstar move, right? He's thinking, hey, I got Queen E3, I got a lot of pressure, I'm still cooking, and you got no negative thoughts in mind, right?
Right.
As long as you know, no one whispers in his ear, hey, you know, you have
Hey,
Rook
you
E1.
were +4, bro. You know you have Rook E1, right?
And then we're gonna escort that person out of the building.
Right.
In jail.
You are out of the tournament. 100%. Yes, and here I think he chose more of the less risk route. Now, of course, Rook E1 is not risky due to calculation, but it feels that way because there's a pawn hanging and like you're relying on this combination to work with Bishop takes H6, Queen H4. You know, it's just lots of things to think about. But he said, hey, Queen E3, solid move. I'm not risking anything. I'm attacking some things still. And now we leave the move on to you now. Fabi could play. What's wrong with King H? Oh, shoot. King H7 blunders.
King H7 dropping a little bit of a rook. Yeah.
Yikes. So he just stops it immediately. So Bishop takes H6 is very likely a move. So if you're thinking from a practical standpoint, shoot, what do? Do you just let him take it? I mean, I guess you kind of have to. You can't even defend it.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely an idea, but we are missing the second rook, right? Because, for example, let's go through the same line, rook E8. That was just not really working in the other position. Well, now if you make the sacrifice, right, you're really missing this tempo, right? We can see why it was so important to have this rook on E1. Because here, if you get to play rook E3, it's just lights out. Here, it's a little bit slow, right? You can, I mean, I guess you could still try it, but it feels like this queen is about to maybe jump into the game. Although, no, not really, because rook E3,
rook E3
this doesn't save you. So you have this bishop F5, and you're just in time to try to get back to, you maybe have rook E6 as well to try to cover. Still dangerous for black, especially with this queen out of the game. But we can see why rook E1 was, so powerful, because you just need that little extra, push for the attack to succeed. Of course, a rook is not a little piece, it's one of the strongest pieces on the board. But maybe the attack is just going to be a little bit shorter. But after rook e8, he doesn't have to sack, right? He can maybe try to put some pressure here. Rook c6, which was another idea behind queen e3. And if you pick up this pawn, you'll have an extra pawn here. You'll also have this outpost. So it's going to be more of a technical advantage as opposed to maybe a tactical sequence.
Looks good. Oh, there's even like queen h6. I forgot about that whole idea. Like if you let bishop e5 happen, queen takes h6 is like, something that a tactic that people miss all the time due to the pin on the g7 pawn. So that's going to be fun to see.
That's right. There are still these tactics in the position on the king side. And yeah. All right. Well, Fabi, he is back in thought here, and he still has an unpleasant position. So let's see what he's going to do here. Again, it can't be fun playing this when you're just like perpetually worse, right? Where you're constantly under pressure. See, you know what they say, in a bad position, every move is bad, right? It feels like no matter what you do, the evaluation is still not changing. You're still in a tough spot. So it can be very difficult to come up with moves. I do expect, a move maybe like a rook e8, but at the same time, right, you always got to watch out for these bishop to h6 ideas. Even, we obviously looked at it, we analyzed it, and it seems like, oh, okay, rook e8, maybe you're all good. Maybe you're able to survive this. You're just in time with bishop f5. But when you're playing it over the board, it's scary. It looks like one wrong move and you can lose. And of course, white never risks anything, right? You could always go queen, for example, to g5 check. And, this is just going to be potentially a perpetual on the king. So white has no risk, and black, Fabiano here, needs to constantly be alert against these sacrifices.
Yeah, that's the scary part, because one miscalculation or one move that you thought you had is not there anymore. And then again, you're just eating up time. I mean, okay, 45 minutes here to make 21 moves for him to actually get more time. It's going to be a lot.
Yeah, now we can't start talking about time trouble, because, we were on move 16, when both players had plenty of time to clock. Of course, Hikaru still has lots and lots of time. But now Fabiano's at the point where you basically have 2 minutes per move, right? A little more than 2 minutes. And you're going to have some decisions, maybe like this one, where you don't need 2 minutes. We need 10. You need 20, right? Because you're going to be having to calculate so many different opportunities and sacrifices. So yeah, there's the time gets lower. Position still remains unpleasant. It could add up for a blunder for black.
No, I can definitely see that happening. The time and the pressure will definitely mount up and maybe be too much for Fabiano. Let's see what happens, chat. Let's get some energy. Let's get some spam. Let me spam. Let me get my spam right here.
You gonna get your flower
Let me
going?
get my spam going. Get my spam going in there. Just to put some good vibes in the air. See if Hikaru catches some of those good vibes.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
There we go.
Spam the flower. So yeah, this is good because it's Fabiano's move, right? So as you're spamming this flower to give Hikaru more power, he is amassing it. So that when it's his move, he can release the energy blast of good moves.
Release the Kraken, like send me your power, the spirit bomb.
Exactly, that's
send
what I was
me
thinking.
Your energy, right? Send me
people
the
of
energy.
Take people of Earth,
Hikaru, take my
put
energy.
your hands in the sky. Exactly. To defeat Fabiano Boo, yeah, Fabi Boo.
Fabi Boo.
All right, we got a nice little look. Look at Fabi on the face. He looks a little sad. What do you think?
Yeah, he definitely sad. Does. You can tell. You can tell. Like, he's like, oh, come on, playing so well. They pair me with Hikaru. Like, start talking to yourself and like start talking about everything but chess. I've been there. Yeah, man. Why did I eat that today? Man, why did I? Man, why are you looking at me like that, bro? He's not even looking at you. Like, it's just.
By the way, do you know what Fabiano's current live rating is? Live rating on the 2700 chess live tracker?
2795.
2800.0.
Oh, that's what it is?
Dot. He's on the dot right dots. Now. Yeah. So
sucks.
I don't think he's gonna hold it after this game. I think he's
draw. Yeah, you're gonna go
even draw, down. Exactly. Even a draw
send him back down.
Yeah. That's what happens when you're so high rated, right? I'm playing 2780. Okay, a draw? Nah.
No, you're going down. No, you better beat him. Bro, what do you mean? Beat him, bro. Yeah. What? 27.8? Come on, relax.
Give me those 0.2 rating points.
Nope, I need nope.
Yeah.
You're going down. You should have beat him.
And I think Hikaru's like 2784. Obviously, and Farouj is like 2768 with maybe a point or two off, but I think that's pretty close. So yeah, if Hikaru actually, if he's going to be converting this position, he's going to be making his march to the 2800 club, and that would be awesome to see. People have been talking about, hey, we only got Magnus in the 2800 club. What if all of a sudden we get a bunch more of those guys coming in? Fabi, Hikaru, Ding,
yeah, maybe,
if he plays. Exactly. If he starts battling, right. that would be great to see, right? Because I feel like we used to have all these 2800 players, and people talking about rating deflation, inflation. I don't even stagflation, whatever is going on with the ratings, but whatever's happening, we don't have that many 2800 players.
Right, and it is starting to come back. I think there's a lot of potential now to get back to 2800 for all of these players, due to there being more 2700s. So lots of them. And you'll be able to eat some of these points up, but you got to win the games and like try not to lose.
Win.
Obviously, you got to win, and you got to draw. Obviously, win, draw, not lose, not lose, not lose, not lose.
All right, so here we see Fabi still deep in thought. He's down 40 minutes of the clock. He's got a worse position. Despite Hikaru not playing the rookie one, he still has excellent control of the game. Let's maybe have a look. I saw someone in the chat saying, hey, Esipenko, we were, or at least I was really impressed by Maksudlu's play, but someone says, hey, Esipenko, he's got a pretty good advantage. So let's check that out, because that game looked like it was also heating up. And let's catch up just a little bit, because when we left, we saw this move G5, fire on board. Bishop goes to C1, and now Maksudlu plays Queen C7. So he's thinking, hey, it's time to get this pawn back. And, first glance, I'm thinking he's going to go knight e5. He's going to go knight g4. He's going to go like bishop a6. It looks like black is super duper active. But knight a4 is a really nice move, I think, from Esipenko, because this bishop is really strong, right? So getting rid of that bishop, you really neutralize a lot of counterplay. And that's what we get. We get queen takes, knight takes, knight takes. And all of a sudden, we just have the bishop pair for white. Maybe something like bishop e3 and bishop d4 is coming for Esipenko. And this h6 g5, it looks super aggressive, looks super, looked like a great idea, but maybe you're going to live to regret it.
Yeah, this is the problem. Sometimes you play too aggressively in the in against the Catalan here, but also the Catalan can be even aggressive in certain points. I do like this F4 move coming. G5 is a weakness, so the F4 looks great. Look at this chat. It's just spamming marijuana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fabi Caruana. Chat always comes up with stuff. So F4 is looking good. You want to break that up on the king side with G5, stuff like that. And I love
But
that
even
bishop E3, bishop
but check
D4
this out.
move.
What if we play F4 is very aggressive at the right moment? Maybe we even get a little checkmate attack going. But what about like even bishop E3, rook C1? This configuration might
Oof.
be a bit soft, right? You might just be
Yeah.
dropping something over there.
Might just be just strategically or objectively just way better. Bishop E3, bishop D4, rook C1. I mean, easy moves. The easy moves here.
Easy moves, easy
And
money.
this
Yeah.
should be
And
great.
this
Easy
is
moves, easy money.
not helping black at all. So maybe Andrei Sapenko, who's currently actually in first place on tiebreaks because they do have the top 6 players tied with 6.5 out of 9. Well, how are you going to divide them up? Well, I actually like what they do here. James, I don't know if you've ever played in tournaments. I mean, I know you have, maybe not, but I meant to say recently where they're using tiebreaks, and somehow you never know how they work. It's like
No, the
bugles,
tiebreaks,
like
yeah.
what's going on? What's going on? Like you take my opponent's total score, you divide it by 2, and then you add 7. Like what's going on there, right?
Yeah, I
Like
never understand those now because I'm playing tournaments where like tie breaks don't matter. Like I'm just
they don't
trying to
matter. You
norms.
just
I'm
need the
going for norms.
norms.
That's it, just norms. But so tie breaks, I'm like, what is that? Like
But
there's a
but
lot of
but
stuff going on
here,
there.
I think the tie breaks make a lot of sense. They're simple. The tie breaks is performance rating. So it's like, hey,
Oh,
we're all on the same score, but you have 100 points higher than me. You've been playing better. You deserve it. I think that
oh
makes a lot of
wow.
sense.
Yeah, that's tough, but it makes a lot of sense though, because I play stronger players, and a lot of times it's just about who you played, who you got paired with, and how did you do, right? And there's kind of nothing you can do about that because it's how it goes. But yeah, tie breaks are sometimes it hurts, and sometimes it's really good depending on how well you played.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's nothing. Actually, I'll tell you a really quick story. I had a student that I traveled with. This was like maybe like 6 years ago, and this was the North American, so USA, Canada, Mexico, under 18 girls championship. And my student, she actually she tied for first. It was a two-way tie for first, and they looked at the first time, and that was the same. Then they looked at the second time, and that was the same. Then they looked at the third time, and that was the exact same. I think it came down to the fourth or fifth tiebreak, and that tiebreak was age. How old are
Oh
you?
my goodness.
Just
What?
that was the
Age?
time. It was
They
just
just
age.
making stuff up.
I've never seen that. It was age, and my
They just
student, she was
making stuff
actually
up.
14, and she won this under 18. But her, the other girl, she was 13. So they were both very
Oh
young. They were
my
both playing up.
goodness.
And then the other girl was, but at the end of it, I was like, age? I've never seen that.
I
So
ain't
some of
never
these
seen
get
that one.
pretty random.
They're
Yeah.
gonna start doing color. You're like, hey, pick a number between 1 through 5.
Yeah.
4.
Seven.
No, you
Oh,
lost.
that's not even legal.
Yep, you're out.
Yeah.
First place to you, buddy. What the heck are y'all doing?
Yeah. But performance rating, I think that's fair. That's a fair metric, not random. And what I was going to say is Andrei Sapenko right now, I think he's 28-49 performance. If the tournament was to end right now, another fireworks display. Okay, the tournament's over. We're canceling the last 2 rounds. He would actually be getting one of those spots.
That's
But
crazy.
we'll see. Still got plenty of games to play.
Tie breaks are a thing, guys. Man, I mean, because you have to break the tie, I guess. They got the tie breaks where you have to play them out type thing. But that is kind of annoying because, like, if you made it that far, you did do well, and then you lose in the tie break because there's pressure there. So they do have some like that, but maybe they'll come with something a little bit better next time.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we won't even need tiebreaks. Just boom,
Right.
first, second, easy.
That's it.
All right, so here let's leave these guys alone for now. Fabi's still thinking. We're keeping an eye on that, but it looks like Esipenko's got a really nice position with the bishop pair. And let's go back to the nine. We got 9-or expert Canty in the house, so you can help. And I'm the bishop b5 expert, so we can tackle this from all angles.
Right.
And we got a couple moves since we last left. Literally a couple. We have knight to d2, bishop c6, b4. So pretty nice. I like this move. Maybe gaining some space. Now we have knight e6 and knight b3.
Well, I mean, this is a nice position, but we definitely got to go back to that.
We got to go back. I've seen we got
the chat just
chat.
like you can't even breathe because the chat just Blunder! Oh my goodness! Blunder! What is he doing with his life? Knock the pieces off the board. Rook c8.
Rook c8. I mean, we do. This is, to be fair, we are with the chat of this one. This is the game to watch. This is board one. Hikaru versus Fabiano, 4 first, the highest rated players, and we got fire on the board here.
Okay, so why? Let's think about this. What is the move? What is the move here? What is the move? You always want to try to figure this out without engine help, chat. So, what is the move? I do not know. Why is it so bad?
So what is Fabi trying to? I guess he's just trying to overprotect the C5 pawn, right?
Defend
He's maybe
everything,
worried
yeah.
about this threat. Okay, so candidate moves. Candidate. I'm always looking at the sack at H6, by the way.
Yeah.
Can I sack now?
Let's see. Sack first, think later, baby. Come on, grandfather.
Let's put on the board. Let's just sack it. What happens? You take, I take.
Hit him, split him.
King G8. So what if I do the same thing? I tried this rookie one idea earlier. What if I just go for that again?
It just works. Wow, that is unbelievable.
So what's the difference? Because it wasn't working with the rook at e8. So maybe there. Let's check this out, because we thought maybe there was some bishop at five,
right?
Now we go here. You know what? I don't think you have rook e6. Maybe that was the key thing. With the rooks doubled, you would have rook e6 to cover. Now this is nothing, right? Now you just get destroyed. Take it and rook g3. Yeah, I don't think so. We're coming.
Oh, and just you just take it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Hold on. So this bishop sacrifice, this looks like a problem for black. If you capture it, even the slow roll with rook e1 gets the job done.
Yeah, this is bad. This is very bad. This is very bad. Chat says not best though. What is
not best? Yeah, apparently not best.
Bishop e5 is +4.
They don't have to take. That's the thing. It's not checkers. Chess not checkers. You know what they say, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So okay, this is still very good for white, but not the best. It does win a clean pawn, but black doesn't have to take. But what do we say? Bishop e5. This is apparently the best move.
Bishop e5 is better. So obviously f6 is coming.
I take?
That's probably what that's about. Oh my goodness, takes. Okay, queen takes, but then king g8.
Let's look. So
yeah,
boom.
definitely got to check it.
Got to check it. You got to take, right? You can't just. You're getting destroyed. You got to take it.
Right.
Now let's take it with check.
So there is no blocking with the rook. King g8 is obvious.
Yeah, you block with the rook. You get. You drop. You drop the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get hit with the hook. I like that. There you go.
Yeah, block with the rook. You get hit with the hook. 100%.
So rook g8.
King g8. I mean
king g8. Excuse me.
King g8.
So and take here.
Yeah, I guess you just take it because I'm like, what do we? I mean, there's no rook e1 yet. So wow, just better.
So this looks good.
We already have. You remember that game I beat? You was there when I beat my first GM. Alex was there. This is memory. My first GM OTP.
Yeah, Grandmaster Nicaragua, right?
Correct. I was in your tournament.
It was my backyard.
Yeah. I was at your tournament there, and this is like similar where I sack the pieces to get the attack, and that's nice. You get the rook lift and stuff like that. It's very good.
Oh, look at Hikaru's face. By the way, while we're calculating this,
look at Faruza there. Come on, bro.
Watching. Come on, bro. Watching.
Supreme. He wore that for Hikaru.
And Hikaru, he is the face he's making is the face that he makes when he's like, bro, you just blundered? Well, wait. Let's go through this slide again.
Let me see if Faruza making any facial expression. Oh, it froze there. Dang. We got a freeze.
Oh, the little collision.
On the screen.
Someone bumped into him.
Oh, he's like, hey, bro. Yeah, it's okay. Sorry.
Hikaru looks pretty confused as
look at him looking on that side of the board. He's answering.
But wait a second. But is he going to take an h6 or is he going to play bishop e5?
He's going to take on h6. You can tell from the body language. He's going to take on h6. He does take
an h6. He does take an h6. Okay.
I'm telling you,
this move
body language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You saw the elbow? You saw the elbow again?
I saw the whole direction of like his body was that way. Like he looked like he was a bishop. You know what I mean? Like he looked like a bishop the way he was looking at the side of the, like that side of the board. And then he did bishop takes h6.
Bishop h6. And okay, so this is still a very powerful move. So Fabiano cannot take it. He cannot take the bishop because, as we saw, for example, one of the wins is just the simple rook e1. Simple rook e1. Apparently not the only win. There's also queen g5 here. And this doesn't win material on the spot. But you have this beautiful queen f6. And now you're threatening rook takes e6, followed by queen h8 check, as well as queen h8 checkmate on top of that. So, yeah, this is quite nice. But apparently bishop e5, as our chat was telling us, this was even stronger. But let's finish this line, because I wasn't completely sure where the win was. It looked really bad, of course, for Fabiano. And apparently here, not queen f6, but just rook a d1, which is not all that obvious.
Hey, look at the cam. Like, it's bad when everybody looking at you. How do you feel on that? When you're getting knocked out, he's swinging on you, hitting you with it, landing the left hook, the right hook, you just getting rattled, knees is buckling, and everybody watching, right? That is the worst feeling for me. I hate that. I'm like, bro, go watch, your game is going on. Go play your game. Don't watch mine. You know,
But
that because it
but
hurts. It
James,
definitely hurts.
what if you're the one who's wailing on him and you got the knockout punches? You want him to come watch
I
that?
want everybody to watch.
So
I'm like,
don't
oh,
so
please come watch my game, guys. Come watch my
so,
game. Like,
so it sometimes to get that moment we got to sacrifice a bit, right? Got
you're
to
right.
sacrifice a bit of that ego so you can win back some of the pride.
Yeah,
I don't know,
that's exactly
something
right.
like that.
Oh man, it's so annoying because it was like 7 people watching the game, and even Spetasev made a face like, "Ooh," he made that face like, "Dang, really?" So you everybody watching, and you just kind of tune that out. I'm gonna just put my hands over my head and act like I can't see you guys because it's hurt. It hurts. You got the psych part. Bishop takes H6. You're going through it right now. You're going through it.
You are going through it, but he does play f6 very quickly, right? So Fabiano, he didn't necessarily miss this bishop takes h6 move. Maybe he anticipated, but he thought, hey, I give you this pawn and I play f6. But we got sirens in the chat.
Bro,
it's like Bolunder in the chat.
It's like a squad. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people over there. It was like 5 people behind 5. Hey, man, look. Hey, back up. I need some room, guys. Can you give me some room?
Can you? How many of these players can you name? Oh, we have 4. They're leaving.
Okay, there's Jeffrey. I see Nihal behind there. There was Bascaron the Beast. I'm not sure who the lady is there.
The ladies, I think that's Divya Desmukh from India, International Master 2400. So we got I think we got MVL. He's making his way over.
I see
He's like, hey, wait a minute. Where's that Bishop on H6? What's going on there?
Fedoseyev passed by.
Save. Yeah, he's not really looking though. He's like, all right, I've seen enough. And okay, F6. Let's turn to the board again here after this move F6. So now, okay, this is logical to put pawns in dark squares. You also increase the 7th rank defense. But now Queen E4, grab the pawn.
Okay,
put
pawn
pressure on E6.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Shoot, I'm up 2. I'm up a 2-piece, Alex. Just a 2-piece spicy. Thanks for the 2 pawns.
And you guys zero discoveries because your rook's not protected. So we can see this rook C8. The rook's got to be an E8, right?
Yeah, rook
And
E8.
if he plays rook E8 now, it might be a little late. Well, apparently Queen G6. Look at this. Everything's collapsing.
Oh,
Bishop G7 is a threat because of the E8 rook. If you take an H6, I'm just gobble, gobble, gobble.
Take those.
Take that again.
Take the other one.
Another check, right? Can't block because of the rook.
Man.
You got to keep moving no matter where you go. I gave you another check. And at this point already, the king is wide open. We can even play rook E1. Just slow roll them for the kill.
Wow. Well, this would put him in clear first for now.
For now, and maybe forever.
Yes, forever. Yeah, exactly. That's a big win, beating Fabi. Here it is. He's about to make a move. Okay, so what was that? Let me see body language. Yeah, I'm like, he hit that boy. Okay, let me see that again. I gotta see that again. I gotta see that hand movement. Let me see what he's looking at.
Yeah, he's looking at the ceiling. But look, Hikaru, he knows he's cooking here.
Working up. Let him rook, chat. Let him rook. Oh, he's like, yeah, let me wait. He looks like a rook now. Lousy. Yeah, he did look like a bishop. When he played bishop takes h6, he looked like a bishop. You could tell. And so here, we're going to see what he plays here.
Where his eyes looking, James? They're
his
darting
eyes
all
are
over the
looking
board.
from left to right. And then now, yeah, he's looking at everything there. So that's kind of scary because like he looked left to right, and then now he's back in, and then he closes his eyes. Mostly
double checking,
right,
triple checking.
Yeah.
But yeah, this Queen E4 move looks quite strong, right? You just pick up a second pawn with the strike. But the key thing here, I think, because again, the first thing I would think about for black was, okay, let me protect the bishop, right? Rook E8. Maybe now I can hope to get some kind of discovery. But here, it's not the only move, but it's really, really lethal, this Queen G6 idea, because again, you're putting tremendous pressure on the king side and this rook at E8. So what else maybe could Fabi do here? There's Queen C3, right? We've talked about this move as well, that you don't want to release this queen, and now it comes out with tempo. Now we get rook E1, right? So maybe there's not, easy move just to put pressure here. It's still defended. What about now? Rook E8 here?
Rook E3?
We don't have this move. Yeah, rook E3 looks tempting. Try to get this in. But then there's this check, right? Maybe we're not in time. This looks a little spicy. I don't know. King H6. Could this bishop move somewhere? Because now the rook's protected, right? Oh, he's making... Oh, I think he's going for the pawn, James.
Yeah, that's a queen. He hovered the queen. He hovered over the queen there.
You think he's hovering the queen or the pawn, right? Because I think maybe... there you go.
Yeah, that's a queen. That's a queen hover.
Yeah. Queen hover. But he grabbed the pawn first, right? Because he knew he was going to take it. So you're not afraid of any touch move. You touch the pawn, you know you're going to grab it. And he gets up. Giga Chad.
Yeah, they get good chat. I do that too, though. Like I feel good. I mean, I always walk around too, but especially when you like winning or like I'm moving fast and I'm in theory, I like to put that psych pressure on my opponent. Love doing that. So queen takes, and walks away. Drop the mic. Your move.
So I think let's look at this line again, right? Because queen c3, rook e1, right? This makes a lot of sense. Just bring the queen in, right? We're tired of having it all the way inside of the board.
Right.
I don't know if rook e1 is the only move, but it seems logical just to keep it protected and attacking e6. And then here, there's actually a very calm move here. Very calm. Just bishop d2.
Calm.
It's just calm. Hey, I don't want my bishop hanging. I don't want my rook hanging. So you bring it back. You're up one pawn.
Oh, you have
well, can't take it just yet, right? Because of rook e6.
Right.
But I think you're just happy with the extra pawn and with the more active pieces.
And chill.
So this is maybe Fabi's best. But it doesn't look so good.
Yeah, this is not good. This doesn't look good at all. But we're feeling good. From the white side here, never thought this would even happen from the opening that we had here. But I think Hikaru is one of the greatest at making weird things happen on the board. Every game so far has been some type of deviation from mainline theory, make you think, and then pressure you when you make a blunder or when you make mistakes. It's a very nice strategy I think he's been using every single round. I don't think I've seen anything mainline this entire time of him playing, which is really nice. I think what was yesterday's game? I actually I didn't. I had to go. I was actually watching briefly. I know it was a Petrov with Sheparino, but I don't remember if it was mainline or not.
No, and actually in Hikaru's recap, I'll go through the opening real briefly here. Hikaru mentioned, hey, Sheparino, if he plays the Petrov, that's not an opening that he usually plays. So he's like, how do I get this guy out of book? So Hikaru plays this move c4 here. There's d4, there's knight d3. So he played d4, and he was like saying, I'm trying to get him out of book early because he's playing this opening. Obviously, it's some kind of very specific preparation. Why don't I throw something at him that maybe he wouldn't have looked at? And eventually, it did work out well for him.
I like that.
But one thing I want to say is that I saw a lot of comments, different, social media, different whatever, before this game, last night or this morning, and so many people were like, "This game is just going to be a snooze fest. It's just going to be a draw." Obviously, it's just going to be. So many people were saying it's because they were like, Fabi, he's good with the draw, which is fair. He's playing black, and he's going to get white tomorrow, so it does make sense that he would be okay with the draw. But I was like, why would Hikaru, he's going to try. Like, why not, right? He's got the white pieces. He can win the tournament. I don't see why he would just, go all in for the draw when, you can pose a little bit of problems. And then, okay, if your opponent solves them, all right, fine, we'll take the draw. But I think he's trying to win the tournament.
Last one. I think they said this is the last tournament of the year too, right? Something like that.
Exactly. So you want to end with a bang,
Right. You want to end it. If the last tournament of the year, you trying to go crazy. Like, hey, I'm about to go crazy here. This is why I've learned, talking to some very strong players. I had a Russian coach I was working with, but he was like, yeah, what we do is we take breaks in between. We study 3-4 months at a time. Then we go play a string of tournaments, and then we do it again to stay in the lab and stay fresh and work, because it's not as good to play every single month like that because you're under so much pressure. Obviously, you have to change things and et cetera, and you can lose rating a lot by playing so frequently, believe it or not. So I've been seeing a lot of success with that by actually implementing that rule of just playing, playing here, playing there, where Hikaru is playing a lot, but he also is taking breaks in between. This is last tournament of the year, so it's going to be fresh going into the new year, playing some new tournaments, wherever that is, wherever he may play. So it's really good to see. Why not go out with a bang here? Last tournament of the year, I got to take out Fabi.
Exactly. And this is actually Hikaru's second tournament in a row. He just played the Qatar Masters right before this. Many of the players in the tournament did as well. I think that was a real savvy move on Hikaru's part. Not only is he playing a strong event, but I think it was a really good warm-up, right? He warmed up, and now he's ready for the most serious event. Another thing is that although Qatar and Isle of Man, I think they're quite far apart, I think time zone-wise, it's only 1 or 2 hours. So that's really important, right? You're traveling, across the Atlantic. You gotta, adjust to the time zone, adjust to the new schedule.
What's the time over there right now, Alex?
I think they're 4 hours ahead of us. So
you Eastern too, right?
Or ahead of me, I should say, because I'm on the East Coast. So
you're on the East Coast. Yeah, I mean,
5 hours ahead
I think
we're
the same. It's like, is it 12:43 over there?
It's 12:43 here. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're 5 hours ahead of us. Okay.
5 hours ahead of you. So yeah, they're grinding it out. And then when I was in Qatar, I think it was 7 hours ahead. So yeah, just a 2 hour time difference. So not too crazy, right, for Hikaru.
Right.
And but we see Fabi's in thought here. He is down. Hikaru has maintained this massive time advantage all game. And it's not quite, we saw some variations, saw some lines earlier where it was like really just dead loss for black. Here, it's it's teetering on that edge, I feel, right? It's not quite completely lost yet, but you are down a pawn with the worst position. So the defense is, if objectively speaking, if Hikaru plays the best moves from here on out, he's going to get a win.
And also, someone in the chat says 31 minutes to make 23 moves in this position. That's going to be a tough one. I'm already saying this is looking like a dub for the Warlord over here, for the big fella. Looks like we're going to take out Fabi today. That's what it looks like. Now, of course, we still have to finish, but it definitely looks like White is on. It's going to cruise this way. And no matter how we get it, we're getting it done by beating Fabi today.
That would be a huge win, of course, for the standings, for the rating, for the hype, for you would name it, right? This is the matchup everyone wants to see, the top two players going at it. And Hikaru came, I mean, he came amazingly well prepared. Fantastic opening choice. Last time when he beat, as I was mentioning, when he beat Fabiano, I remember he gave an interview and he said, yeah, him and his second, Chris Littlejohn, his longtime second, trainer, opening expert. They were like, hey, we noticed like in this particular opening, he's a little shaky. So they really got some stuff cooked up for him where, maybe they really are starting, understanding his repertoire and where you can make him tick a bit more than other spots.
Yes, that is very important. Very important. Try to, know your opponent on and off the board as much as you can.
Exactly. All right. While Fabi is going to be deep in the tank here, figuring out how to survive this position, we are going to go on our first break of the day, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with covering the action for Hikaru Nakamura against Fabiano Caruana in the FIDE Grand Swiss, and we'll see you on the other side of the break. And welcome back, everyone. We are here, me and FIDE Master James Canty, back for Hikaru Nakamura versus Fabiano Caruana. We got a couple moves on the board. We got a 40-minute time advantage, and things are heating up and looking pretty good for Hikaru.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, we're feeling good. We got to look at that 29 minutes for Fabi there. We had 22 moves, and we got a lot of moves left to reach move 40. And White's just in the driver's seat. He's calculating life right now. He's calculating the whole game out as Queen C3 happened when we took our break. And he's still on Queen C3. So he's figuring out where he wants to go and why and how much time is that going to take. So pretty fire.
Exactly. So we have an extra pawn for white, but things are not that simple. Of course, Fabiano here, he's attacking the rook at a1. His bishop at e6 is hanging, but the bishop at h6 is hanging. So you really got to move the rook first. Now, we were talking about the move rook e1. That looked like a natural move to me. Just keep the rook protected and attack the bishop. But it's not the only move. For example, rook to d1 is also worthy of consideration. That way, the queen is a bit more flexible. You don't have to have it babysitting the rook. And it seems like regardless of which move Hikaru chooses here, he's just going to be up a clean extra pawn. Of course, there are going to be some kind of opposite color bishop tendencies, but it feels like, to me, this actually favors white because he can continue attacking on the dark squares. We see these pawns could be a little bit vulnerable in the future. So it seems like Hikaru here will have an extra pawn and a positional advantage and a time advantage, as you pointed out. We still got 18 moves to go before the time control. 29 minutes is not a lot of time for 18 moves at all. So Hikaru here is just trying to be very precise. He's got a lot of tempting moves. There's rook b1, there's rook d1, rook e1, and all of those moves seem completely fine just getting the rook out of the way onto an open file. So he's just kind of trying to figure out, hey, which of these moves is going to be a bit better.
Which is going to take some time, as you have to spend a little bit of time on each move, go down a opening tree of moves here. You just go through the tree, you calculate and evaluate at the end of the calculation. Evaluation after calculation. So you got to figure out what do you want afterwards, how does it look, and then he's going to pick something. But so much time here. We just are now under an hour. But that doesn't mean anything when we're up 30 minutes on the clock.
No, not at all. And this is exactly the position you want to be in, right? Hikaru played the opening with a lot of speed, lots of confidence. And when you build up that speed, of course, you put pressure on your opponent, but more importantly, you keep that time for yourself for moments like this, right? Where there's a lot of moves that look pretty similar, and you got it. Those could be some of the most annoying moves, where it's like, well, this looks good, this looks good, this looks good. Which one really do I play? So let's see. I mean, again, we looked at rook e1. Maybe let's have a look at rook d1 for the moment, just because, we want to try to do a little analysis ourselves. And I'm thinking same thing, right? Rook c8 has to be played to protect the bishop. You can never really take here because your king is just going to be wide open and you're down a pawn. That's no good. So maybe rook to d1, rook c8. And now, again, do we maybe just move this bishop out of the way? What do we try to do here for white?
Yeah, we do have the bishop d2 move. Queen g6 doesn't seem, it doesn't work the same anymore. F4. Maybe bishop d2, maybe.
Yeah, bishop d2 seems pretty simple, right? Just get out of the way with a tempo and keep that extra pawn. I'm wondering if, you were mentioning maybe queen g6. Like, is there a way for us to try to make use of this attack? I don't think queen g6 works here quite yet because this queen is kind of annoying, right? It's defending this f6 pawn, and that rook on the 7th rank is pretty good. I would love to make that move work.
Do you get that siren, Alex, actually? You get that siren once every the first weekend of the month?
The siren the first weekend of the month.
It's like every Saturday on the beginning of the month, they do this siren for like a test to make sure it's not I guess I don't know what, I forgot what they call it thing, but I think it's just like on this side. They do it, and I'm like, bro, what is that? It's just so loud.
Oh, I hear it a little bit now, but it's a little faint. That's what it is. This is life every month.
Every month, once like the first Saturday, siren missing this morning. Yeah, that's how it is. Like it's the first, but it's always on the Saturday in the first week, every month, and they play the siren thing, and I'm like, what is that? Everybody hears it. We do the first Wednesday of each month. Okay. Nice.
Well, we don't have that here. At least maybe I'm just fast asleep, but I don't hear it here in New York. But I'm hopefully
I feel like I should be knocked out. Hopefully, I do hear it.
Knocked out, exactly. But Hopefully that sign keeps you nice and
You need
safe.
to figure out when
time
that
comes
comes,
for it.
Alex. Exactly.
But what
You
is it?
gotta
Is it
figure
like
out.
is it like a weather warning? Or
It's like
just
maybe I think it's some type of emergency or like weather thing, right? With something to go.
blunder siren?
Right.
No,
The blunder siren. Blunders, man. It's a lot of blunders going on. That's crazy over here. This
every month
siren is
like
loud.
clockwork.
Wow.
I see. Well, while Hikaru is thinking here, we're looking at this Rook D1, and I went to do a little research here because I'm seeing the evaluation. I see people in the chat. Apparently, the evaluation here is super duper high for white, and it's because of a pretty beautiful and difficult idea here. We were saying, hey, do you retreat the bishop? Do you maybe try to make some queen g6 work? Well, it turns out you leave it there. You just leave it. You go
Wow.
rook d8.
You can just leave it there.
You just leave it.
That's
You go rook
disrespectful.
d8
That's
on
just
the back
disrespectful.
rank.
Unbelievable. Yeah, you're right. With D8. Sheesh. Okay, so I take
you
it.
take
G6.
I take, and then queen g6.
Wow.
And by eliminating one of your rooks, right? Like if we look at this position here, right? Like imagine we play queen g6 immediately. This is not really working, at least for a win, because the rooks here do a great job of covering the 7th and 8th rank. So it turns out that if you eliminate one of these defenders for black, so rook d8 here, again, let's say you take queen to g6, you can't cover the 7th and 8th rank simultaneously. So either you're going to have to let me in on the back rank, or you're going to have to concede not being able to defend here on the 7th rank. So this is not very obvious. Let's go back to the position we have in the game. So this seems to be the most 3,500 level precise continuation you can play here. First rook d1, and the reason you do that is so you can leave the bishop here to invade on the back rank. So Hikaru, we see him taking his time, but this is a very important move because, again, he can play another move like rook e1 or rook b1, and those moves are really good. They keep a really significant advantage, but rook d1, rook d8 might be just like the knockout blow.
And what happens after rook d1, h6? I'm curious.
Right away. Well, then
right away.
On e6,
we just
right?
take on e6.
We don't even.
Nothing.
Maybe we got some checkmate, but I'm not even
That's
worried
what I
about
was
it. Right?
For. Yeah,
don't even go crazy. Yeah, just
take the piece.
No brilliancy here, but you get the point anyway. You still get the same amount of reading points. You still get the same amount of points in the standings, even if it's not that flashy.
Beautiful. You say the rook elbow. All right, let's check chat. Let's check. Very nice. Chat, look at that. Chat learning something
What's
today.
chat giving us?
They learned about the rook elbow. He's like, no, it's
the rook elbow.
The way he pointing the elbow is laterally 2 times to the north and the winds to the east. Yeah, it's gonna be a rook move.
I'm looking at him. Hikaru's looking at the ceiling, calculating. A little bit of muttering, maybe like, oh, rook d1, rook d8. Like I got some post-game commentary, thinking about, really calculating far ahead.
For the memes.
Let's see. He's thinking. Yeah, I mean, again, he's been spending quite a bit of time in this move, but it's an important one. And we do have rook d1. I'm sorry, we do have rook d1. I'm asleep at the wheel here. I'm thinking he's still thinking about it. And here we get it in the camera. Rook d1.
An elbow.
Extremely precise.
Elbow all the way up, chat. Get your elbow up and bring that.
Wait, James, look at this. We get a snap rook e8 from Fabiano. And can he find rook d8 here? This move is just seems to be decisive because black cannot parry all these invasions. So this is a big moment, right?
That's a head bob. Head bob. Yeah.
Bobbing.
Yeah, bobbing. That is probably the worst thing, right? Triangle elbow. That's exactly piece of dub, right? The worst part of chess here, or the worst place to be, is sitting in front of Hikaru when he's head bobbing. Sitting in front of Hikaru, you have elbow to the back. You got elbow side. Elbow side is left. Elbow this way is right. Elbow front is like, what I mean? I'm about to go forward. So he's about to
So we need an elbow front here because we want him to go forward with rook d8.
He's going rook d8. He's going rook d8.
He's going rook d8.
You could tell.
Okay, let's see.
The look.
I think you're like you're like 5-0 on these predictions just on body language. So I'm gonna leave this to you. So you're calling rook d8 here.
Elbow front. He did the pump fake. There it is, chat. Yeah, he did the pump fake. Elbow front. Rook d8. It's coming.
Pump fake. Get Fabiano jumping a little bit so you can draw the foul.
And one. Rook d8. Rook d8. Oh, rook d8.
Looking. It's
rook d8.
He's definitely got to move in the chamber. He's reached across the board 2-3 times. Oh, wait a minute. Oh,
rook d8.
I'm just watching the camp because I just want to see your streak continue. I want to see you go for the adoption. 10-0 on the elbow meter.
Elbow front, rook d8. Easy.
Rook d8. Just do it.
Ryan,
play it.
We would all have smoke. Rook d8.
So once again, while we wait for Hikaru's move, why is this move so strong? Well, it turns out you can just leave the bishop hanging because of this beautiful queen to g6 resource. So yeah, if you take it now, chop chop, queen g6, overloading black's position. And we also have the second rook trying to slide over on d8. And by the way, not only on d8, there's also on d3 and g3, right? So for example, if you play, I don't know, it's hard to even find a safe square for this rook. Let's say f8, right? So that if it takes king to g8 here. Now at the right moment, we can have some rook d3 idea and rook g3 as well on the board. Looks like most precise is to go check first. I would have thought this right away is fine, but let's just look a little bit. King h8, rook d3, and slowly we're making our way to the checkmate. Okay, Hikaru, he's pump faking again.
Ooh, he's ready. He's gonna play it, chat. He's gonna play it. Yeah, head shake or head bob. He's gonna play it. I feel it.
Look it to the side. But this is one of these things, right? If Hikaru has seen this idea of rook d8 and it's on the board.
It's on the board.
On the board.
Front, rook d8 played. My goodness. This is looking bad for Fabi.
Very bad. And if Hikaru has played rook d8, he for sure has calculated all these queen g6 ideas. So, yeah, again, he spent quite a bit of time on rook d1, so he has foreseen this idea. So it's excellent news for Hikaru and Hikaru fans here that he is going for this line because it means for sure he has seen these consequences. And it looks like it just might be a forced win. Like, again, if you don't take that bishop, I think White's immediate threat is just to play queen g6, right? Attack the rook and start creating these bishop g7 ideas.
And that is it. He heads, look at everybody watching, bro, from afar. I mean, dang. They all watching it happen right here.
We got the viewers back in action. Yeah, there we go. We got
everybody watching.
Yep.
Hans was like, jeez, you see, I was walking like, dang.
Yep, I saw that.
Jeez.
He couldn't believe it.
On the face.
And Hikaru, again, we've seen him pull this maneuver. Make the move, leave the board.
Yeah, he does this all the time. And it really was very nice display here of just chess, period. That was very, very good from Hikaru here. Let's be closing this boy out.
Yeah, and again, what is Fabi going to play here? You know what's a funny idea I just thought of? I was thinking, hey, maybe you could go bishop to f7, so stop queen g6, but then you just get destroyed with queen e7. And using a little tactics. Yeah, I think if not for queen e7, it's not so obvious, right? Because if we trade off the rooks this way, then you're all good here. You attack the queen, you control g6, and you're surviving. But you're not surviving queen e7. So bishop f7 is out of the question. And how can you stop queen g6 otherwise?
Yeah, you just don't.
You can't.
You can't.
So let's look through this line again. This is the key line, right? What if he just snaps the bishop, right? Just let's go through that one more time.
Takes.
So now we takes queen to g6. Big invasion. Nice. So again, the rook's got to go somewhere. You can't protect it.
Maybe f8. Oh, but there's a rook d3 in there.
F8, yes. So
maybe we can go f8. Maybe it's still some
rook d3.
No, I got some checks. Oh, yeah,
get some checks, right?
And then, but I'm forcing you to g3, huh? That's annoying.
Right. If you give me another check, I can block it, and now you're facing two different checkmating threats. So yeah, this actually looks thematic enough. Do the rook lift, and this is actually kind of nice. You can take the pawn here first, but keeping the king in the corner is very effective, right? Because it just can't escape, right? If you take an h6 and you play rook d3, then maybe you give them some chances, right? The king is starting to run out, and we see the eval bar drop all the way down as the king might be escaping here. So this could be a nice little nuance here. Don't even bother taking the pawn. Just bring the rook up, rook g3, and black's king is totally helpless. And by the way, of course, not that this is a worry, but Hikaru has absolutely no risk in any of these positions, even though he's down a piece. He's always got Perpet unlocked. He's not looking for Perpet, but he's always got it. So there's absolutely no risk anymore. And objectively, it looks like he's got it basically in the bag.
And we're up a lot of time, chat. I mean, we're up time, we're up position here, we're up everything. Probably, yeah, you can tell. I just saw there the little grimace there, but I mean, it's not too bad. Like he handles his emotions quite well, but definitely not happy.
No, this has got to sting. He is in first place. He's 2,800. He's undefeated, and all of a sudden you just get bulldozed, right? In this critical round 10 game against one of his biggest rivals. When it comes to the World Championship, the U.S. Championship, all the championships, any championship,
Yeah.
But yeah, this is an excellent find by Hikaru, doubling the rooks and invading on the last rank. And yeah, if we go back just a little bit, right? Obviously, we had a lot of interesting moments in the game here. There was a moment here where the engine was screaming for rookie one, right? And saying, hey, bring that rook in the game, and you're going to have the decisive advantage. Hikaru plays queen e3, which is still an excellent move, but now we see shades of that rookie one move again. Once that final piece is brought into the attack, the game is kind of almost over, right? Again, complete mobilization of the white pieces. And this queen, right, that's kind of been a theme. It's been out of the game, on a5 most of the time. Now it's back in c3, right? So it looks like, hey, I'm getting some defense in, but not enough. You want that queen like on f7 or something, right? Then you could actually talk about defense. On c3, it just doesn't quite get the job done.
Yeah, it just doesn't do anything. I mean, the queen looks great. I mean, it looks like it's doing something, but it's great. And if it's helping and relative to the position, the queen on c3 is actually just out of the game. There's nothing else to do there. I mean, we might even, okay, we're probably going to see one or two moves more from Fabi, and then we might see a resignation, guys. I mean, it's just that bad about this position. There's not many things you can do. The queen is on one of the worst squares that it can be on. Really ugly here. But yeah, chat says engine says bishop g8. Whoa, that's
Bishop
the move
G8,
we didn't
okay.
look at. Oh, it blocks the rook, so there's no queen e7.
Okay, but we still have queen g6, right? This is what we were thinking. If you allow queen g6,
yeah, that's true.
This looks really bad. But yeah, this is apparently, I saw that in the chat too. Bishop g8, apparently the top defense. But this looks, look at this position after rook d8.
Right, takes
wow.
check. Yeah, this
looks so bad, bro. Yeah.
It feels like it. But I mean, okay, are we out of it after maybe, is it rook check or queen check? Either, I guess, right?
If you could, yeah, you could try the rook check, right? But it feels like you can't leave this pawn unguarded for too long. So for example, you give check, 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 and boom, you're at, and check this out. You got so many nasty ideas after queen e7. What about rook e8 here? Look at this beautiful deflection skewer. And g7 is dropped.
Yikes. That's
nasty. So that would be a cute little finish there. So yeah, the counter, black needs to try something, but again, I'm attacking you with 3 pieces. You're attacking me with 2. So black isn't really getting the job done with any counterattack. At the same time, if you play queen e1 check, king h2, you can throw in some checks here, queen e5. But again, I'm looking at these pins. Yeah, maybe f4. Let's see. But then, okay, apparently queen e6, some kind of defense.
Wow.
I don't buy it, but I guess the problem with f4, maybe this bishop is a bit shut out. So it looks like we could just maybe play g3. Keep it nice and chill. And black can't move.
Yeah, I guess he just can't move. Yeah.
And easy to forget, he's down a pawn. Like totally unrelated. You're getting checkmated and all this. We're actually down a pawn, right? So a lot of these endgames, even if you can escape there, they're not going to give you much refuge if you start dropping one pawn and drop another pawn. And you could be even losing in the long run like that.
Yeah, that could be rough. I mean, you could also just zugzwang them or zugzwang them in the way, pushing the A pawn, pushing the C pawn, slowly grinding. You have no moves, buddy. And it says white.
Yeah, you can never take the bishop because you get mated this way or sometimes even this way. Yeah, it just feels like white has the extra pawn and a dominant position. And again, this is apparently the best defense for black, but it looks completely technically losing. Maybe you don't force the mate right away, but like you said, you can even zugzwang them, right? Just tie them down to the back rank and start picking up all the pawns.
And as we're getting lower on time to make 17 moves to make time control.
And I just read a pretty nice comment in the chat. So it said this is one of the best amateur games ever. Of course, we have a matchup between Hikaru, the professional streamer, and Fabi, the professional podcaster. So 2 amateurs just going all out here. Just enjoying it. On their day off from work, playing a little game of chess.
Playing a little game of chess. Everybody's hyped watching these amateurs, right? Podcaster and a streamer first guy.
We're basically watching PogChamps, if you think about it.
PogChamps, advanced PogChamps, advanced
exactly. PogChamps 6 or whichever we're on now.
Advanced PogChamps chat.
Exactly. And we got obviously Hikaru with his trained by his streamer Bach, and then you got Fabi trained by a fellow podcaster Christian Chirilla, right? So because you got the PogChampers and you got their trainers, so you got all the matchups here lined up.
Very nice. Very, very strong stuff here today from these amateur players.
And yeah, I mean, the position is bad. The time is bad. We're going to 21 minutes for 60 moves. So even if Fabi's able to mount some kind of resistance here, he's going to need to do it quickly because otherwise, we actually saw this in Hikaru's game yesterday against Ivan Chiparinov that he was able to grind down in the endgame. He was always pressing, but the game was getting very close to a draw. But Chiparinov had 30 seconds left. And you know what happens when you got 30 seconds? You're going to make mistakes. And that's how Hikaru ended up taking it down. So here, he might have a similar situation and the position on top of that looking real bad for Fabiano.
Oh, yeah. It's looking bad for Fabi chat. 20 minutes? No, 20 minutes. You got 20 minutes. You're about to be out of time.
Yeah, and again, Bishop Jade is apparently the best move, just trying to negate the pressure on the 8th rank. And again, for anyone just joining us, of course, yes, the bishop is hanging, but if you take it, the king is going to be completely destroyed after rook e8, queen g6, and you're attacking the rook, the pawn, and the key idea here is another rook lift on the 3rd rank, and it seems like black is going to need to give up a decisive amount of material. So yeah, Fabi's got a very, very arduous task ahead of him here to even make a move, because it looks like after the threat of queen g6, you're basically almost getting force mated on the king side.
And 19 minutes, chat. I mean, as you sit here and watch the clock tick, and every second counts, and the ticking of the clock, and the ticking of the clock, and then you wait. He's going to make a move, I mean, he's not going to resign here. I think he's going to take a few more moves, to be honest. But yeah, he's under 20, chat. Exactly. He's under 20, Hikaru. He is under 20, and it is very possible to lose this, honestly, in the next few moves. Resign him. He's already over. This is clearly we're going to be winning this game. It's going to take a lot to lose this game from White here, or blunder a draw, because losing is just out of the question here.
Yeah, we do not expect any result here except a Hikaru victory, but we do have some news as well that, obviously Hikaru's in a 6-way tie for first, but is a win going to be good enough to give him clear first? And apparently, maybe not, because let's go back real quick to board 3. We checked into the game sometime earlier. We got Andrei Sapenko against Parham Maksudlu, and this is looking awful for Parham. We left them at this moment where Sapenko played bishop e3, and we were saying he's got rook c1, he's got bishop d4, he might have f4 even, and the black king is going to feel in a lot of pain. And check this out. We get bishop a6, bishop d4, phenomenal diagonal, the wooden shield, as they call it in the professional circles. And now we get the queen going back, queen c3. So look at this. Maybe we got some bishop h8 ideas on the board. Something like that could be a threat. King h7, bishop e5, and queen f3. Oh boy, now we got queen to f6 coming. And this is just looking real painful for black's pieces. And wow, Esipenko here has an incredible winning move, according to the engine. Incredible move. Triple exclam.
Wait.
Triple exclam. Triple, not double. Triple.
Rook takes. We got double the rooks. We got queen f4, queen d4, queen h. No.
We're looking this way. And watch this. What about threatening mate in what? With bishop
g7. Oh my goodness. That is disgusting. So king takes queen check.
If king takes queen check,
e5,
hitting the rook, e5, then we keep taking it, right? Because again, if you go to f8, you drop d8. And if you go to h7, we go check, and we're getting the check at f6. So we're still picking up that rook.
That's where it is.
You can't stop me.
Oh, man. Yep. What a line.
Well, what a ridiculous move. Will he find bishop g7? And by the way, of course, if you take the rook, you drop the rook at d8. So this actually you could even see a resignation after bishop g7 if Esipenko finds it.
Yeah, you gotta see if he finds that. That is a dank move. Bishop to g7 is
way
a lights out move.
Way too dank.
Bishop g7. He looking for it though. Man, that's hard to spot.
Oh yeah, but that is one of the most beautiful moves to see. And by the way, this is kind of parallel to Hikaru's game, because Fabiano had his queen stuck in a5. We see Parham, his queen is all the way on a7. So both cases, right, the king is feeling a lot of heat because you're just missing that defense. And wow, well, we'll have to check back in later to see if Esipenko gets his bishop g7 on the board. He's thinking. He's down to 24 minutes. That's enough time to find the move. But that could just be a resignation. If he doesn't find it, maybe plays a move like rook d1. He still maintains a large positional advantage, but this is just a KO. Put it in the books.
All right, put in the books there. Bishop g7 looking big, boy. That's a big move for the Catalan players there. And it's just like, man, that opening's so boring. But then you get positions like this. I think the middle games in the Catalan are, well, okay, it depends on what they're doing. But they can be very sharp. There's some that are very dry, but there's some that are very sharp like this. You also have the castle queen sidelines, and they go h4. Oof. And you're like, this is a Catalan? Like, you castle queen side, pawn on h4, knight on g5. Like, very, very aggressive stuff. You can play any opening aggressively is what I found. Really hard to do that with like a queen's gambit decline from the black side, but it is possible. It is possible. So as we see here, pretty nice from Esipenko here. Man, he's swinging too. He went off this tournament. I mean, whoa, this being a dub here up there with Hikaru.
Yeah, and he's already played Hikaru. They drew their game. So if they were both to win, then you can have an interesting scenario where you have the leaders, but they don't even play each other
They
because
don't even
they've
play each
already
other.
played.
Wow.
And then another game that could join the leaders is between Bogdan, Daniel Deoch, and Vidit. So here we haven't had too many moves here. These guys are really taking their time. And by the way, we are keeping an eye, of course, on Fabiano. He is down to 15 minutes. He's still thinking. So as soon as he makes a move, we're gonna rush over there to see what that move is. But it looks like here, I was a big fan of this move before, but Vidit really found a nice idea. He says, okay, you chase my knight away from c5. Let me put it on f4. So he swings it over to a nice square on the king side. Now he plays queen c8. So perhaps he's eyeballing, some tactics. This knight at c3 is a little loose. There could be some kind of knight g4 idea. Now we get rook to b1 from Deoch. So he's maybe looking to play some kind of b5 idea. He wants to slide away from the potential pressure on the a file. And the computer here is actually giving an incredible idea for black. So we have very sharp games because apparently a good move here is g5.
Oh my
And
goodness.
you just launch it. Just launch it. Exactly. G5 and we live. There we go.
That's a big boy move from a big fella. Oh, that's sick, boy. That's some King's Indian vibes there. You know I like the KID. So that's very nice. Move the king over to h8, rook g8 ideas. Now I'm really flowing here. g4, knight fh5. Oh my goodness, this could be very, very sick here. Very cool stuff is going on.
Yeah. If he finds this g5, I mean, he's got to be thinking about it because Deoch is all loaded up on the queen side. He's ready to advance here. So Vidit's got to look for counterplay. He can't really fight on the queen side because white's so dominant there. So maybe time to go ham on the king side here. So if we see this move g5, and look at the players, they're move 16. They're both down to 23 and 35 minutes respectively. And I know Deoch gets into a lot of time trouble in general. So this game could have a very, very wild finish. James, we could have 3 decisive results amongst the leaders.
Yeah, you know what? I figured that too. For some reason, I was like, yeah, six players. Probably I felt 3 games decisive. That's what it felt like. I mean, it's very possible, especially being the last 2 rounds here. So it's having, that just push. I got to be extra. I got to go for more chances today. I have to be super sharp, especially when I'm at the top here. 6 players having the same score and number 1.
Yeah, I mean, last 2 rounds, you got to make the moves, right? Because this tournament, some tournaments, you see some Swisses where players are like, all right, I'm doing well. Let me make a couple draws, safety first. Let me lock in that prize money. Here, it's like, yeah, you got the prize money, but the players want to get in the candidates. This is your shot, the candidates, exactly. Then you get, all the prestige, get a little bit more of a prize there, but they're going to take risks because there's only 8 players that can make the candidates. So, yeah, you gotta, to be one of them, you really got to do something extraordinary. So, yeah, burn the bridges.
Tricky Mickey in the chat says, is Fabi resigning with 13 minutes? It's funny how fast this time goes. It was like 18 minutes. Now he's at 13. We move around to a few more games. We come back, he got 6, right? It's very, very fast. And it's also worse when you're in a worse position. It'd be different if my position was good, him being Fabi, or me being Fabi. If my position was a good position, then like, hey, I just got to make time control. But here, I mean, I want this game to be over like real fast. Hopefully I can clinch a draw here, but I can't. You can start seeing the frustration on Fabi there. Head down a little bit, kind of a shame there. Just not liking it. Glanced at the clock. Nervous, deep breath here as you saw him inhale. You saw that. Yeah. You watch all this body language. You watch all of it, chat. When you're watching your player here, so you can understand what's really going on. Are you in their mind? You're also winning on the board and the clock. This one's over.
Yeah, no, the players know it. Fabi, he obviously understands. He, especially after this rook d8 idea from Hikaru, just leaving his bishop hanging on h6. He knows he is objectively lost. Hikaru, he's probably walking around. He's checking out some games. Hey, Faruja, how you doing? And all sorts of stuff like that. But the players have no doubt in their mind about the objective evaluation of the position. And yeah, I mean, Fabi's really struggling to come up with a move here because again, there's only apparently one move that doesn't even lose basically by force. And queen g6 is an easy threat to spot, but extremely difficult to stop. So yeah, he's just looking for anything to keep the game going. But yeah, of course, as the time goes lower and lower, again, this looks like a very, very impressive display from Hikaru. Great prep, great power play, finding a line maybe where Fabi wouldn't be well prepared or comfortable, and he's being rewarded for it, very handsomely.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Ryan, by the way. I just got that. Yeah, so it's awesome. It's it's good to see Hikaru in great form. Somebody even mentioned as well, 40 plus classical games without an L against the world's greatest. So very good. He's in great form here, and it's good to finish this tournament very strong. Having black pieces tomorrow, we'll see. I wonder if well, it makes a mix up depending on the other games too as well. So ain't no, we don't know who he's going to play tomorrow, but
Well,
we'll
if he wins, if Esipenko wins, and let's say
Mm-hmm.
if Vidit wins, right? Maybe who knows what's happening in that game. Funnily enough, Hikaru has actually played both of them. He's played Esipenko and Vidit. They've already
Right.
drawn,
So it's a
and
weird
in that
situation.
scenario, he would be downfloated.
Right.
But maybe like if Dayash wins or something, then Hikaru could play
He
him.
might
But
play
okay,
chaos.
we'll let the game's still going. We don't want to count the chickens before they hatch. So we can have a lot easier time speculating once we get some results on the board. And yeah, Fabi's going under 10 minutes here in just a moment. And yeah, he knows he's busted. And the question is, yeah, where do I don't think he's going to resign here, but I don't think this game is lasting more than 5 moves.
I thought the same thing. As in, first off, you got to, okay, I know I'm worse. What is the best move I can play? First things first. Then how does he respond to my best move? And then what is my counterplay that I have? So you got to think in calculation, but also in ideas. What is the idea to get out of this? What's his idea to finish me? If he can even do that. How much time do I have? Right. And then you just start going into this loop and this circle of asking the same questions and getting the same result. I am busted here.
Busted,
It is a
busted,
wrap.
busted. Yeah.
Busted. And this is where you have that time where you like internally, do I flip the board? No, that's not an option. Let's not flip the board. Let's try to find a move. And then you resign.
In the meantime, I got a couple updates from the other co-leaders. So first things first, Vidit, it's on the board. G5. So he's waving the red, flag. And he's charging in. And G5 here is a fantastic move. Again, I don't know if it's objectively the best move, but it looks like very much in the spirit of the position. Both players getting low in the time. So this game has all the reason to be decisive. And another game we kept an eye on, which is the Esipenko game against Maksulu. Esipenko did not find the killer blow. I was saying if he finds this, you could straight up see a resignation for Black because you're just completely winning. That is not an easy move to find, even for a 2,700 player. So he plays the very, very normal Rook D1. Still a good move. He's got the Bishop. The King is very weak, and I still think he's got it in the bag, but of course not as not as decisively as Bishop G7 is. Here you're still going to need to work for your point.
Yeah, he's not making him work for it. And I mean, that's Bishop G7. That's just a wild move. But he also didn't hit me. If he had probably an extra 40 minutes on the clock, he might find it. But here you're trying to just make a good move. Don't get too low on time. So I'm not really making myself have to move super fast and lose this advantage, especially if Black consolidates.
Yeah, I mean, he thought for 9 minutes on it. I think, you know what it is? He just didn't see it. Like, that's a move, like, you don't see it, you're not finding it, period. It's not like you're calculating, Bishop G7, that looks interesting. What if here? No, once you see it, you're like, I'm a genius. Put it on the board, put it in the puzzle rush, positions, and you go on your way. And we do have a move from Fabi. Let's check it out.
Bishop G8 on the board.
Okay, so top engine move from Fabiano, the best defense, the most resilient, but is it enough? He's also got 8 minutes on the clock for 16 moves. So you got 30 seconds per move at this point to make time control.
Yikes. To make time control at 25 moves here. Wow. I mean, this is like a straight up crush. I mean, you didn't make it to 30 moves. Winning position before move 30. Very, very strong here today from Hikaru. I love the approach that he's taking. It's actually something I'm going to take out of
and look at this. He's reaching.
Oh, elbow. Hold on. Let me catch that elbow. That was.
Well, I'll tell you what. I know he's moving the queen.
I know he's moving the queen. Like 100% moving the queen, Chad. 100%.
Here, I think, queen G6, right? We've been talking about this move nonstop. And of course, that makes the most sense. The queen on G6, putting pressure on E8. You're also obviously keeping the bishop on H6 indirectly protected. So for sure, he's going to be playing that move. But again, he knows he's winning. Got 50 minutes to the clock. There's no need to rush. Just go for the double check, triple check, and after queen G8, Fabi is in dire straits, just tied up on the 8th rank.
Very nice, very very nice from Hikaru here. He did a little pump fake. He's like, no, you know what? Let me chill. Let me relax. Breathe, Jedi, breathe. And then he's gonna play queen to G6. Makes the most sense. And a lot of you in chat would actually play this too as well. I mean, even if you're not sort of a beginner, but a little bit past that, you would understand. Move the queen closer to the king and good things happen. Not all the time, but many times, and more often than not, moving the queen closer to the opponent's king would help you.
Yeah, so we looked at this line, right, with queen g6. Of course, you're attacking the rook at e8 and also increasing the pressure on g7. So the moves here do get kind of forced after takes. Now, of course, now you're dealing with the same pressure. So it seems like the best bet here would be to try to get this queen into some kind of defense, right? So queen to e1 check makes a lot of sense. King to h2, queen to e5 check. We looked at this line with g3. And again, as we mentioned earlier, it seems like you don't necessarily have a force win here for white, but you do have an extra pawn and a positional domination.
Yeah, and then as we mentioned before, you might be into some type of Zugzwang here, where black's just going to run out of moves and make black's going to have to move something that you really don't want to move. Maybe that's a rook or the queen off of the square there. We're just going to milk the position here. Very slow moves. It's no immediate win just yet, but it is going to be quite soon. I think black may be able to try to consolidate with queen e6 at some point, and then we just have to figure out what do we do after that. I think that's going to be a very hard question to answer.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, not only are you dealing with the eighth rank, you're also dealing with the H file, right? So the edges of the board are not in black's favor here. And perhaps queen e6, queen f7 just completely go into a shell, just completely, turn it all up. But something like this looks like it should be a technical win, right? Like, I'm threatening, first of all, checkmate, so you got to stop that. And I would imagine this is just a winning endgame. Even with the obstacle or bishops, you have the 2 extra pawns, but probably will take a bit of work. But this guy's also pretty loose. So I would imagine something like this is winning. But I'd be a little surprised that this is the best that white has, because it feels like you're so dominant. You should be able to get near checkmate. But even this worst case scenario, you could get into a 2-pawn endgame up situation, although still a bit of work to be done with the obstacle or bishops. But the presence of rooks on the board make things, I think, a lot easier for white.
Absolutely. It makes it easier. I do like that as well. I mean, queen g6 definitely is the move here, but he is looking around. Maybe he's looking at something else. What is he? Maybe he's considering like a queen h4. I mean, queen h4 is a move too, actually, believe it or not.
That's true.
He didn't play queen g6 immediately yet, which is like, okay, maybe he is actually thinking about another move.
Yeah, but maybe here there's this queen c2, this just running back to defense, right? Again, it looks so suspicious for black, but somehow there's maybe not a force win, right? Because anywhere you bring the bishop, I'm able to parry with queen h7. So queen h4 is definitely an option, right? Because we want to set up some checkmate. But yeah, perhaps black is able to defend there. So, but still, nevertheless, right? You need to check those ideas. You need to check those moves because it could be strong. You don't know until you calculate it. But still, queen g6 looks so intuitive, and Hikaru for sure sees it. He's obviously evaluating the other candidate moves and also thinking ahead. What happens after queen g6? What's going to be the next 2, 3, 4, 5 moves after?
Yeah, he took some time actually in that game with against Chopra, where he won that game early on. It was a queen e6 and a queen c6 he could have played. He spent about 10-15 minutes on the obvious move. The best move was queen e6, but he was like, yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because he had not a blunder, but an inaccuracy early in the opening. Still was winning. He had to move a knight back to d3, which helped him out, but he moved it to c5, had to move it back to d3. And in the interview, he's like, yeah, I just wanted to make sure that this was correct because I did mess it up last time. And in this case, and he didn't mess up anything. He just wants to be sure that this is absolutely winning when I do what I'm about to do, which whatever that is, queen h4, queen g6, or something else with the queen.
Absolutely, right? Again, that's why you build that time advantage. So you can use it in these critical moments to make sure you come up with the strongest possible moves. And I'm looking at Hikaru's body language, and he looks like he's locking in here for a bit. He's gonna calculate this out and maybe you know what it is? Maybe he even sees that endgame we were talking about. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he's calculated that far and he's thinking, okay, hold up. I got 2 extra pawns here, but it's still a technical job to finish this off. It's a bit annoying. Maybe I could find something even stronger. Maybe I could find some avoid the endgame, right? So maybe that's even already part of his considerations.
Yeah, he's definitely looking at everything, and that's scary because he's winning, he's up time, and now he's stopping to think. Like, he's trying to put this one away right now. He's trying to put this one away.
Oh, and elbow. Where's the elbow?
Oh, that was elbow right. That was elbow right, but he didn't commit hand. He didn't commit. It was elbow right, so he could go anywhere on the board when you do that, because you got to lift it up anyway. Yeah, pump fake shot, elbow right, but it was no hand movement. Not telling where he's gonna go.
Yeah, didn't give away too much information. Fabi's only got 8 minutes, so Hikaru's got to think about where his elbow's pointing. He doesn't want to give away his move and give Fabiano, those extra 10
A
seconds.
chance, you know what I mean? Exactly. Yeah. Right. He doesn't want to give him any type of chances at all, Chad. Any type of chance. I don't even want to let you know where my elbow is pointing to tell you where I'm going to move so you can start thinking already. Pump fake. Little pump fake. And then he puts it back down.
Go
back into the tank. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's a finger. 4 fingers here, 2 to the front. Yeah, that's nice. That's a queen move. That's easy. Queen G6.
Queen G6. He's angling more towards the right side.
He turned it, 2 finger, Queen G6, elbow. Nice. Flare out. You know what I mean? Twist, elbow, out, Queen G6. Beautiful.
All right. Well, as we wait for his move, yeah, we do expect Queen G6 to be on the board, put pressure on Black's king, put pressure on the 8th rank. And perhaps, again, let's go through the slide again, because it seems like there's very few other options. Again, E8 is just hanging, so you might as well take. And yeah, this feels like you should just be losing on the spot, but somehow Black is able to hold on just for a moment here. And the key idea is to bring this queen to E1, and then you bring it to E5. So the thing on E5 is that the queen also keeps an eye on any Queen H5 ideas. And it seems like after G3, Black is not, as dire as this looks. The Edger doesn't think you're losing this by force. You're not getting mated, but you are down a pawn. And the best you can do is just rush to trade the queens. Makes sense with the king this vulnerable. And perhaps this endgame, maybe Hikaru can avoid the queen trade here. Maybe he can play like queen to G4 or something. But the question maybe on his mind is, okay, I can get to this endgame, and am I winning it? How winning am I? So for example, rook C7, you just go back.
And it takes.
But then I don't know. If you give him this pawn, I got to be careful. I got to be a little careful.
Rook A2. That's exactly what he's calculating, bro. I think that's exactly what he looked at this whole line.
So he's got to go here.
Yeah.
But then this is still, right? Like, I would assume this is winning. I mean, it's 2 pawns and the passer, but, these opposite color bishop endgames could always be a pain. So you don't know. So I'm sure he sees this actually, and he's like, is that enough to win? It's 2 extra pawns, but is it enough?
And he's trying it, and then he sits back. He's like, let me think this out one more time before I make this move. So he's sitting there thinking it out. And man, I mean, it's hard to believe, like not hard to believe, but it's still like there's a lot of moves before time control. And Fabi has 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. You literally can't think more than a minute. Like, I mean, he's gonna have to think obviously in certain situations here, but man, I mean, he has to think on Hikaru's time, which he's doing right now, so he's able to react quickly, depending upon what Hikaru does.
Yeah, he is definitely time pressure. Although in Fabi's, one positive thing for him might be that if we go down that line, Queen G6, you might get a lot of force moves on the board, right? So you can very quickly, boom, 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 5 moves. You get close to time control. You pick up the increment, and so that is something that could be, not a lot of good news for him this game, but maybe at that point, that's what you'll take. You'll be able to get a lot of moves going before reaching time control. So yeah, for sure, I think Hikaru, I will not be surprised to hear his thoughts after the game. He'll be like, yeah, I saw this end game. I'm just trying to figure out, hey, is that going to be something that I'm winning, or is there some, miracle, defense for Black here?
We wait. Hikaru is on the think tank, bro. He's trying to put this one away. Yeah, he locked in. Ronak back there watching. There's a draw earlier with him. C3 Sicilian game.
Mm-hmm. Yep, all the way back in round 2. That was a different tournament ago.
Yeah,
it was a week ago. Right? No one remembers that. Okay, so we're gonna rush back to Hikaru's game when he makes his move, but I do want to update ourselves and our viewers on some other games, especially games we haven't checked yet. So first of all, let's go in order. Board 2, we get Vidit, and here we get a lot of action going here. We got G5. We were hyping this move up. That looks like, you're really going for a big fight. G4 comes after. And now look at this move. Bishop E4.
Whoa.
Bishop E4. So he's sacrificing the bishop? What is going on here?
I am definitely... Look, what? Takes.
No. He's going here.
Oh,
and the queen is very short on squares.
That's some heat, bro. Dang, Vidit in good form.
He's in fantastic form. After his round 1 loss, he's just been on fire, winning 5 games, and he might be winning this one too, because again, the queen doesn't have any good square. You're literally trapped. The queen can't go anywhere except here, and then thank you very much. Give me that fork. So apparently the best move is a deflection with knight f6. But after I take, that's just an extra pawn. I just stole your pawn on e4, and that's it. Extra pawn.
Yikes.
So Vidit's in control here.
Yeah, Vidit is playing out of his mind.
So Vidit's in great shape here.
Bishop takes e4. He did not expect that.
Bolt from the blue. Yeah, look at this. Look at this energy of his play. You get g5, g4, bishop e4, only forward. Just, fire on board here. He's just pummeling Deoch with these high energy moves. So very impressive performance here. And he has a big advantage just winning a free central pawn due to this knight e4 tactic.
Can't even move anything. This is miserable. I did not like this.
I think you got to take it, right? Because G2's hanging, C2's hanging. So you kind of got to go for that if you're playing white.
Yikes. Takes and then knight f6 and then try to play queen e4, but then he could take on e2, bring the other knight to f4 in some cases. I would have snatched that boy as fast as he got there. But yeah, and this knight on f4 too as well. Who says that? Gary Kasparov was like a knight on f5 wins games, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
worth the look or something. I forgot.
F4, exactly. If it's on f5 or f4, that's exactly what happened in this game. He put the knight on f4, kept it there, played g5, g4, brought the other pieces over. No wonder why he's having a great game.
Yeah, he is in control. Let's see how board 3 is. We have Andrei Sapenko here. And again, it's a shame, he missed, for fans of chess, not even fans of Sapenko or whoever, just, if you're a fan of chess, you would love to see this move on the board. That's just a brilliancy prize right there. But he didn't play it. He played the move rook to d1, doubling the rooks. Still looked very sensible. Now he plays h3. So he's trying to open up the h file, maybe one day try to take advantage of this this position. But look at this. I'm looking at the clock. He's got 13 minutes against Maksudlu's 39. So still, he's keeping the advantage. He's always going to be better because he's always going to have the bishop pair. But if you're not going to find these knockouts, maybe slowly but surely, you are going to allow your opponent back into the game.
Right, and which we do not want to do that. Of course, it's going to take some time to get translate this advantage into something. We do have the bishops though, and what's the time looking like? 38 minutes. How much clock?
That's 13 minutes for Sapenko for 11 moves. That's time trouble.
Jeez.
That's time trouble.
Yeah, that's time trouble. And I was mentioning this earlier. It could help him consolidate. Being so low on time, Parham could probably try to make things interesting and consolidate. Maybe not play for more than that.
You never know. You never know. In the time trouble, right. Even the best players can make crazy mistakes, especially because this position is still full of life. So let's go down. Let's check out some games we haven't looked at because there seems to be some decisive results brewing. Look at this. This is not the leaders. This is the chasing pack. We got the leaders, 6 players on 6.5, but we got a lot of players on 6 out of 9 as well. So here we got Vincent Keimer against Vladimir Fedoseev. And what's going on here? We got, this is kind of like the Hikaru game. Is there some kind of H6 sacrifice?
What's happening here? Hikaru game. Like, it's just, everybody's following Hikaru's game today and making it their own.
Let's see how they got here because this is a weird position. And we see, look at this opening from Fedoseev. We get the queen's Indian. Okay, pretty normal. Both of these players, they need a win, right? Because they're 6 out of 9. And if, like, let's say Hikaru wins or Vidit wins or they both win, now you're 1.5 points behind. So you need a win here. A draw is going to be too little for your standings. Okay, so we get a pretty normal queen's Indian with both sides fighting for the center. Fedoseev, knight a6, probably going for c5. Keimer gets a nice center here. He's trying to hold on to it. H6, H4. You were saying that earlier, James. You were saying, hey, sometimes in these Catalan type positions, you see these H4s on the board. It's not that positional. You can get a little aggressive here. Rook at fade. That's a strange move. Maybe he's trying to go F5. G4. Wow.
Whoa, man. Whoa. This is a Catalan? Hold on, my guy. I might have to start playing this.
Yeah. I mean, like you said it yourself. You can play any opening aggressively, right? Maybe not QG with black, but when you got white, especially, you can play anything aggressively. And this is like, maybe he's stopping at 5, but he's also trying to go up the board with G5. So then we get queen E7, bishop F1. So maybe rerouting some kind of attacking formation. Knight C7, queen B3, queen D7. So yeah, watch out. So he plays G5, king H8, takes F6. Wow.
What?
So for the save, he just sags his pawn. He's thinking,
jeez.
Yeah, why don't you take it? Now I bring my queen in, I get my rook in, and who's attacking who, right?
That's nice.
So nice idea there. Here, and this is how we got to the present position. So I think these players are both playing for a win. Is kind of what I feel like based on what I've seen this game.
I definitely believe so, and I do like White's position because of this last move, H5. It's number 1, fixing the pawn. Number 2, exactly the idea that you're pointing out with knight H4 to G6. I mean, how do you stop the knight from getting there besides sacrificing on it? You can't put the bishop on e8. It's going to take too many moves. Knight g6 is coming. I don't have a rook lift yet, though. That would probably seal the deal. If I could go knight g6, get a rook to the g file, that could be lights out. That's going to take a while, though.
No, this knight h4, knight g6 looks lethal because, again, you don't have to worry about any counterplay. And that knight, we were talking about knights on f5 and f4. I don't even think they have a rule about the knights on g6. It's just too lethal. You don't even consider it. You're like, the knight gets over there, it's over.
It's a wrap.
So, yeah.
Exactly. Knight g6
so that looks very difficult to stop. Yeah. This knight is completely out of the game, right? Look at these central pawns just dominating black's pieces. They're not able to get into the fight efficiently. So Vincent Keimer, he could be not quite in the lead, but he's going to be a threat. He's going to be a threat for those top spots if he wins this game.
Vincent V. Keimer.
V for victory.
V. Keimer. He's working on V for victory.
And what else we got here? Let's go down a little more. Hikaru's still deep in the tank. He's got 35 minutes, so he's got plenty of time to figure this out. We'll check in what he comes up with. Let's check out another Americans game. Sam Sevian against RJ Derrigaisi. Look at this. Oh, I actually saw the opening, James. I don't know if you're familiar with this one. This might be an opening you got to start playing if you don't already. Check this one out. We got D4. All right, pretty normal. Queen's Gambit decline. These are always boring, right? You just get
100%.
these positional maneuvers. 100%, right? Now, okay, hold on. But now we got a triangle Slav. He grabs the pawn. And then let me fast forward through these moves a bit because we get one of the sharpest openings known to man, alien, anyone out there. This is the node move variation. Look at this. You got the two connected pass pawns versus a massive center. And we do see, by the way, Hikaru plays Queen H4.
Oh,
Get back to that in just a second. But check this out. We get this massive imbalance right out of the opening. Have you ever played this line?
I have played it online actually like twice, and I need to go deeper into the theory. I haven't looked at it in a long time, but yeah, this got very scary. I mean, because white has some type of attacks, but then black is doing A4, B4 stuff, and then B3 got the two pawns over there. It's very double-edged. Like, I'm a Mr. Chessable guy. My Chessable course dropping, by the way. It's this month. It's coming out very soon.
Shout it out.
Yeah, Jar Jar Binks, Joe Baba London, a.k.a., the best of the best. Meanest Joe Baba, very aggressive. But in here, it's there was a course by, what is it? Christoph Selecki and Irwin. They made a course. Yeah, they made that course. And they went through this a lot. And they recommend this. It's very sharp stuff I've never seen before here. So quite fun. But we do have moves on Hikaru's board, or a move. Queen to H4. And that's what I thought he was thinking
Queen
about.
H4. Yeah, because we knew that when he was pausing here, not necessarily sure about Queen G6, he was playing Queen H4. And we got, I see in the chat, we have people saying blunder, and people are still, doubting Hikaru here. But to be honest with you, look, Fabi's got 6 minutes on the clock. He's got 15 moves to time control. So perhaps Hikaru, he was evaluating Queen G6. He was evaluating Queen H4. And, maybe this move, he didn't want that endgame. He wants to keep the queens on the board and keep the fight going. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break here so that we can get back and not miss any of this important action. And we will see you guys very shortly. Don't go anywhere because we have this game heating up as Hikaru tries to take down Fabiano Caruana and gain the sole lead of the FIDE Grand Swiss. So we will see you soon and stay with us. And welcome back, everyone. This is International Master Alex Ostrovsky, joined by FIDE Master James Canty, and we're here with Hikaru versus Fabiano. Things are getting hot, hot, hot as Fabiano is under 1 minute, and he still has 14 minutes left until time control.
Let's see what happened there, too. What happened?
Yeah, let's
Queen
catch up.
H4, Bishop
Yeah,
H7.
so we were expecting this Queen G6 move, but Hikaru went deep in the tank. He played Queen H4, setting up some nasty discoveries, and Fabiano, plays Queen takes C2, which is what I thought was going to be a good move. But look at this move Hikaru plays basically instantly, Rook D3. So he cuts the queen off, and he prepares some kind of Rook G3. And now we have Bishop H7.
Okay, here we go. Tactics senses are tingling Jedi. What is this? Okay, what do we play? There's a lot of moves. This is something out of Puzzle Rush. We do Puzzle Rush every day on stream. Survival and 3-minute and puzzle battle. So survival-wise, this is like survival. Or you're just sitting here, you got to calculate. There's so many moves. Bishop G7, Queen H5, Rook something to D7. I mean, moving the bishop. I mean, what do we do here? So we have to actually think and use your time. I think Hikaru's going to play, he's going to spend some time for sure. Maybe 5-10 minutes here just to figure this out for real.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tactical ideas. Obviously, there's plenty of pressure in Black's position. So the material is now equal. We were saying Hikaru's up a pawn. Now it's pretty equal. So he's just playing for this attack. Yeah, there are a lot of moves. One, I'm looking at forcing moves. So the first thing I'm thinking about is this check, because I want to get this rook away from the 7th rank. And I'm wondering if there's even some idea like rook d7. So the point, of course, is you can't take my bishop because I'm sliding in for the checkmate. And in the meantime, I'm also threatening mate or threatening to capture on g7. So this looks very, very dangerous for Black. Apparently, he's not dead lost here because of this move g5. What is that, right? Just kind of weakening the king.
The engine be finding the craziest stuff.
Yeah, crazy G5 stuff here for sure. Because, yeah, if you take, you could take, but the queen still protects the bishop. And this check, doesn't really do much. After king g8, the king is actually relatively safe here. Yeah, so very complicated stuff here. This is still looks pretty good for white after queen g3. I mean, I just have a hard time imagining with a rook on the 7th and the king so open that this isn't bad for Black. But still, the lines are pretty complex. This would be my first instinct to see if I can make some kind of 7th rank kebab, as Hikaru likes to say, occur. But yeah, I'm not. Yeah, what other moves is there? Like there is maybe. Well, you were mentioning maybe some kind of more forcing ideas, rook d7. But yeah, Hikaru's got a lot of time to figure this out. Fabiano, 50 seconds. The worst position to have 50 seconds in because it's so tactical and short.
That is true, bro. Like, I mean, Hikaru has all the time in the world. You do forget that Fabi has no time. And, guys, we're on move 27. That is so far away. Like, it's only 13, 14 moves away from time control. You're not going to make it that many moves. Like, with this time and this position, it's just not likely that you will make it past, the next 3-4 moves with the time, at least not while, accurately is the problem. Doing it accurately, which is really hard to do in this time format and having so far away to making time control. Anything can happen here, but Hikaru is going to think I'll use as much as he can, 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes until he finds it all the way through and clearly. Let's see what happens.
Right. I mean, yeah, he's got, he's managed his clock extremely well in this game, just always staying ahead by 30, 40 minutes. And this is the moments you need that for when your opponent doesn't have the time to figure out the complications, but you do. And you don't, a lot of players, they make the mistake. If their opponent's low on the clock, they start blitzing. They're just like, you're low, let me try to flag you. And then they're not using their time. They're playing very quickly. But that can often backfire because you're also now effectively playing blitz with your opponent. So you're not really necessarily playing the best moves. A much better idea is to take your time, come up with the most testing, most challenging moves, and your opponent doesn't have too much time to figure out the proper defenses. So that's what we'll see from Hikaru here. I don't think of course, he knows Fabi's very low on the clock, but he's not going to be going for the flag or anything like that. They do have 30-second increment. This is not, bullet brawl. We're not playing, 1-0 or anything like that. You do get that extra time. So it's very important to stick with the objectively best moves here for white.
Yeah, it's hard to do that because you have time. You have to think. And I have the time to think. You, on the other hand, have to make fast moves that require, obviously a high skill level here. But at the same time, look, just because, you are higher rated or you have a high rating here, doesn't mean that you aren't susceptible to making blunders and time trouble. And that this just happens. We see that time and time again. And Fabi is not the one that is, he's helped his, he's actually gotten much better in the years with his blitz and bullet and stuff like that. As we see, but even in like classical chess, it's very difficult. Yes, I have a 30-second increment here, but at the same time, doesn't help the fact that I'm under a minute. I barely have time to think in a very complex position here. But he's using Hikaru's clock too as well. So one thing to do is obviously you can't get up. You need to sit here. You got to think the entire time. So he's thinking of every move Hikaru could possibly play. So I have a little bit of time to think, at least. I think for like 15, 20 seconds and then make a move.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, by the way, no matter how great of a speed player you are, it's 50 seconds is 50 seconds, and when your opponent has 30, you could be a great speed player, but if your opponent got 30 minutes, that's not really a fair fight. And by the way, the chat, I understand now why I keep seeing rook cube, and I understand they're rooting for the move
rook cube,
rook 3d7, so you can build
the ultimate
rook cube. Yeah,
that's so nice.
We've seen the pawn cube, in the Caruana, sometimes you get these pawns like this, but the rook cube, that's something a little different. And that's a nice move. Just put that move on the board for maximum confusion. And it's also objectively a good move. But you're threatening to play, rook e8 and stab the g7 pawn. By the way, this is another position where the best move and only move is to play g5. So this is like a mandatory resource for black just to get this queen away from this really annoying pressure on the h-file. So yeah, Hikaru for sure, he sees the rook cube. He's thinking about the concept. Hey, the chat's going to like that, right? But he's also, I'm sure, calculating rook e8, rook d7. I mean, in either way, I think that's the main idea because you just need to get more activity, more pressure on black's king here.
Yeah, you just have to pressure him. Just do it, bro. Just pressure him, bro. Jeez, no, you have time. Yeah, you have the time, but he's trying to do it the most accurate way, or at least give him the most problems. Sometimes it doesn't have to be the most accurate. You can play practically by actually, what is a move that annoys you the most that I know is going to make you think, and it has lots of blunders attached to it as well. Easy for me to play. Might be not the best move by the engine, but practically for a human, this is the best move, and etc. So you're able to think, have them thinking, and they have more chances to make mistakes and blunders, especially due to the time trouble and trying to make time control. So it's really nice for Hikaru.
Let's see what he's pondering right now, right? I'm sure he's thinking much deeper than one move here. So let's say rook d7, right? And again, the threat immediately is just rook takes e8, and then you can't afford to drop g7. Then you're going to drop f6, and then you're going to drop the game. So the computer says, hey, listen, you got no choice but to play g5. Very scary move, but again, you need to give the king a little bit of breathing room and also kick this queen away from its active position. So now, I don't know, it looks like maybe queen g3 is kind of logical to me, just so that the queen can continue invading. So maybe we can put that on the board. And this doesn't look like an easy defense at all for black, because still you have to deal with, rook e8, bishop g7, bishop f6 ideas. So yeah, this looks like very unpleasant. I mean, the lines that the engine gives for defense are very difficult. It's saying takes, queen a4. Just grab this. Who cares about your king?
Queen a4. Man,
who cares about the king? Just grab that pawn. And then, if they give you this check, you just go here. And there's no checkmate. You got the b3 square under control. And you also got this rook hanging at f7. So don't worry about the fact that you're like 2 moves from being mated. And queen c7, that's fine.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Queen c7.
No, trades the queens. Although even this might be not... I mean, this is not what Hikaru wants, I'm sure, because why trade the queens when you're close to checkmate? But even something like this, right, could still give him some extra pawns. But he doesn't want an endgame. I think we know that because he didn't play queen g6.
Right.
He didn't want to settle this game in the endgame where there's the obstacle of bishops. He wants to settle it now with a direct attack while Fabiano only has 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he wants to put that time pressure on him, which, of course, you have to use time as an asset, guys. You really do. You're like, oh, yeah, make the moves on the board. Correct. But if you don't have the time to do it, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done, right? I mean, think about Jordan Van Forest winning Tata Steel in an Armageddon game, right? That he won on time in a losing position. It doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you get it done, right? It is a way. But of course, this is the most, the best way, the most fun way is actually trying to win on the board, win on the clock, put pressure on you, and I don't have to really play risky at all. No risk involved here.
Well, chat wants to play a little risky because they keep saying, look, I don't want g5 to be coming, so I'm just going to take that pawn.
Okay.
They're saying, why can't I just take that pawn?
I understand.
But let's look, right? Because you can't take with the rook because this drops. So maybe you try to come up with something here. You got some rook g3. But the problem is this queen and this bishop, right? They're so good defensively. You just block and you're done, right? That you're running out of firewood, to keep the fire burning. So yeah, this doesn't seem like it's working. Apparently, rook e8, rook d7 is still good enough for a draw, but we don't get this on the board. Yeah, he makes the rook cube.
We got the rook cube.
This move looks quite annoying to face, but Fabiano instantly plays G5.
Oh, he found it too. Of course, G5, and then I hear another move, Queen G3.
And instantly Queen G3. So we were looking at this line, right? Like takes Queen A4, but that would be an insane, I think, move for Black to play.
Queen G3 played. Now
G3 on the board.
Bobby is fighting. Bobby is definitely fighting there, yo.
You got the crowd. Look at that crowd. You got Nihal Sarin there.
Right,
Hans Demon.
Oh, look at the game. Look at
everyone's looking.
Everybody watching.
I think that's Ruslan Ponomarev, the former FIDE world champion. I think we saw him in the background real quick. Okay, so here, Fabi's 45 seconds. I mean, 12 more moves for Black to survive this position and make it to time control. Not an enviable task. And the immediate threat is just to play Rook E8. So, Black plays a random move. You just go Rook E8, Bishop G7, and it's over. You just completely collapse on the king side. So you got to address that threat. You need to do something. 25 seconds.
Yeah, 45 seconds. Oh, shoot.
25.
I'm 25. I'm about to say, even less than that, chat, right? Man, you got to move, Fabi. Hey, you know what? Sorry, you don't have to move, Fabi.
You don't got to move.
You don't have to move at all, buddy. I mean, I do rock with Fabi too, but you don't got to move.
And look at Hikaru. He takes a sip of water.
Oh, no, that's the infamous
He's
winning
looking at the clock. Fabi.
10 seconds. Move, he got to move. He played Queen
check.
B1 check out of panic here.
That's actually a pure pattern. I've done this myself. I know how it feels. You just look, he made that move with 2 seconds. So I need to make a move. So you just check.
Got to make
give the check.
Yeah.
No, but this has got to be bad. The king of H2 seems a lot. Now you don't have any of these resources. We saw that Queen A1, Queen E5 resource. Now we get Queen F5. So Fabi, 45 seconds. So, okay, the Queen at F5 defends F6, right? So now if you try to do this idea, it's not as effective. You almost get mated, but not quite. You're able to defend Queen E6 just in time. So Queen F5 on the board. But this looks...
Okay, there's
we got to have something here.
We have to have something. There's got to be something, bro. There has to be something.
Yeah, so for example, maybe takes. I just get my rook in the 7th. And then maybe Queen C7, I was thinking.
Right, I was thinking Queen C7 too.
Okay, well, then there's Queen E5. Right? Then there's the trade,
Trade,
don't want to do that, So maybe we do it the other way. We do it like this. Now you don't have a trade. No trade.
Oh, yeah.
You have a trade this way.
Yeah.
Still have this trade.
Yeah, okay, but okay.
Give me this. Give me this.
They take. Yeah, this is smooth. I mean,
you got the
annoying. It still works.
You're still gonna drop one of these. No, but it feels like this is a better version of the other endgame because the endgame we looked at a long time ago, Hikaru had less passed pawns. So let's see. Could this be another endgame transposition, or what?
I do like Rook E7. That's a better one. That's a better way to do it. Rook E7, Queen C7, stuff like that.
I guess this was Fabi's intention, right? He wants these resources to trade the queens, but that might not be enough to save him.
That's why he played Queen B1, Queen F5. Get the king to H2, try to trade, hope for the best.
Yeah, and I'm checking. Apparently, this is just there's multiple ways for Hikaru to just have a completely crushing advantage, but this is the simplest. You trade it, even with the trade of queens, this doesn't save Black. And we
capture.
We do have some more moves. Hold up. We do have Rook E7. We do have this on the board. So Queen C7 now. Yeah, we do have it on the board. So it feels like we're going to get this endgame. But even though it's an endgame, immediately Fabiano drops one pawn. This other pawn is weak. Actually, all the pawns are weak. So let's see if we get that on the board there.
Okay, Queen C7 plate. Let's see what we got, chat. What you thinking, chat? Eamon says, finish him. Okay, nice.
Fatality.
Finish you. Very nice. Queen F4 check on the board. Takes.
They trade. Now Bishop G7, go after this pawn, right? Because now this pawn is way more important than F4 because now you're going to even have ideas even deep in the endgame against the Black King. We are on move 32, so still 8 more moves to time control, but objectively, Hikaru just got a winning endgame here.
It seems good. Yeah, we have takes on F4. He understands. He's looking around. Feels good, chat. Feels good. It's still a lot of play left, but we are on the good side of that.
Yeah, I actually had almost an identical endgame to this in my previous tournament. I had a rook and bishop, dark squared. My opponent had rook and light square bishop, and these pawns were gone. And this pawn was on G7. So similar enough. I had 2 extra pawns. and I won at 93 moves. It took me a while, but it was that type of game where it's like you're winning the game and it's always winning, but it just takes time. It's like one of those things like he's not going to resign because like, he wants to fight on, but it's no question that it's going to be a loss. I feel like that's the same thing here where it's like, yeah, you can still play on grovel with the obstacle bishops, but even worse because my opponent had a G pawn, which made it a bit harder for me to make some passers. Here, you already got this passer. It's ready. It's ready to go down the board.
You also always have this rook g7 check that is pretty mean. I mean, it's pretty mean, bro. Like you have rook g7, king h8, rook g6 mate is automatically a thing coming. You know, like immediately
put that on the board.
You get mated really fast. So it's really crazy how like you got to be accurate even here right now. You have to like I think probably move the bishop away. Wait, but
then move it, but then you just simply take a7, right? No matter where you move it.
A7,
yeah. Also, you got to be careful where you move it, because anywhere I move my rook is a discovered attack, so you could be in a situation where I move it, I hit the bishop, I hit the rook, but okay, at this point he's just going to take an a7, I think. Let's say like you move it on d3, so that is protected. Yeah. I don't know if you need to give the check, but you can just take an a7. That's 2 extra pawns. They're both passed, so this is definitely winning for white.
And it's just going to be shuffle city. We also on the 7th ring. Black's just going to be shuffling back and forth until we win the game.
Yeah, I think so. What says Fabi might just resign? I don't think he's going to resign here. I think you at least want to make it to time control, right? You want to even through inertia, you're going to make it to move 40. Got the 50 extra minutes, and then you see what's going on. Maybe then you resign or not.
Yeah, and you just breathe through it. Like you just want to make it to time control before you resign. So sometimes I've gotten positions like where I crushed OTB on the game. Where I'm like, you know what? I just want to make it to this many moves. Let's just make it to that.
Yeah. Let's just build the score sheet. Let's
make it feel better.
60,
so you feel better about the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you feel a little bit better than losing in like 20 moves.
Exactly. You're like, I made it 40 moves. I didn't lose in 50 moves. Yeah. I was fighting, but we'll see. So yeah, Hikaru here in the end game, but it's a winning end game here. He's up a pawn. He's about to be up a second pawn. He's up 25 minutes to the clock, although that's much less relevant at this point compared to how good his position is, right? The clock, that's just like the cherry on top because you're already winning. So rook a7 here, collect the pawn. And it looks over. Looks like this game is going to be over. And with this win, Hikaru, he's going to be, at least for the moment, in clear first. And he's also going to hit something like 2790 on the live ratings. So he is basically punching in almost for sure his ticket to the candidates through the rating list, but even more importantly, he could just be winning the tournament. He could just be in first place.
That's crazy. Back to 2,800. It's been a while. Close to 28. Be 2 of them boys, him and Fabi, up there at the 2,800 club. Like a big.
Well, after this, I think Fabi's going to be more like 2795.
Right.
He's going to drop 5 points here, but they're both going up there. They're going to need to play other players other than each other if they want to both cross 2,800. And we see Hikaru throws in the check. Yep, little tickle. He gets fates forced. Okay, take the pawn now.
Take the pawn.
We see it on the board.
Take one. And then you have the white peepos. As someone in the chat says, especially the H pawn being a very wide peepo there. Get that.
These are the widest peepos you can have.
The widest of the wide here.
Yeah. Doesn't get wider than that after rook takes a7. Again, I think we make it to move 40 and then Fabiano resigns. That's what I think.
Very, very. I've seen that a lot too. When you get to the 40th move and you're like, all right, look, I don't want to play this out for another hour.
Well, when you have 1 minute, you just got to move. You ain't got time to think. You don't have time to think about resigning. You don't have time to think about, anything other than making the move. But once you make that move 40, then you're like, all right, now let's look at this. I'm busted. All right.
Yeah. All right, come on.
Let's get dinner.
Let's get dinner, man. A good game.
All right, Hikaru, he's taking his time. Obviously, he knows he's winning. He's nodding his head. He's enjoying the game at the moment. And no doubt at this point, there's no doubt about the result. We obviously want to see it happen, see it live. Then we hopefully see Hikaru here.
He took the rook.
He did take the rook. Okay, so he's just going for that
winning.
pawn.
Like I'm just winning everything.
Well, he's going to have 3 connected pass pawns, right? So he's going to go bishop c7 maybe. Or bishop g5, either way. So I'm a little surprised. I don't think I would have traded rooks there, but
me either. But
this wins too. Yeah.
So f3. I mean, I guess it's just completely winning.
Don't take it, right? I would just play g4, bring the king out, move these pawns up the board. We're actually seeing that on the board. We do have a 3 g4. We are going to pass time control. It is move 38. This pawn ain't going anywhere. That is never, ever, ever promoting. So let's see how they play this out.
He has the connecteds. Very classical way to do it. I mean, it was just like, hey, I am risk-free in this position. I can grind this boy into oblivion.
Oh, yeah, very easy. Bishop comes around to c3, king to f4, and the
Push
two
the
connected
pawns.
passers are just gonna march up the board. So again, the last intrigue of the game is for me is, are we gonna see 40 moves or more? I think that's the main question for me. What do you think, Jake?
Right. You know what? That's a good one. I think he's gonna play on. Probably to like move 50.
50. All right. So, but not 60. We're not getting 60, to the third.
Yeah, he like, I'm good,
control.
bro. You know what, bro?
Okay.
It is what it is. Like,
oh, and there we go. A resignation. Exactly.
right on board.
Although Fabi didn't make his own 40th move, so I don't know if I'm fully right. But there you have it.
There you have it.
Hikaru Nakamura defeats Fabiano Caruana. Yeah.
Claps, chat, claps. Turn up. Good stuff.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
we got
huge.
over 11,000 people here with us in the chat. Lots of hype. And there we go. Hikaru is in clear first as of right now. Let me just make sure no one else has sneakily finished. Nope. No one has finished. The games are still going. So, yeah, Hikaru is in clear first. 27.89, I believe, on the live rating chart. So, huge win. 7.5 out of 10. Monster score. And congrats to him.
Yeah, big congrats, man. I mean, he's just thriving through this tournament, especially if it's going to be a last one of the year. You need to make it count. You need to swing and go out with a bang here, as you know, he definitely is clear first. And we have another round tomorrow. In fact, last round.
Yeah, why not end with another win?
You know, exactly. What do you think this is?
Yeah, put it in the record books. And there we see Hikaru. Him and Fabiano had a little bit of a post-mortem, a little chat about the game. We don't see, we see on the live feed, they shook hands, the Kings, and there we go. I was going to say, we don't have the update here, but now we do. Official. It's on the screen. Hikaru Nakamura won against Fabiano Caruana, and that's all she wrote. So, again, congrats to him. And let's maybe check out the other guys. Who's going to catch it? Is anyone catching him? Let's see.
Yeah. Let's see who's catching him.
Will it be this man?
Yeah, video going off. I mean, it's very likely. If he doesn't get
James,
any time trouble,
look at their clock.
Time. Yeah,
they're already in time trouble.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it could go either way. I mean, he's in good form now, and being in good form usually will last. So I think, he's had time trouble where you're getting time trouble, and then he just instantly like blunders.
But look where we left him off. This brilliance. He bishop e4. Like the pawn, hey, what are you doing? You hanging a piece? I thought you were super gem. Well, if you take it, which was what Deoch did, 95, trapping the queen. Deoch finds the best move. This ridiculous knight of 6, because otherwise the queen is trapped. You can't move it anywhere. You got to give this check. Try to deflect my knight. Bishop f6, queen e4. So now the queen slips away to the e4 square. Bishop g7. I like that move. Now f5 is coming. We get bishop f1. This is looking really sad. Now the queen's got to maybe go back. I guess we still have queen c4, to be honest. Knight f6, queen e1, queen c2. That's the second pawn. 2 extra pawns from Vidit. Knight a5, rook b8, knight c4. And this is how we got to the present position. So 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 15 moves to time control. This is going to be a scramble.
It is going to be a scramble there. As I think I have to take this. Shoot, maybe I have queen e3, but bishop takes. D6 is hanging in a way somehow. The queen e3 I like though. Maybe I'm just hitting the knight.
Yeah, so maybe we get some trades here, but I am up 2 pawns, right? So in theory, a position like this, let's say I go back. I mean, how's my math? It's still 2 extra pawns for black. So what's I'm feeling really good about Vidit. Yeah, what's the compensation? Yeah. And I can play d5. Imagine that. Imagine I start marching down the board, the steamroller.
I might have to go queen g5. Only move queen g5 because I'm just trying to be active. Because you're right. You have a
and then you try
point.
To go here or something. Yeah.
I'm just trying to exactly. I have to make it spicy. Everything has to be dynamic here. I can't wait.
Well, he's thinking about that because if queen e3, I mean, it looks like you just trade this off. And if you take on d3, I mean, black's happy either way. He's getting, we've been taught since we were in diapers that you're up material, start trading. Trade, get to the end game and convert. But bishop d3, queen d3, again, you hit the knight, you defend the pawn. 2 extra pawns for black. Not easy at all for Deoch here.
And 50 moves to time control.
Yep. So I'm actually curious about Esipenko because he seemed like he was maybe close to winning, but then we were saying he's only got a little bit of time. So it feels like all the games are going into times trouble. We see Esipenko also under 5 minutes, but he's still cooking. He's still got the bishop there.
Doing well.
He's still doing real well here. And it looks like Hikaru is currently giving an interview after his game, so we might have that. We might be able to pull that up for our chat.
Sweet.
And then we can hear his thoughts as well. We're getting some word that that's being worked on. So we'll see if we can get that up on our screen for our viewers. Don't miss any Hikaru content.
Never missed Hikaru's content. All right. Okay.
All right. So if we'll have that, then we'll gladly put that on the screen. But yeah, let's catch up a little bit with this Esapeko game as well. I mean, not too much has happened to the position. They've traded a bit. I guess Maksudlu grabbed this pawn.
Right.
Actually, wait, no, a little bit has happened. Look at this move, James. H5.
He said, take the rook, bro. Whoa. Sheesh.
Yeah, he said, just take it.
Sick move.
And then maybe he's hoping like some kind of light square,
domination.
Domination here. So Esapeko says, I don't want that. The bishop pair, it's so strong. It's stronger than the rook. So he's keeping them on the board. So he's maybe thinking, I'll take this at a better moment.
Yeah, and then he plays king h2. I'll take it when I'm ready to take it.
Because if you ever move it, right, you're dropping h5.
That's not going to be fun. Also, the bishop being on b7 is, okay. He's pressuring e4. How do I make progress? That knight on c5 is a menacing knight. Hits the pawn on e4.
Get it out of here.
Stops my rook on e6. Like, it's really an annoying knight. Yeah, definitely.
I'm even thinking of this idea. Can we get it? Can we get some checkmates going?
G7 stuff, how it was before. Yeah, that's going to be nice. Yeah. That's a very nice idea. Bishop d6, bishop f8.
Yeah, I think also, it's not like he's never going to take this rook. Perhaps he's just trying to get ready for it, right? Like, okay, let me improve my position. Let me move my pieces a bit. Okay, now I'll take the rook because we do have, the bishop pair. And okay, with that being said, we will now have Hikaru's interview with Fiona. Shout out to Fiona as well, big fan and streamer of the channel. And we will have that ready for you guys in just a moment.
Behind by Charlie.
And well, as you can see on the camera, we do have Hikaru Nakamura here with us, and he's ready to show us his game against Fabiano Caruana.
Congratulations. Massive win today against Fabi. Before we go to the game, can you tell us a bit about what was your game plan going into this game with the white pieces?
I mean, just play chess. I was expecting Fabiano to be a little bit sharper since I felt that he had nothing to lose. So I spent most of my time looking at other openings besides e4, e5. Yeah, and then he did this, and I mean, I decided to play something very cheesy and lame in the spirit of like Jeffrey Zhang and David Provian. I mean, these two guys, they play this stupid 4 nights online in Title Tuesday every week, at least like 2 or 3 times. But on the other hand, it's also not that bad, and I didn't really expect much. But Fabiano decided to play something that I think is maybe very slightly dubious. And even though he had chances, perhaps it was always very easy for me to play and much harder for him to play.
Let's see, what is that something dubious?
Yeah, so I mean, okay, all this is normal, of course. I mean, bishop d3, d5 takes cd5. Of course, h3, bishop e6. Yeah, I mean, Fabiano played this c5 order, but we transpose anyway after bishop e6, queen f3, c5. Yeah, now I go rook d1. I mean, this was all very normal. Of course, there's again, some stupid online Provian game that I was aware of in this position after queen g3, but I think that game had f6. But the important thing about that game was, I think it was f6, bishop h6, rook f7, rook d6, rook e8, and then a4. And so, I mean, I kind of knew this idea from this position. So then when Fabi played king h8, I was still sort of able to play the same way.
Actually, how do you assess that position? Do you feel white has a little...
I mean, it's a draw with perfect play, but the queen is kind of offsides, very similar to my game today. And with the queen being a little bit offsides on a5, I think if anyone's better, it's white. So, I mean, again, with perfect play, black should draw, but there are some practical issues. But yeah, in the game, I think right here already, Fabi needed to play queen a6 immediately. I think he sort of underestimated this whole a4 rook d6 idea. I think if he goes queen a6, queen c4, he's still very much in the game, probably should draw. But I think as soon as he plays rook e8, rook d6, and I get this setup, it's very tricky for black already. And I think it's almost too late, because now the queen is stuck. You can never go queen c7, because then I have rook takes e6, queen g3, and I just trade the rooks, and fg3, and I simply win the game because I have an extra bishop here. And so I think it's already very tricky for black. And I think Fabiano went wrong immediately with h6. I think here maybe he had rook a b8 possibly to try to go for rook b2. But again, I mean, it's very messy for black. And again, for Fabiano, he's obviously very confused at this point because, I mean, it looks like a very dry position, but the queen on a5 is just really out of play.
Were you kind of surprised yourself in the game at how quickly things took a turn for the worse for Fabi?
I mean, as soon as I got rook d6, I realized he was going to have problems. I mean, I expect him to go queen a6, but I think Fabi also just assumed it was very easy, no risk, no danger. Because, I mean, if you look at the position optically, like somewhere like around here, it looks like the only plan for white is to go for some h4, h5. That really looks like the only idea, but I'm positionally dominating the queen here on a5 instead. And so I always have h4, h5 later, but I don't have to go for it right away. And I think already here it's very dangerous because Fabi wanted to go rook d8, which there are two problems. First one is that I think bishop e5 and f6, which Fabi and I were discussing, was rook b1, and then rook b7 maybe is already very, very, very good for white. This is number one. But even here, I also can go for rook c6, trying to trap the queen with bishop c7. And I mean, all these lines are very, 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 very shaky for black. And I mean, what Fabiano did instead, I think, was maybe even worse in a way because it didn't clarify anything. And after queen e3, I mean, also here, let me just see, I'm curious. Is this winning with bishop h6? I just want to see 1 second. No, it's not. Because also here, for a second, I wasn't sure if I could go for this line, but I didn't see more than a draw with queen e5, king g8, rook e1. And now I think he has, I don't know if it matters, but say rook d8, rook e3, and rook d7. I thought this was actually holding for black. Yeah, and the computer says zeros, so. Let me turn off the evaluation again. But basically, I saw this, and then I'm like, okay, no need to sack a bishop.
I think David should.
In most positions.
Which one?
Here, rook e1 threatens that idea.
Rook e1 right here. Like this. Yeah, but see, the thing is, since I had this great positional domination on the queen side, I thought I should just keep it static and not give Fabi chances. I mean, yeah, if rook e1 works, then this is probably great. But I just figured, with the queen completely off sides, Fabi getting low on time, bishop e5, g4, h4, bishop h6. I mean, as long as I keep the queen there and he doesn't have an obvious plan, I think I have great chances. And yeah, Fabi played rook c8, which is simply, I mean, it just hangs h6 and probably the game with it. But I don't really know what else he's supposed to do because also, I mean, maybe he should go c4, but this is such an ugly looking move to play here. Because I can probably just take, and eventually I'm going to put something on d4, and I'm just going to play for five years. So, I mean, but rook c8, bishop h6, of course, is just losing. So after takes, king g8, check, king f8, queen f6. I'm threatening mate in 1, and if you go rook e8, I just sack the rook, takes, and queen h8, take the rook, and black king's too weak. So he played f6, and yeah, then I went queen e4. Again, I don't know if this was right. I mean, I know it worked out, but I also could have just played bishop f4 here and just sat on the position, gone h4, g4, just like go drink some tea and waste more time and make Fabi suffer. But I just assumed intuitively that this position after rook d1, rook e8, and rook d8 had to be winning somehow. But it took me quite a while to calculate this correctly because basically, initially I thought that I could play queen g6, but actually if I go queen g6 takes and rook d8, black has rook g8 here, and now black is completely fine. I mean, it's just going to be a draw. So I have to invert the order and play it the other way, and it doesn't quite work. So now if he takes, just a couple of lines. There's queen g6. If rook f8 takes, check, rook d3, followed by rook g3, and white's completely winning. So this is very simple. And if he plays bishop f7, which is the line I spent most of my time on, I have to be a little bit careful. Because if I take on f7, there's rook e1, and now black actually should save the game. But I can just take, go rook d3, queen e1, king h2, rook e5, and now the very important move h4. And I think rook g3 next should just be winning for white. So yeah, so Fabi found bishop g8, only try. I took a long time here to play queen h4, but I think it was right. Takes, rook d3, of course, to cut him off. And
at this point, did you feel like if you kept your cool?
Well, I mean, the thing is Fabi's so low on time, and he has to defend miraculously. I mean, I assume this is just winning. Let me just take a look at the evaluation, if it'll let me. Yeah, okay, so I did play well. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling here that with the attack, and most importantly, I mean, a lot of positions with opposite color bishops, the side that's attacking has great chances to win. So I think already here it was very, very straightforward. I did actually miss this g5 move. Like, I spent quite a bit of time here because I initially thought I could just take a rook d7 and win the game, but there's always this g5 trick, so I played rook d7 and then queen g3, and now, I mean, I don't know, maybe a computer says there's some miracle, but with the rooks on d7, d8, the bad bishop, the good bishop on h6, I think it's just winning. And I mean, Fabi kind of, he finally blundered with queen f5, or blundered in a way that loses immediately. But yeah, I mean, of course, all this was very, very straightforward. And then I take this and just go right into this endgame. And once we get f3, g4, the rest is very, very simple. So it's a good win.
Very nice win. Hikaru, you started the tournament with 2 draws. Now you're in the lead on 7.5. You're one good result away from qualifying to the candidates. How do you manage to keep those thoughts at bay going into tomorrow's last round?
Well, I mean, what thoughts? I mean, you just play chess. Like, it's very simple. I have nothing to lose. I mean, there are plenty of other players who have a lot to lose because this is their big moment for the year. For me, it's just another tournament. So, you know, not to sort of belabor the point, but I mean, I just try to play good chess. I'm not really thinking about the candidates.
Did you have a look around today? There are so many exciting games going on.
I mean, I saw Parham as usual, getting one of his typical positions. You know, he seems to be very good at winning these dubious positions against the 2600s, which is why his rating has gotten so high. But it looked to me like Andre had a good position. So I don't know if Andre is going to win the position, but I mean, it looked very, very good for him. So I don't know what the position currently is.
We can bring it up if you want.
Sure. So this one, yeah, what's the position? Yeah, I mean, this is typical Parham game. But I mean, Andre should be winning, I assume. With 2 bishops, weak rook on g4, looks very bad for black. So. Yeah, I mean, I guess that was the one that I was watching. I didn't really get a chance to look at the other one between Bogdan and Vidit, but small advantage for black, I guess. But is Vidit going to win? Actually, the time situation is a big problem if the time is correct.
I believe the time is.
Yeah, so I mean, Vidit has very good chances, I think, to win. Although Deak is a very good blitz player online, so I mean, maybe. There's bishop a5, knight e3. It's not so simple for black to prove, but still. Well, the more I look at this, the more that I start to think that white's probably okay, even though he's down a pawn. Yeah, so we'll see what happens in this game, but I'm assuming I'll be probably the sole. Well, no, I'll probably be tied with Andrei Sapenko after this round. So yeah, it's all good.
I'm going to turn to our commentators to see if they have any final questions.
No, I was just actually getting deja vu from the last round of Norway chess, where actually a very similar kind of plot unfolded with your game against Fabiano. Is that something you had in mind? I mean, you know each other so well. Just hit him in the opening, and
the more like the actual irony is that, you know, I played Fabiano, I think, in the final round here in 2019 in a game where if I had won, I would have qualified for the candidates. And I mean, as fate would have it, it's a very good thing that I didn't win that game for obvious reasons. But yeah, I've had white against Fabi in a couple of these last rounds. Norway, of course, a little bit different than this, certainly, because Fabi was clearly leading here. We were on the same score, but you know, you just try to play good chess, try to put some pressure on your opponents. And I think Fabi, especially today, the other one was just simply a blunder in the opening, but today he assumed it was just a dead draw when it wasn't a dead draw, and he was a little bit careless, and yeah, I was able to capitalize. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, and just looking at all the other games, both in the open and the women's section, I'm seeing that there's going to be a lot of decisive results. Is that something surprising to you?
Well, I mean, this is different than a normal tournament. I think in a normal tournament where there's just cash up for grabs, you would see a lot more draws. But here, everyone's trying to qualify, which I think also is why you're seeing a lot less of like the rating deflation. People aren't losing as many points, generally speaking, of course, because their opponents have to try as well. Like the 2650s, 2660s are trying to win games with the white pieces as well. So, you know, because of that, I think that everyone's trying, and that's why it's more exciting. You have candidate spots up for grabs, and everyone wants them. So, except for me.
What are you saying? You don't care about the candidates? Or?
I mean, it's nice, but it doesn't change anything. So, I mean, yeah, I think ultimately for me, when I look at everything, it's just, you know, mentally, as long as you don't let the pressure get to you, good things will happen. And I've said it many times, but the candidates always has the worst quality chess compared to any normal 2700 super elite event during the year. And there's a good reason for that. It's because everybody loses their mind due to nerves and emotions. And so if you keep those at bay, good things can happen.
Hikaru, thank you very much.
I was just going to ask one final question. If you get to the candidates from this tournament, who else would you like to see join you if you could choose?
Well, I mean, I was thinking, generally speaking, for like Fabi and the others, it would be much better if I didn't get in the top 2, because I think having Alireza by rating instead of having like a random 2700 qualify here would be much more favorable for all the people who are already in. But if I make it, obviously Alireza will be in. If I don't, I mean, probably it'll be me. But just have to see what happens tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Hikaru, thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck for the last round tomorrow.
Yeah, what a game. What a win, Jovanka.
What a win indeed. And some good psychological advice there from Hikaru, saying just take it easy, relax, do not lose your mind, do not let the tension get to you.
So welcome back, everyone. We just got to hear Hikaru's thoughts on his game and on the tournament situation. And he is now in first place, just waiting to see, who can join him. And perhaps we are also waiting to see if he will join us for another post-game interview.
Very nice. Very nice. We see our boy just thriving, man. And of course, when that pressure's off, you can play good things. Good things happen. And you can learn a lot from Hikaru, basically, on like the mindset there of like, just, hey, play good chess, good things happen. Don't worry about the result. Worry about the work that produces said result. But he's also like, for him, it's more just like, I'm a streamer first. All I do is stream. I just play chess for fun, guys. So, but that pressure's off and he's playing good because the pressure's not on him.
Absolutely, and he's 2789, as I mentioned earlier, on the live chess, on the live ratings, excuse me. So yeah, definitely a very, very impressive rating. Hopefully, we'll see him back to 2800. Let's check out the competition. We have a lot of exciting games still going. Let's look at board 2. This is the game between Deoch and Vidit. Deoch just made a move with 2 seconds. He's got 32 seconds on the clock. That means he barely just made it in time. And Hikaru was saying, he thinks White's okay here. But again, I thought the onus was definitely on White to prove it because Deoch is very low on clock. And he's also down a pawn from Vidit's brilliant tactic earlier in the game. So, still 4 more moves, plenty of mistakes left to be made. Vidit's got a very nice time advantage for the time scramble. So we'll see if Deoch can even pass time control without any major blunders.
Oh, yeah, 36 moves too. We got a few more. And you got to try to do it without blundering. That's obviously easier said than done. But
And
we got him.
Oh, we have a very, very special honored guest joining us.
What's good? What's good, you guys?
Yo.
Hey, Hikaru.
Congrats.
How's it going?
Big win.
Yeah, something like that.
Looked relatively smooth. We saw your comments in the post game analysis. Would you want to take us through some of the other key moments of the game on your mind?
Yeah, so I mean, I think the game was pretty, the opening at least was very straightforward. I sort of, I wasn't sure what to expect from Fabiano, honestly, because on the one hand, I thought he would try very hard to win the game, but on the other hand, I thought he might choose to be very solid. So yeah, he played knight f6, and I mean, again, I spent all day looking at, let's just say, a lot of other openings that were not e4, e5. And then I sort of just decided that when in doubt, play this Scotch 4 knights. And they're a couple of things. First of all, I forget when it was exactly, but I was in St. Louis for one of the Rapid and Blitz tournaments, and I was talking to Jan Nepomucci at dinner before the tournament began, and Jan asked me, he's like, what do you do against the Scotch 4 Knights to try and win? Because I think in his first round game, he had the black pieces against Jeffrey Zhang. And so he asked me at the dinner for the opening ceremony, like, how do you play to beat the Scotch 4 Knights? And so that was in my mind, first of all. But then secondly, I thought, at the end of the day, I want to be solid. And if there's one opening that I hate facing in Title Tuesday, or two people specifically who do this every single game, it seems like there's David Paravian from Russia and Jeffrey Zhang from the US, and both those guys play this lame-o, cheesy 4 Knights. And I mean, obviously, every game should end in a draw. But I just figured it's very solid, and why not play it, basically. So those two things were sort of the inspiration behind playing it. So yeah, I mean, everything was pretty was pretty normal out of the gate. He played this Bishop b4.
By the way, Hikaru, I don't know if you in the last round of Qatar Masters, it was a very important game, like on the last board that I was playing on, and I actually had this position with the black pieces, and I decided to play this move, knight e4. So maybe you can give this advice to Jan Nepomucci if he's looking for a win against the Scotch 4 Knights.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've played this online too. I'm aware of this move. Okay, yeah. Thank you for that.
No, for him, not for you. For him. Next time you see Jan.
Like I said, I think I played knight takes e4 as black too, because basically this 4 Knights is so boring and so dry that, I mean, it's just it kills the life. And that's why half the time online when I play like Title Tuesday or even just Blitz, like I just play some garbage like bishop b4 on move 3 or some nonsense, or g6 for example, because like it's just very sad to face. I mean, with the black pieces, because you're expecting something more interesting, and then your opponent plays this like really dry stuff. So yeah, I mean, this is all pretty normal. Rook d1. I looked at this before the game. Takes queen a5. I mean, objectively, this should be fine for black, but I was aware that there is, of course, a typical David Provian game, one of the like 5,000 games that he's played in this 4 nights in a titled Tuesday. I forget who it was against, but I was aware of that game, and so in that game there was knight e4, takes queen g3, but in that game I think his opponent blundered with f6. So yeah, his opponent blundered with f6. I think I'm actually going to find that game very quickly. Give me 1 second. While I find this game out. What was this game? This was Dropstone versus Detsk Sad. Detsky Sad. DTSKISAD.
That means kindergarten in Russian. So it must be another Russian player.
Okay, so anyway, there was some game, between David Provian, Dropstone, and Detsky Sad, whoever that is on chess.com. And after f6, it went bishop h6, rook f7, rook d6, rook e8, and then a4.
And the bishop can't move because of this nice rook f6 move as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So rook e8, a4, and then I mean, basically, of course, it's titled Tuesday. White has initiative. Provian won a very nice game after a couple of moves. So I was aware of this idea, but then of course Fabi used some time and played king h8, and I'm sort of on my own. But luckily for me, because it's such a simplified position, the same idea kind of still exists to play a4, take away the queen side from the queen. And I think it's still okay up until rook e8. I mean, even after it's probably okay. But I think here when Fabi played rook e8 sort of autopilot, thinking he was fine, once I got rook d6 in, I think it's very, very difficult for black to play.
This was nice because the queen could never really get back in the game while you were getting some kingside pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very strange position, but basically, like, the theme of this game is dominating the queen. Like, basically, the queen gets dominated on the queen side, and there are no squares available, and that essentially is why Fabiano ends up in trouble. I mean, I think Fabiano just assumed that basically the only play I have is to go for some h4, h5 or something to try and attack on the king side, and he just didn't see this idea. He didn't see the danger behind the a4 rook d6 idea, and I mean, once the queen's completely out of play, it's very it's very hard to play here. So I think he fell apart very, very quickly when he played h6.
Yeah, so the computer really hated this move. By the way, we were wondering, what did you have in mind on rook d8 here?
Fabiano thought bishop e5 was winning. I thought rook c6 was the right one, but I don't know which one's right. I mean,
so this is actually a nice one because you talk about dominating the queen. So this looks like by force you're getting some material because you got this nice rook e6 move, and then of course bishop c7 picks up the rook, and then the best is to go for this endgame. Yeah.
I have this too. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure, but I felt like there was something there, and
we thought he might have missed that. Yeah.
Well, I think he was going to play rook d8. I mean, the little conversation we had after the game was about that. He thought there was some bishop e5, rook b1, which was winning, which I don't know, it seemed kind of weird to me, but I didn't. I mean, yeah, but this also is quite good, I suppose. But with the double pawns, maybe black has chances. But I mean, already here though, the game's kind of going the wrong direction. 100% going the wrong direction.
It's very one-sided for you.
Yeah, I mean, basically that's the problem. Yeah, I mean, that's really the problem is that, like Fabiano, I think, not mistakenly, but he assumed that it was like a boring opening. It's the 4 knights. I'm happy with a draw. Nothing was happening. And then he just falls asleep at the wheel for 2 moves. And suddenly it's like, wait, what's going on? I'm in a lot of trouble. And I mean, he could have played c4. This is true, actually, someone points out. But the problem with c4 in the long term is that I get bishop e5, like f6, bishop d4, and then I get this like wooden shield, and this bishop is so good every which way. I mean, the king is very weak, and another basic theme is that generally when you have major pieces on the board with bishops of opposite color, the side that's attacking it can be very, very dangerous. So that was the big issue for Fabi with c4. But yeah, I think he just kind of fell apart here very quickly. Played rook e7, yeah, and I mean, apparently rook e1 is winning, but I mean, that's a computer move. I thought queen e3 was much more human.
Practical. It feels like you just gave him nothing. You did that quite well, especially at this higher level with no risk. You didn't have to risk anything. Rook e1, it was winning, but like still, queen e3 was just very risk free.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I just figured I've got a nice position. I mean, again, the queen is still dominated, so because the queen's completely out of the game here, I mean, I should just try and play very, very positionally. And I'm sure there were other ways, but queen e3 just made a lot of sense here to hit the pawn on e4 threat and bishop takes h6. I mean, all these ideas just look very, 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 very scary to face. So Yeah, I mean, he fell apart immediately with rook c8, which just hung h6 for no particular reason. But yeah, now after f6, I mean, here also, I don't know if queen e4 is right, because I was like way up on the clock here, and I could have also just played bishop f4 to make him suffer. Like no obvious counterplay, just start pushing h4, g4, g5, whatever. So I wasn't sure if queen e4 is right, but then like sort of in my mind, intuitively, I felt like there had to be something that was winning, which is why I played queen takes e4.
Yeah, this was the top move, so we thought it was quite good, obviously. But then right here, you took a bit of time here, and it felt like this was a very precise idea, like eliminating one of his rooks so you can gain another access point to the king and not retreating the bishop. That seemed like an extremely precise way to play here.
I mean, I'm fairly lucky that in this tournament I've had 2 games where I've messed up winning positions and I've had to start all over again and then win the game for a second or a third or a fourth time, yesterday specifically, or in the, I think, 3rd round against Chopra. So I've had a lot of experience messing up winning positions. So because of that today, I sort of told myself, just use your time. Don't be an idiot. And that really helped a lot. I think if I don't have those 2 bad games, there's a good chance I could have moved quickly and messed this up. But because of those 2 games earlier in the tournament, I think I used my time extremely well in this portion of the game.
Yeah, so and then here was another big moment, right? You spent maybe like 20 minutes on this queen h4, and we saw you mentioned you were also looking at queen g6 in the block. So we thought this was kind of more aggressive looking, right? So it looks a little more intuitive. I'm curious, what lines did you have in mind after queen g6?
Yeah, I mean, the thing with queen g6, I thought that he had some way of like trading and going like queen c4 and queen f7, or maybe it was queen e1, queen e6. I forget what it was. I think it was something like takes check. Yeah. King h2, queen e5, g3, and I think it was queen e6 there or something is what I saw. And I thought he's getting the queen back to f7. And I mean, I guess the computer thinks it's winning anyway, but I didn't see a forced win. I figured at this point, with less pieces on the board, opposite colored bishops, I don't ever want an endgame. So that's the reason I chose not to go for this, essentially, was because I just figured he's going to get some kind of end game, and maybe I'm still winning, but Fabi's a great defender, and why do I ever want that?
Right.
Yeah, we were analyzing this, like, for example, like bishop e3, and then like this is probably winning, but it's also like bishops. It's not so easy.
This is probably winning, but like, why do I want this? I mean, Fabi's low on time. Why do I want this end game?
Keep the queen.
My rationale. Yeah. So yeah, so then he takes, and I have rook d3, also I think a very, very precise move. Bishop h7 only move, I think. Rook d7 and g5 only move again.
Were you thinking about the fact that you built a rook cube here? Because the chat was very excited.
Well, I mean, I just assumed I have to be winning here. I'm attacking. I'm just attacking here, so it looks very nice. Yeah, and then g5, queen g3. I think. I mean, maybe a computer finds a better solution, but I just figured here it's too hard to defend. There are too many threats with rook e7, rook d7. I mean, everything is very scary, but I do have a feeling he probably had a better defense here somehow. He's supposed to play rook d7 and bishop f5.
Well, one idea that we saw was this one. This is really crazy. We thought no chance with a minute. He can actually go queen a4 here, just hitting the rook. But this look, so of course you're not in time to make this capture, and somehow there's like no mate. So we looked at this a little bit, and it's not like immediately losing, but it looks obviously very, very suspicious.
Yeah, no, of course.
Because he always
I wasn't sure, but yeah, I mean, he was so low on time anyway. It's such a miserable position that he blundered with this queen b1, queen f5, and then of course I'm able to trade right off into the end game. Because of course it's very important that there's that rook e8 check, obviously, if he doesn't play queen f4. Like if he goes,
you're threatening mate, right?
Mate. Yeah, rook e8 and queen g7. Yeah, so he has to go into endgame, and then I just mopped it up very precisely, just trading everything off. Yeah, even after bishop b1, like I can go rook a7, which is winning, or rook g7, rook g4, which is winning. But it's like, why bother when I can get an endgame here, which is just an easy win with f3, g4, and then just push the g and h pawns up the board. And I mean, it doesn't need an explanation.
Very smooth, I think. I think it was very smooth. It's hard to make these games, at the high level. Like, I mean, it seems easier said than done from watching you do it, obviously. But hopefully we all learn something from here. It's a very smooth game, bro. Congrats on that win. You and clear first.
Yeah, it's something. Of course, there's still another round tomorrow. So yeah, we just move forward to the next game.
Yeah, and actually not clear. You weren't clear first, but Estepenko actually, he did convert that position against Parham. Oh, Hikaru, do you want to? Can we challenge you to a little puzzle rush in Estepenko's game?
I'll look away from the screen because it's going to show you the end position. So just go back to the right position. It's not
at the end. I'm gonna hide it.
Okay.
So okay, look, I think you'll like this one. Hold on, let me make sure we don't give. I have all these arrows. Let me make sure they don't give. Look away for just 1 second, so I don't give it away with my arrows. Okay, this position right here. Estepenko missed it. White to play and win.
White to play and win. Okay, puzzle rush. White to play and win here. Okay, so white to play and win in this position. What? Oh, nice. Bishop G7, of course.
Yeah,
Very nice.
yep. Very nice, right? This could
and then
just
you
be a
zigzag
resign.
over F6, H6. Yeah, very nice. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was saying maybe if this was on the board, Parham might even just resign because you're just immediately smoked.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
But you know, I mean, to be fair, I feel like Andre has also had a very good turn overall. He's been very solid. I mean, when you look at Parham's result, I know the result is very good, but he's been like really in a lot of shaky positions, a lot of games that could have gone where he won them, where he could have lost them. So I mean, there've been a lot of double-edged positions, and I think today he tried to play that same style that works so well against the 2600s, and playing against the 2700, it just, I mean, he just got smoked, is what I felt like. So yeah, I mean, Andre won that game, so nice win for him.
He did. I mean, even Rook D1 was, of course, really strong. The king is in so much trouble here. It seems like with the bishop, so he converted.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's not an easy position to play, obviously, or it's not an easy move to find. But yeah, once you go Rook D1, you still have the 2Bs, still very, very pleasant. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's not too shocking. I think for anyone's wondering, I mean, I assume that means I'm tied for the lead with him.
Is there anyone else? Vid is still playing against Dayach.
And that's just the other one that has the same score.
That's the only guys who can catch up. Yeah. So they've passed side control. Looks like extra pawn. What do you think of his winning chances?
Yeah, I mean, can he box here with knight f3? Like trade and go knight f3 and box?
Just trade everything, like get this one.
What's the count though? Blacks have a pawn here, right? Yeah, it's just a box. Yeah, you just box. You box the king on h1, and I assume this is winning. Yeah,
you just run it up the board. Yeah,
that's what I expect. Yeah.
Okay, so looks like perhaps winning already for Vidit, yeah?
Yeah. Box is I like someone in chat. They said box is this F1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, come in box. Yeah, I mean, like again, I feel like the thing that for a lot of players is that you know, they're feeling this massive pressure, and so they're taking big chances to try and win the games with both colors, and I think it's kind of backfiring. I think most of the players who are up there right now, with the excluding myself and Fabiano, they've never been in the candidates. They've never really been in the situation where they could qualify. So I think all these people are feeling very, very nervous.
But also, do you think right now, since it's like, you know, the last rounds, people they're nervous, but they're also just willing to take a lot more risks. Just like they're willing to.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Because again, at the end of the day, nobody cares about a few $1,000s. I mean, if you qualify for candidates for pretty much everybody except Fabiano and myself, I mean, it's going to be life changing. Maybe not Anish, for example, if you made it, or Levon or somebody, but you know, amongst the players who are at the top, I mean, it is going to be life changing because none of them have ever been in the candidates, and this could be their only chance.
So, by the way, if Vidit does win, you've already played him. You've already played Andre. So you actually would likely be just downfloated. And by the way, there's a lot of other decisive results. So Eric Geisy defeated Sam Sevian. Predke beat Kuzubov, but you've already played Predke.
Oh, so right? Sevian went nuts. So Sevian didn't make the draw. Because, I mean, Sevian could have forced a draw in the opening.
In the notebook, we saw the opening was pretty great.
But I mean, both Anish and I passed the board, and our eyes were practically bulging out of our head when we saw the move B3 being played. But yeah, like knight f. But for example, he could have forced a draw. Yeah, after B3, like I saw Anish walk by, and his eyes got really big, and like when I saw it too, it was like crazy.
Or what are we?
No, but I mean, queen g4, queen h4, and f6 g5, easy draw.
Okay.
But I mean, also this is a direct result of the fact that there are two spots for candidates. Otherwise, this would have been a draw very quickly. Right. I mean, this would have been a draw for sure.
Yeah,
if there weren't two spots for the candidates, yeah. No, I mean, if there weren't two spots for the candidates, this game is a draw very, very quickly, no doubt about it.
Got it.
But again, like that's the thing. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like these people, they feel like they have a chance. So everyone's trying to take massive risks here at the end of the event.
It looks like Keimer's also winning against your Gotham teammate Fedoseev.
Well, I mean, Fedoseev has taken massive liberties in this game. I mean, the whole opening looked kind of insane, just allowing this whole kingside attack. So I'm not too surprised. Like I said, for all these players, they've never been in this situation, and it's a chance of a lifetime to make the candidates. So I'm really not surprised to see all these decisive games.
Yeah, you could have 6 decisive games on the top 6 boards. Pretty
well. It's a good thing that I won then.
Right.
Yeah. So you probably would get maybe Aragaisi, right, by colors, because he's do white, you're do black, but who knows?
Right. Yeah, I mean, no idea who I would get, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me, as I've said. Like, I'm just playing chess, trying to have a good tournament, and that's all that matters. I mean, all the other noise is just noise. Candidates, who cares? Like, I mean, I'll just try to play a good game of chess tomorrow, and if I do, good things will happen.
It's been working very well.
It's the mindset. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the big difference between me now and the me of old times. I think if this was even like 3-4 years ago, there's a very good chance I don't win this game today because I would have gotten nervous and probably blundered because of like the nerves, chance to qualify for the cans, become world champion, all that useless stuff that doesn't matter at all. So now like I just don't even think about such things, and so it's all gravy.
All gravy.
So yeah. Also, Vincent's going to win. Bishop c5, queen b1, just go into his endgame with the two pawns, just away they go, and off we go to the races.
Oh yeah, the trade queens on b4, so something like this, and then
yeah, I mean, come on, f4, yeah, go up the board, So,
so he's got it. He's got the win.
Yeah, I mean, Vincent will win this game too. So yeah, I mean, I just have to play one good game. I play one good game. Good things happen. I mean, I guess the only game that I actually care about is probably Ali Rez's game. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, let's check it. We haven't really checked him at all. So he's still playing against Matush Bartel.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, he's better, but can he actually win this? I guess is the question.
So extra exchange, but his pieces are a bit boxed in. Yeah,
box.
Yeah, I mean, I think he has chance to win this, but it looks very, very difficult. Also, because after rook h4, knight h4, d5, white can always go g6, for example, and get rid of the queenside pawns. I mean, he's going to have chances to try and win this game, but it's going to go on for a long time. That's not even the only way for white to play either. So, yeah, I mean, whatever.
But at this point, there's obviously the rating spot, but you have your destiny in your own hands, right? You don't have to worry anything Ferrugia does.
I mean, obviously, yeah, I mean, it's great to be in the situation I'm in to win today specifically, because now I mean I really give myself great chance to get in one of two ways. So yeah, I mean, just have to play a good game tomorrow and see what happens.
No pressure, but you about to hit 2,800, big dog. How you feel about that? You a real big dog out here right now, my guy.
I mean, my rating was 2816 once, 2816 or 2819 or whatever it was once upon a time. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I've had better days.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice, but like, really, I mean, it's no different than when everyone's like, I know there are people who are getting angry and they're like, why aren't you playing the U.S. Championship? And it's like, at the end of the day, I've won that
five times. Exactly.
Like,
tired of winning. Let somebody else win.
Not that big of a deal. So, yeah, I mean, it's nice, but at the end of the day, I'm just trying to play good chess, play interesting chess, because sooner or later I have to get back to my real job. So, as long as games are interesting, I'm having fun. That's really all that I'm looking to do.
Hikaru, since we're talking about rating, let me ask you this. Would you rather be over 2,800 FIDE or over 3,300 chess.com Blitz?
Oh.
Well, I've already been over 30.
I know you've done both. Yeah. 3,350 and 2,850 or something like that?
You should have said 3,400 or 3,400 or 2,800. No, I mean, I'd much rather be 3,400 online.
34 or 2,900, I guess, would be the equivalent, yeah?
Well, 2,900 is never possible. I mean, the better question is like 2,850 maybe. But,
yeah,
I mean, in a different lifetime, I would say like 2,850. At this point, I mean, none of it really matters. So I would say 3,400 online.
I think that would almost be more impressive because no one's even been remotely close to 3,400, except you, of course. 30.
Well, Magnus and I have both been like 3,330-ish or something like that. I don't know what our peaks are, but something like that. So, yeah, we've been up there, but yeah.
Got it. So, all right. Yeah. Is there any other game you want to check, Hikaru, at this point? Maybe this Anish game or any other ones in your mind?
I mean, maybe just the Anish game quickly. It looked like very boring though when I saw it. Yeah, it looked very drawish. But actually, Anish has found a way to get winning chances.
Strange game.
Yeah, they can make another rook cube here, by the way, if rook 2 is played.
I mean, there should be a draw, but I mean, why is the king on h4? Didn't Hans put his king on h4 like on purpose
he did
something?
Like 10 moves ago. Let's see. Actually, more than that. Yeah, he walked. Like, he was. Let's see how he did it. Maybe he was trying to hold these pawns. I don't know.
I mean, this should just be an easy draw. I mean, yeah, this is insane. King h4. This is ridiculous. What is he even doing? Yeah, I mean, what is the king doing on h4? It doesn't belong there.
Yeah, that's the word. Ridiculous. This is just.
But a lot of back and forth. It looks like Anish doesn't really have a. Well, this is now he's made some progress, right? He's got the rook into the background.
Well, he played b3, which he played b3, which I don't understand at all. Like, I would never play b3 because now you're creating weaknesses on the queen side. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not enthused by this from Hans' standpoint, but I mean, I think it'll still probably be a draw. But if anyone has chances, it will be Anish.
what do you think is like the winning plan? Just try to create some kind of pressure on either the b3 or h3 pawn, or what?
I mean, first things is somehow you need to get the rook to move from d2. So like you can trade the rooks to go bishop e4, and then you're going to try to get the rook to move off of d2. If you can get rook d1, rook d3 with this third row kebab, then you can win the game. But here, I don't know how you're going to force, like if you go rook b1, there's always just bishop b2. So then you go rook f1, rook f3. Maybe that's how you do it. Yeah. Is like, say white just plays bishop c3 as an example, like bishop c3, rook b1, bishop b2.
No,
and then rook f1, and that's how you get. That's how you get in. That's how you get in.
What a plan! That's nice.
And the king's just always out of the game once you do that.
The king on h4.
Yeah, I mean, putting the king on h4 is ridiculous, but I mean, it's fairly typical of Hans. Like nothing against him in terms of this game, but like he's always in these situations where like he's like, if you're not first, you're last, and so he's trying to win a game where there's literally no win to be had against a very, very good player, I might add as well, and he's probably going to end up losing this. So yeah.
All right, so that's the thing. But this is Anisha's not even in the chasing pack, right? He is going to be, even with a win, a full point behind you. So he's very unlikely to be one of your opponents.
Right, but that's also like what is Hans doing? Like why is he trying to win this position where he can only be worse? It's just like it's completely illogical. It makes no sense. So yeah, but anyway, whatever. It's what it is. So yeah.
Great. All right. Seeing if we have any questions in the chat to you.
Anything from chat? Let's see.
Yeah. Chat, any questions for Hikaru before before he records the recap?
Recap.
Probably not.
Recap?
I don't see any questions. So yeah. So I think I'll let you guys go, and I'll probably go relax. One more game to go, and see what happens, I guess.
Good luck to you.
Well, congrats again.
Yeah.
And great. Keep up the good work.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Yeah. And so, I'll do the recap probably right away, and I'll catch up with all you guys tomorrow after round number 11. Okay.
Cool, bro.
Take care.
All right. See you guys. Have a good one. Bye everybody.
Awesome, man. Always good spirits, right? Feeling good. And won the game. And we've got one more round tomorrow. Very smooth. Very smooth.
Yeah. Beautiful game. Like you said, James, it's not easy to make it look easy when you're playing a 2,800 player. But that's what it looked like. It looked really smooth, one-sided. So that takes lots and lots of skill. And in the meantime, we got a lot of decisive games here. I guess we should maybe look at this. We have the box, as Hikaru was calling it. Let's see how Vida did it. So Hikaru was saying, hey, maybe you just trade right away in box. So Vida goes rook f8 first, putting pressure on f2. Then we trade on d4. That looks like a great trade for black, by the way, right? If I'm Vida, I'm thinking, hey, my e pawn is now a d pawn. That's a pass pawn right there. And then he gets the box as well. So the king is completely blocked out. Knight h2, he's hoping to get rid of this. And Vida goes knight e5, f4, knight d3. Okay, so this looks very miserable because I got two pass pawns. Look at that.
Can't go rook d1, so you got to move your rook somewhere else. And then allowing a check and pushing can happen after that. Maybe we can even take one of the files there. I mean, this is just miserable.
Yeah, this looks like it's real bad. And the rook on f8, right? Like maybe, like you said, take one of the files, rook e8, rook e2. What about that? Now I get some real big pressure here on the second rank. So then it looks like he's on his way to win this game. So yeah, we could have a three-way tie for first. And then, we could already do some pairings alchemy here because we know that there's three leaders. Esipenko already won. Hikaru already won. Vidit is on his way to win. I don't think he has played against... I'm just double checking whether he has played. Oh no, he has. Wait, this is so he was already playing Esipenko. So all three leaders have played each other.
That's so cool. That is so cool. So has Esipenko and Vidit played?
Yeah, they just they just played in round 9.
Wow.
So yeah, you're gonna have three leaders, and all three of them are going to be downfloated. And yeah, I do think, Arjun Erigaisi is the likely pairing for Hikaru because he's a half point behind and the colors do match. But then there's a couple other guys that are like Alexander Predke. I guess he'd be matched up against either Vidit or Esipenko. And then we might also have, and Vincent Keimer's winning as well. So we kind of already, assuming these matchups go the way we expect them to, then we'll know. It looks like the pairings are almost forced. Let's just might as well double check. Has Vidit played either one of those guys, either Predke or Keimer? And it looks like he has not.
He is not, yeah.
So we'll see. But we know Hikaru it seems like almost for sure he will play Arjun Erigaisi. We have Master Chef Official in the chat saying we've already saw this. You know, you don't got to go through this again. We already know he's playing Eric Geisy. So yeah, it does seem like that is the case.
Ooh, that's gonna be a nice matchup. See him play Eric Geisy. Eric Geisy is very strong too as well. But I mean, hey, look, Hikaru is the top dog right now, and it's gonna be Arjun's gonna be the one playing up.
But you know, Hikaru, you know, we were saying these guys, they got to go for broke, right? Because it's a candidate spot, right? They gotta defeat these leaders and you know, and get the lead for themselves, because only the top 2 spots are going to the candidates in this tournament.
Yeah, so think about that is unreal, guys. Only the top 2 spots, and that's why he said there's lots of blunders and etc. People are doing things that they usually wouldn't do because of those spots there. It was an interesting statement he said to Hikaru about, like, you see some of the worst chests of the candidates, you would think it'd be the best, but you see a lot of uncharacteristic blunders and stuff because of the pressure and the nerves that are there. Understanding, like, I can make it to the world champ out of this, right? You start thinking about that, you start playing. You're not thinking about chess anymore.
Oh yeah, that does make sense. I mean, aside from the World Championship, there's no higher stakes event for any of these players, for any player to participate in. So that makes sense. And that actually kind of reminds me, I think, wasn't Vladimir Kramnik like, oh, they're playing 2300 level chess in there or something like that. You know, he had some real harsh words.
I remember
for the 2700s.
I remember that. That was all over Twitter.
Yeah, he was not happy. I'm scrolling around, now that players have passed high control, they're taking a bit of time. I'm looking at some of the other boards in the tournament, and something that catches my eye here is Abhimanyu Mishra. I'm going down to board 39, but check this out. He just destroyed Vasil Ivanchuk, who's a legend, a legendary. But look at this. He checkmates him in basically 30 moves. So Abhimanyu Mishra.
This looks like an E4 opening. Sicilian.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Let me see what happened.
Abhimanyu, it's a battle of the generations. You got the youngest grandmaster in chess history against Ivanchuk, perennial top player for 20 plus years, a total legend in his own right. So let's see what happened. We have a classical Sicilian. We get the rouser with bishop g5. We're going to get some opposite side castling, or we got white castling 1, queen e3, bishop e7, takes, and then, bishop c4. I've seen this idea.
Yeah,
bishop drops back.
It's
and you're going to try to blow it up, right? On d5.
Mm-hmm.
That's the name of the game. So rook e1. So very, very energetic play here from Abhimanyu. h5. A little bit mysterious to me. He goes takes. Are we going to see a sack? Yep, he takes.
Does.
He does. He keeps taking it. Wow. So just look at this massive explosion on d5. He's got 3 pieces and a pawn, and he just throws the ball into the fire. Just boom, 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 boom.
So what happens after queen c7?
Yeah, he goes queen c7.
So
you got to keep the checkmate protected.
I'm curious. I saw rook c5, but he could go queen back to d7, or is rook d1 there or something?
Yeah, if queen d7, let's see. Apparently queen c3 here, and I'm threatening queen c7 and queen f6. So this is looking pretty dangerous for black. The king is just stuck in the center. Ivanchuk plays queen d8, rook d5, they repeat. You look at young Abhimanyu, he finds queen f3. So he's creating this threat of queen takes f6.
And
maybe there's also some kind of
rook takes c7. Oh, there's some spice in there. He plays king f8.
He just takes his pawn though.
Oh, and I got 3 pawns for the piece. I'm taking this all day.
Yeah, let's see. He takes, king g7, rook e3.
E3 easy. Oh, he cooked him.
Preventing it. Check.
Oh my goodness.
So he finds another avenue to invade.
Check.
Oh, not a check. Quiet move. Quiet move, but it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, and then look at this finish. Queen c6. Very nice. The king f8, rook h8. And then block. Wow, what a fantastic game for Abhimanyu Mishra as he gets the win over the legend Vasil Ivanchuk. That was a really nice game.
It was very nice. Very impressive. Very impressive game from a kid, boy.
The kid. He's not a I mean, he may be a kid, but
I wouldn't call him a kid. Oh no, his game.
His game is not a kid.
That's a big boy game.
Yeah, the big dog.
Sure, let me check the rest of his games too as well. Just see how
he's doing real well in this tournament. I think he's on +1 maybe.
Here. He beat Donchenko with black. Let me check this game. It's good, Jay. You always want to check the games of the players here to see how they did it throughout the tournament. This was d4, d5. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking
didn't move 6 pawns. That's so funny to think about, chat. Like, yeah, he didn't move. You only have 8 pawns, and 6 of them didn't move.
Well, that's the thing. He moved his pieces, right? He was showing the power of the pieces there. Let's see. I'm looking at some results. We got a lot of results in. We do have a lot of decisive games on the top boards, but lots of draws at the middle boards. For example, I think some of these guys who are like a point behind, a point and a half behind of the leaders, they might just be, they've lost some of that ambition. They know they're not making the candidates. So, maybe they're just kind of chugging along to the finish line with some draws. I'm seeing a lot of draws once we get out of the very top boards. Like,
you ready to go to tomorrow? Yeah, all right.
Let's check this game out, actually. I think you've played this player, James, Sean Rodrigue Lemieux. Have you played him before?
Oh, I've never played Sean, but Sean has been going crazy. Let me check his black games too. I think he scored GM here. I think he made GM here.
He did. Yeah, he had a fantastic tournament. And then not only did he make his GM norm, and he's also, this was his third norm, and he's crossed 2,500. He just took down Max Warmerdam from the Netherlands, 26-36.
White too.
Let's see this as well. Let's see how so Sean, for anyone in the chat who doesn't know, he is a young Canadian player. I've played him a couple times when we were growing up. I'm a bit older than him, but Canada and New York, they're actually not that far apart, especially when you go to upstate New York.
Yeah, I love it. Boy.
Same with Michigan. Your neighbors basically up there.
Right.
And so he would come down to New York and we play. And actually I played him one time in Montreal, but he's a very strong player. As we see, in the chat, we see, he's Canada's 15th Grandmaster in history, and he's also the second youngest GM in Canadian history at 19 years old. So, wow. And he's also the world under 18 champion. So this guy,
he got a norm from that.
I think so too. I think that was maybe his first one. So let's check out how he won. We got all these open Sicilians. So this is how you beat Grandmasters. Okay, he's got G3. He's coming in. H5. Bishop G2, H4. So Max is being pretty aggressive too, right? He's going after his fianchetto. A6, so taking the time out to prevent any knight b5s. Rook e1. Okay, James, check this out. If I'm white, I'm already looking at knight d5. You've been keeping your king in the center for too long.
Big fan of
D6.
Okay.
Is he going to do it? Let's see. E5. All right, that's a nice move. So the point is when you take, I can take back. And then your C6 is also hanging. So you can't recapture. So Warmerdam plays D5. Knight A4. So maybe trying to play for some kind of bind here.
C5 squares.
C4, he's pushing, takes, knight C3, knight E7, knight E4. That knight is put into work. Knight A4, knight C3, knight E4, just constantly trying to get into some of these dark squares. Knight D5, bishop G5, takes, queen E5. Okay, so he sacrifices the queen.
Wow, I'm about to say that's a queen, but okay.
He's got a lot for it, though. He's got like a rook, a knight, and I can't even count these pawns. Two pawns. Yeah, you got two bishops, but I got two bishops too. Yeah,
exactly. The bishop on B7 is gross too. Like that's not.
Yeah, but maybe C5. Maybe he's trying to open it up.
C5.
Well, no C5 no more. Got the pin. Bishop D6 or D1. I think the problem is it's king, right? You can't really find a safe place for it. So there goes one pawn. Wow. So F5. So it's super aggressive for black here. Maybe he's trying to keep them pushing. Rook D3. Oh, that's a nice move. Look at that. The rook lift into the queen side. Yeah, I think that's what he's going for.
Very nice.
Yep. Because you could even sack here. Something like if you just play a random move, then you could get cooked here with the sacrifice. Not even really a sacrifice because I'm immediately getting everything back with interest. Yeah, rook C8 goes queen C2, A4. Woo, bang.
Bishop takes. Takes. That's nice. Okay, rook F3.
I think that's the idea. The rook now is putting in tremendous work, and he just resigns.
He just resigns.
Wow.
Dang.
Power play. That looks like power play to me.
No, that's that open Sicilian is scary, bro. Like that's actually how I'm the same way. Like that's Sicilian, bro. The open Sicilian is very dangerous for both sides. Here, very strong stuff from Sean, and congrats to him too, bro.
Yeah, congrats on. Let's see if we can pull this up for a second on the screen because he's having a monster event. He's 24-88, but he just beat Warmerdam, 26-36.
He beat
Ivanchuk earlier in the tournament too.
Ivanchuk.
Gladura, that's
Gladura, 3 GMs?
2600, not just gems, 2600 gems, right?
Jeez.
So that's it. He's only lost to Hans Niemann and Jordan Van Forest. So two very and Naranya in round one. But yeah, 5 out of 10, 50% score against all these grandmasters. Very impressive from Sean. So yeah, cool game as well. I'm glad we got to check that one out. Sometimes we're so focused on these top boards, we're missing some of the action from other games.
Very good stuff. Big congrats to him, really. Big congrats, guys. That's how you get it done, though, man. You say Shelly going crazy too. That's crazy, man. Like just seeing these people do their thing here, man. And Hikaru is actually top dog. Actually, where's he in the standings? I know he's like, is he worse tie breaks or better? I think
honestly he might be. He might have the better ones because beating
because he beat Fabi, right?
Exactly. I was saying that hey, the tie break is the performance rating. So when you beat a 27 95 rated player, you can't really get any better than that. Yeah.
yeah. Performance. Okay. That's good.
And someone's asking in the chat, anyone else in a place to hit 7.5 other than Esipenko and Hikaru? And we're looking at it. We're looking at Vidit. He's playing with the black pieces here. And he's well in control to do so because first of all, he's attacking G3, but also he's got this extra pass pawn. The H3 pawn, that was kind of like a pawn that you thought was just going to get picked off at some point. White's not taking that pawn anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not taking that. Just keep it there.
And then look at this nice move he plays. Rook F5 that he played a couple moves ago. So he puts pressure on this pawn, get this rook out of here. Then now, look at this. Now he can play Rook C5, Rook C2.
And that is nothing you can do about that. Look how bad my bishop is. And the knight is not doing anything but defending. In fact, closer to the edge of the board, the worse it is. What's the time looking like? Yeah, this is over. And they about to get more time. 10 minutes.
Plenty of time. And they got the move 60 time control.
Yeah.
So, Vidit's having an incredible run here, especially considering that he lost the first round. So, he looks like he's in a great position because not only will he be tied for first if he wins this game, he also will be due the white pieces tomorrow, right? So that's a huge, that's great to have. You got white pieces in the last round. You can dictate the course of the game,
right?
And and I'm sure his tiebreaks are really good. So some of these guys who are on 7.5, like Hikaru and Esipenko, they might just be able to squeeze in with a draw. A draw will get them into that final slot potentially. But okay, there's 3 leaders, so someone's going to be the odd man out, right? They can't all take the top 2 spots.
Right.
Yeah.
Are correct here. Vidit playing extraordinary. I just checked his games too as well. I mean, good job. Big shout out to Vidit as well as we got one more round tomorrow. That's going to be that is going to be very big at the top because it's about that candidate spot. It really is. It's about that candidate spot. What's the score? Let me check. Now I'm like really thinking. I'm going to think.
No, but here's what's going to be very exciting about tomorrow.
Exactly right. What we got?
We're going to have 3 players on 7.5.
Okay.
Those are the top dogs. Those are the leaders. But they, as we saw, because this is the last round, pairs are getting a little funny. Everyone's played each other. None of them are playing each other because they've already played each other. So all 3 of them are going to be playing players who have 7 points. And because of that, the players on 7, they know a draw is not going to cut it.
Right.
A draw is the same as a loss. You're not making the top 2. So exactly, the 3 players who are chasing, they have to play for the win. There's going to be no quick draws. They're going to be.
That's going to be nice tomorrow.
It's going to be really nice.
Oh, it's going to be hot tomorrow, man. I cannot wait to see that. The chess, the spectacular chess you're going to see there, guys, because they're playing for wins. It's all must-win situations, but you can't all must-win. So it's going to be nice.
Yeah. So even it's possible that we could have a crazy 8.5 winning score. Because let's say you're Vidit, you're playing white. And you're playing against, Pretke or whoever is in the chasing pack, and that player is going to go for black. As black, they're going to go for the win. That's going to give you chances. They might overpress, and you might find the opportunity to win the game. And all of a sudden, we can have, because I've been saying, I did a couple of days of commentary here with Grandmaster Bach, and we were saying, hey, we think 8 points. That's the magic number. You get 8 points, and you're through.
Right.
Yeah, but it turns out it could be 8.5. You could have 3 players at 8.5 even, which is
and then them tie breaks come into play too again. Yeah, this is spicy. You have to win. It's just win or go home type thing. Like that's what it's about. So Hikaru is going to have to come. What does he have? 7.5. So
7.5.
That could be crazy. He could lose. Not lose, but draw and not win the tournament. You know what I mean? So
if Vidit and Esipenko win, that's it. They're first, second, right?
You got black tomorrow too. There's so many things to think about. Do I play more aggressive? Then you got to watch the other games. How are they doing? You're like, oh my goodness, so many things, so many factors.
See if Elares is still playing because this is also very important for Hikaru, right? Because he's also got that rating spot, right? And he's putting on a performance. He's 27.89, so he's built up over a 20-point lead on Firouzja now. And how's Firouzja doing? He's up in exchange as black here, but it's not so easy. You see this bishop on d4, it's keeping everything guarded. the knight here can, do a little hip hoppity around the board. So he's trying to activate his rook. We might see like rook e1 or something at some point. We get d5, bishop e3, rook e4. Doesn't look so easy, right? Like I feel like I just bring my knight to the d4 square, and I gotta, I'm down in exchange, but I got a pawn for it, and I have a pretty, everything's defending everything. So it doesn't look like an easy win at all for black.
It's really not. It does not look easy at all, but black is the one pushing. We do have the exchange, but you have the pawn for it. What's the time control? Yeah, this is going to be a long grind here. Long grind, because, I mean, I do get the knight to d4. It's really solid. It's not a fortress, but it's extremely solid and hard to break.
Yeah, just I got these pawns kind of keeping you at bay. And, I don't see how you can even attack it, right? This bishop for black.
Say that right. How do you even attack g5?
Yeah, where's it going, right? Like, you're going to have to do some, I don't even know how. I was going to say here, but that's not really happening either. That bishop is not really coming out. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is even like objectively a draw. Yeah, without analyzing too deeply here, because it looks like White's got everything protected, no weaknesses. How
it might be something with like sacrificing the rook on g5, but that has to be in the right criteria at the right moment. Like
maybe you bring this here.
Exactly. Knight
d4, and then you try to do like this,
try to sack it, right? But you got to like watch out for 96s there yourself. Like, I mean, it's just not even. It's not easy. It's not easy to do at all, and you have to watch. White's pass pawns, even knight b8, as you point out there, taking that one. And
I'm going. I'm going to take something. Yeah, knight b4 in some positions, just get a little fork action going. Although I don't think I want to trade my knight. This bishop's pretty blocked in, and my knight has some nice squares to go to. So, yeah, it doesn't look like an easy win for Firouzja, if there is one. And, okay, maybe let's go back to this Hans against Anish game. Is Hans able to escape with this king on h4? Let's check it out. So Hikaru was saying, you got to get that rook away from d2, or we got to get the black rook on the third rank. That's where all the juicy targets are, right?
That's where the kebab is.
The kebab, yeah. Oh, look at this. We got a pawn rectangle, not a cube. Rook rectangle.
Rook rectangle. The rectangular rooks.
Yeah, no cube. But okay, we get bishop e3, rook d2, and check this out. No matter which you take this way, I get rook f3. You take this way, I get rook d3. I'm kebabbing you on the third rank. It's coming.
Wow, he got it too. Rook takes d2, and it's happening. Yeah, Hans on the move here. He definitely has to take. He's like, which rook do I take? But I'm going to allow this play. Yeah, this is just losing. He is literally just lost here. Look at the king on h4 too as well. It's not able to help with anything. Too many weaknesses. Nope. I'm going to take on a3 there. Maybe even bishop g2 at the right moment is going to be deadly.
Oh yeah, that's a serious idea as well. Bishop g2, and that's mate. That's not even a pawn. That's just mate right there.
100%.
So yeah, you play something like this. Now you're getting in big trouble. Yeah, you're straight up getting mated. So. Yeah, Hikaru was saying perhaps Hans, he was over-pressing this game. He was really looking for a way to generate winning chances where there weren't any. And sometimes when you do that, you lose a bit of objectivity, you take a bit of risk, and it can backfire. So, it looks like Anish is infiltrating on the third rank, and he will be winning. Now, how many points is Anish even on? He's on 5.5, so if he wins, he'll be at 6.5, a point behind the leaders. But, he can't catch up for first, but he can still have a strong finish in at least the top 10, I would imagine.
Yeah, which would be good for him. Maybe he's up some points. Of course, that would always be good. Be up some points. He's probably going to play some more tournaments too as well. It's not over for him, so far from it.
Exactly.
Very strong tournament, though. Love to see all the games here. I'm just checking games on the side still. I'm like, oh, what about
There's a lot of games here, a lot of strong players. Yeah. Someone in the chat asked, how's RIM doing? And I imagine they're talking about Ramazan Jalmakhanov. And he drew very quickly, I have to say. Wow, have you ever seen this draw? I've seen this one a couple times.
Oh, this one. Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've seen this draw a couple times here.
The classic.
Yeah. So Berlin draw, not a very exciting game.
Draw. Yeah.
But I know Ramazan Jalmakhanov, if anyone hasn't been following, he's a 24-47 FIDE rated international master. And he is just cooking this event. He's on 5 out of 10. And he has actually lost a couple of games. He started 2-0. Now he's on 50%, but he's played a bunch of very strong. He drew Firouzja, he drew Giri, he drew Sam Shanklin. So this guy is having an unbelievable tournament. This game, of course, not very exciting. I guess he was just happy to make a draw with a 2,700 player. And his opponent showed him some respect. He was thinking, look, this guy's 24-47. No way. This guy is
Right.
playing out of his mind.
Out of his
Draw is
mind.
okay.
I think the draw too. Shoot. All right, bro. Yeah, draw for sure. Take a few points. I want to make it to the cannons. We're just gonna take these points.
Yeah, let's just
drawing.
wrap it
Good
up.
job.
This is what he's thinking. Yeah. Okay, but not a fun game, but at this point, Ramazan, I'm sure he's just like, all right, I've cooked enough. I got the norm. Let's go home. Let's go home and let's keep it moving for next
With
turn.
around the spare too as well.
All right. So who any games catch your eye, James? I'm just bringing back this bidding game back on the screen while we
look. And
Uh-huh.
nothing yet. Let me keep looking.
All right, no, all good. I'm also having a bit of a look at some. Oh,
Look,
you know what? Let's check. You know what we should do? Let's check out this. We didn't even look at this game once.
Which
I
one?
just realized it already finished, but it's an important game on board 6.
Oh, Predicate.
Predke won, and he's actually joining. Whoops! Oh, what did I do here? That wasn't it.
Second place?
Bad. Yeah, he's joining the chasing pack. He is joining. He's going to be one of those players on 7 points that is going to be battling against the leaders. So let's check out his game as he took down Yuri Kazubov. Okay, so here we get a Queen's Gambit, declined, super solid.
Yes.
Okay, 92. That means you're going to be going for the central expansion.
Right.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive. Okay, never mind. We get a trade here. We're going to get that F3 move at some point. Let's see. We get it now. Takes. Okay, so this is pretty aggressive, right? We got Rook F1, Knight F5, E4, E5, if you can dream about it. H4, Knight E2, B5. Wow, so B5 is actually the best move here according to the engine. And
double.
This is actually a nice idea. You know what it is? I think you want to go B4 and just make it more difficult for these pawns to ever move. So I can kind of get these blockades. Yeah, so that's a nice move because I'm looking at this side of the board, right? It looks like this is where all the action is. And all of a sudden, bang, you get B5. Maybe the bishop can come out as well. So Rook F1, B4, Knight A4. So now the knight may slide into C5. Okay, so we're getting hot here. Rook takes F7. Queen takes E3. So both kings are feeling some kind of heat. Queen G5. This was apparently a blunder.
Big blunder, at least. Queen G5.
So he's probably trying to go here, right? He's trying to go here. Something like that. Also, like in some positions, there's Rook E2 if you can deflect it. So it looks reasonable. The computer says it's terrible. You should play Bishop E6. Get him out of here. That rook should not be in your face anymore. So why is this so bad? Yeah.
Right. Like, why is it so bad? I thought that you could take, but Bishop H3.
Bishop H3.
Played.
Oh
my goodness.
That's what he missed.
That is a nasty move.
Interference, right? On the 5th rank. He must have missed that.
Ooh, that's some heat, boy. Takes check, and I get 2 for 1.
Yeah, just the game-ending blunder right there. The nerves are definitely taking an effect on the players. Yeah, this is just winning.
That's over.
Got Rook H5. His mate coming as well, potentially. So that's why he goes. He doesn't even go back. He's not going to protect that knight because if you take it, guess what? You're getting checkmate. You can't go back. You go forward. That's mate. So, yeah, that's how Predke gets the win. Nice move here. You got Queen F7 and Rook H4 on the agenda, and he actually gets to play both of those moves. Picks up the queen. Okay, this is just just playing it out and resigns. So Alexander Predke gets a very important win here.
He's playing great chess too. That man been swinging every round.
Yeah, look at this move again. One more time. Rook F5. That was the game-ending move right there.
Damn.
And he picked up both of the pieces.
Yeah,
Practicing the puzzle rush. Yeah.
Yeah, for real. I mean, every game he's had some very nice games to be 1 point behind the leaders.
Not half, just half. He's there.
Oh, half. Jeez.
He's there.
He's playing great. He's playing great.
He's breathing down their neck. All right. Well, with that being said, we are going to go on a break. When we come back, we will take a look as the action wraps up for the round. We do have a lot of important results already in the books, but still a couple of very important games being played, including on board 2 between Bogdan Daniel Deac and Vidit Santos Guzrathi. The winner of that game will join the lead. So when we return, we'll find out who will be able to accomplish that. So stick with us and we'll see you in just a moment. And welcome back, everyone. This is International Master Alex Ostrovsky. I'm joined here with FIDE Master James Canty. And while we were on a break, we had a big result come in, and that is the official result. Vidit Santosh Gudrathi has won against Bogdan Daniel Deac, and that takes him into a tie for first place with Hikaru Nakamura and Andrei Esipenko.
Yeah, it's very, very strong stuff from Vidit here. Playing great, man. I mean, he lost that first round and then just went on a tear. It shows you that, hey, you can come back virtually from any of these tournaments, or especially even starting bad. He started bad. Now he's doing very, very well. Oof, man, that's got vicious.
Let's see how you wrap this up as well.
Nice.
He definitely is playing vicious chess. This is a great game. So he plays H2 here, deflecting that knight or trying to deflect it, because otherwise you would be dropping that bishop. So we get king H1, D3, and Bogdan just resigns. He really can't even stop this D2 idea. Here's a nasty thing. Let's say you play rook D8, trying to stop the pawn. I go D2. How are you going to take that? You want to take with a knight?
Yikes.
Give me that bishop.
Oh,
you want to take with the bishop? Give me that checkmate.
Checkmate.
So, yeah, very, very nasty stuff here. A checkmating attack in the endgame. And now, let's check our standings. We have them on the screen there. We can see that Esipenko, Hikaru, and Vidit are on 7.5. And then we have 3 more players on 7. And I actually learned something very interesting while we were on break. So Andrei Esipenko, let's go to his game real quick. Not because we want to check his game, but because we want to check his results. And what are they? Well, let's have a look here. So he has already played against Vidit Gudrathi. He has already played against Vincent Keimer. He's already played against Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru Nakamura. And in round 3, he also played Alexander Predke. So he's actually has played every single player. He's literally played everyone. He's played everyone on 7.5, and he's played everyone on 7.
So who is he going to get?
I don't know. He could get, well, let's look at Anisha's game, because maybe if Anish wins, he could get Anish. But yeah, it's crazy because he's actually not going to get, he has 7.5 points. He's played everyone on 7.5. He's played everyone on 7. You're going to have to go to the 6.5. You're going to have to dig someone up.
That's
from, the bottom, the very bottom of the scoreboard. Well, not really, and then that's who's going to be playing against him.
I mean, that is insane how that actually works. I'm not even gonna lie. Never thought it would be like that.
No, but it just kind of shows you how impressive his result is, because he's played 5 of the top 6 players in the tournament right now, which is just crazy stuff.
And scored well.
Scored very well.
Jeez, bro.
So maybe this man here, he's on 5.5. So if he wins, he'll be on 6.5. So maybe he will, as one of the highest rated players, maybe he will be uploaded to play against Esipenko. So let's have a look what happens in Hans' games. So we have this rook D2, rook F1, rook D3, and we were saying, got to be careful. You could straight up get checkmated if you're not paying attention. And Hans is paying attention. He plays F5. Just needs some breathing room. We got to get that breathing room. So we get takes, and rook C1 and bishop G2. So what's going on here? We got an extra pawn for Anish and counting, I guess, because you have no way to defend H3.
Right. I was just going to say, what do you even do? Because he's going to take on H3 with check. So you need to move right now.
Maybe a rook C6, something like this, try to invade.
That check, but then king takes the pawn.
Oh, yeah, you just go up the board. I'm thinking you got to go back, but you don't got to go back. You go up. Yeah, you go up, yeah. And then you can give me more checks. But
I'm going up.
I'm going up. Let's go for the mate. Let's go for the checkmate here.
Well, cheeky mate. So GG. I mean, this is a clean one for Anish.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's got this in the bag. And by the way, there is also, we've been talking about the rating spot. We've been talking about obviously the top 2 finishers. But there's actually one more way you can make it into the candidates, which is the FIDE circuit, which is a little bit of a more complicated way. But basically what they do is there's certain tournaments that are really strong, like this one, that qualify for this FIDE circuit, where the better you finish, the more points that you earn. And I'm not fully aware of all the standings. I know that Anish has one of either the best or almost the best score. And I also know that they count your 5 best results. And one of his 5 best results, he only got a measly 2 circuit points. So basically any result, I think he needs to finish in the top 8 of this tournament, and he will get some points here, and that will replace his previous score. So actually for Anish, even though he's not competing for the top spots anymore, he still has his own thing going on where he's trying to stack up these circuit points.
Wow. A circuit point. I didn't even think of that. Wow, that's one of them that is very interesting. I think Bach was explaining that too as well with the FIDE circuit points. So it is possible. You just got to play right and hope for the best. In fact,
you got to win. You just got to win.
It's win, bro. It's simple. Just got to win.
It's like you follow the NBA.
Yeah,
following that season. So they got this in-season tournament right now, like this, and it's like who knows how. I haven't really looked into it, but at the end of the day, you just got to win. You gotta win, and then you'll figure out.
I don't know the stats. We just win.
Yeah,
that's it.
It's like there's like I'm in this group with this team. Like, all right, well, let me just get the win, and then we'll figure out what's going on. Right?
Easy.
So yeah, that's kind of like the FIDE circuit right now. I think that's how I kind of view it. It's like, all right, well, just got to win, and then good things are going to happen.
All right. Well, if you win, you get things. I'm like, all right, cool.
So this is actually, this is pretty crazy. We have decisive results on the first six boards. And this is board 7. So you might have 7 decisive results. And I'm even looking how many games are still going. Well, we still have this Faruja game. Let's look in here real quick. And we were saying he's up in an exchange, but is he really going to win? We weren't sure.
Did he give it back? It looks like he gave it back.
He did give it back. He did give it back. Look at this. So we get. Well, look at this move A4.
Whoa. What?
So if you take with the rook, there's 95. Yeah, this is the whole point. You deflect the rook, and let's party.
97 and queen.
Yep. So what a move. So he goes pawn takes C4. Wow.
Oh, this guy. Oh my goodness.
No, that's a beautiful idea, right? He's just trying to trade the pawns, right? He's like, hey, let's trade a pair of pawns. If you do nothing, right? Let's say you make like some random move. I could just take and knight d4, and that's a goner. And who's going to be going for the win? Or maybe b4 first, yeah. So you can't even play b4. So now knight d4.
Snatch him.
So wow, what a brilliant idea from Bartel here. And then he got c4, and that's how he gives it back. He's like, all right, I don't want to lose this pawn. So Faruja gives up the exchange, and now he's got an extra pawn, but it's not the prettiest pawn I've ever seen.
I mean, it just feels like I'm okay after king d4. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just gonna play king d4.
You want
a3. Yeah. I'm just gonna take the pawn. This has to be drawn. Takes, king takes. Correct. And
well, I can't ever take this pawn actually, right? Because chop and then I'm running.
Push.
I'm running home
right. And push. Apparently black is better, but I mean it's
yes. How's he gonna win this? How's he gonna win?
King b5, right? Bishop b4.
I'm just gonna
shuffle.
Chill. Yeah, I'm just shuffling. I'm doing the, and then the thing is, the bishop protects the queening square, so maybe you go up the board here. So okay, it's not completely dead because you are trying to win some pawns. I was hoping maybe I can just push this pawn and then collect this pawn, but my king's gonna be really far away
from the other pawns. Oh man, that's a sick idea. In fact, it does lose king f4. Well, I can't. So
this is not so simple, yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
So this is all forced. Let's check this out.
Right,
A3.
A3 takes.
And now A5.
Dang, maybe I can't go king b5. Do I have any other move then? Is this how am I just lost? Wow, unbelievable. It really is. It feels like it's just lost now. Because that idea of the bishop being on the A3 F8 diagonal, it really just points out I can't queen. So if I can't queen, I can't win the A pawn because you have bishop to b4 and the king walks up the F file. Yikes. It might be over.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it is very simplified. So I would be surprised if this was a draw. I mean, it very well could be. But what do we do here? Because if I just keep waiting, I can't really wait that much longer, right? King f4. Exactly. And if I move my knight anywhere, like I'm dropping this pawn. And by the way, look at this. This is the you know what? Maybe I need to try to do. You got 2 rook pawns. So this is the right color pawn, right? Because the bishop matches it. Is there some way that I just give up my knight? Because all I gotta do, wait, hold up. All I gotta do is give my knight up for this pawn, right? And that way I make a draw.
So go the other way. Wait, like knight d4 and then run the king to the corner?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, right? It's not that easy to give up. Like if I go here and you start taking stuff.
Oh no.
Go here. Why not? Yeah, here.
So I had that idea. Go back to the king b5 with the king on b5.
Yeah, sure.
Same. We're going king b5. King d4, a3 takes a5.
Oh, you want to go this way?
No. King b5, bishop b4.
Yeah.
Correct. And then what do we do? A shuffle, a slight shuffle here. King a4.
A little shuffle.
King f5, king back up again. Then we go king f4, then knight d4. Takes on g5, f7.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Make him work.
King g6. Nope. Yep. He's just there in time. I was trying to like.
We go here because my king's in the box, right? It's a
It is
very
in the
big box
box.
here.
Oh, it
Very
is knight
big box.
c6. Yep, and take.
Yeah.
We are in the box. That's a huge
Just
box,
in
yeah.
time there.
Sheesh.
But so hold up. So maybe I go here. So wait, this feels
But
like it's
then I
going to
have
be very
this check.
close.
I have. Oh no, 96 doesn't work yet. Exactly. It feels too.
I don't know if this
too
works,
far
right? Because
away,
I'm gonna.
yeah.
So I go here. You promote.
Queen, but then
But this, yeah, this knight is so out of play, right? Like,
right.
who's going to stop me here? So this is very interesting. So what do you do? So do you have time to go here? Well, you do. You're threatening here, right? So let's say I go back.
Bishop f8. Oh, I'm definitely getting that pawn somehow. Have to, right? It's a knight. I don't know
I
where to
hope
go,
so.
though.
The knight's kind of far.
I
but
hope so, right?
Oh,
Hope
look
so.
at this.
Oh, knight
We're
d2.
just in time.
Oh my
Just
goodness! But
in
then queen
time.
f4.
No, but this is a draw. Yeah, because
Javoretsky.
yeah, but it doesn't matter. You can't. Every time you try to chase me, I zigzag all around the board. Okay, so wait, we do have some moves. So what are these guys up to? They're going down that line. DC, King D4, A3, takes.
And this is where we are.
A5 here. Yeah, exactly. We think A5. Well, actually, maybe why A5, right? Because, well, otherwise, our idea is gonna. If you don't push this pawn, maybe I run my king back and I try to immediately give the knight away.
Right. Yeah. That pawn push makes my king be indebted to the A pawn.
Yeah, maybe. What if I keep it on A6 though? Right? Maybe we don't make it too easy for them to go after it, right? Because at first we thought, hey, why don't we put the bishop here? But the king is not really threatening to approach the pawn anyway. So what if we start with king f5, king f4?
King f4. It looks good. I don't know what to do next. Maybe king d5, king f4.
You're trying to run
have
this
to move
way,
the knight. Yeah, I'm trying to, but the knight is. I mean, the king f4 is such an annoying move.
Maybe.
Such an annoying move.
No, but maybe we can do this. So you go knight e5, king g5,
Take?
king e6. I mean, we got our pawn, but he's got his pawn.
Sack on that boy immediately. Maybe knight c6 push, knight e7 push.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
I'm trying everything I can, but
yeah.
He probably
so still not so easy here. And by the way, we do have king f5 on the board. So white needs to figure out. Yeah, this is not so easy because if you allow me to go here and here, it's not going to be so pleasant. Yeah. So you need to find a way to get rid of at least one pawn, right? If you can at least get one pawn off the board, that puts you so close to the draw. So let's see. So there's also, maybe you can go this way. I mean, that looks so slow, but I can't go this way. So let's go here. I don't know. Bishop, let's say F8. I don't know. I'm just putting it somewhere that looks safe. And then I go here. So now actually, this is not a good square because if you go here now, all of a sudden I got these forks. So, okay, wait, hold on. Let's do better. Let's do bishop d6.
Okay.
So then let's try the same thing. King up. Oh, but then I got this move. I always got
weird. 92. Oh, yeah, the little stupid forks. Yeah, 94. Weird. I like it, though. King a5 is coming, too. We get grabbing the pawn.
Let's say you go back now. And apparently G6 here is the
move. That is a dank move. Jeez, bro, I don't even understand that.
Maybe just to get the pawn closer.
What the heck?
But okay, but this is also okay. Hold up. This is also
G6 is
fine.
crazy.
Yeah. Then push. And then we start running. Because we can't even play H4. So you go here. Yeah. H4, H4.
Oh, we have 94 coming. Yeah, 94, exactly.
Okay, so should be drawn, but not necessarily so easy. But look at this. The good news for white, he's got 37 minutes, so he can calculate this out for quite some time. Because here he just needs to be very precise to try to figure out a way to eliminate black's pawn. Yeah, this looks very slow, but hey, I capture this pawn, I give up my knight for this pawn, and I'm home free. That should be the plan for white.
We also have 4 moves before time control.
Oh, that's true. They got another time control. Yeah. Someone said in the chat, these guys are still playing. Not only are they still playing, they can be playing for another 46 minutes, which they have on the clock, and another 30 minutes that they're going to have, and the increment. So they're going to be playing for another hour potentially.
At least.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Or more, actually. But hour and a half. But he fights king b3, so he's just going for the pawn. Makes a lot of sense.
Very nice. Yeah, this is probably going to end in the draw.
And if it does, that's just more good news for Hikaru because that's going to be another -2 FIDE for Alan. Yeah. So he's going to be down to 27-64, and I think, or 66, I think. And Hikaru's actually, let me look it up. We don't got to be guessing. This is public knowledge. Yep. So Farouz is actually 2766.6. So I reckon with the draw here, he would lose around, give or take, 2 points, like 1.7 or something. So whatever, he will be around 2765. It looks like with the draw here. That's 24 points behind Hikaru. That's a lot.
24 points is definitely a lot, especially at this level.
Yeah, think about a tournament that you play where you gain 24 feet. You get so happy, right? Like,
hype.
Yeah, that's an amazing event,
hype,
right? So that's so difficult for these guys at this level. Because you got to be beating up other 2700s. That's no joke.
Thinking about that, right? Beating up other 27s here. I mean, Hikaru made it look easy today as he was able to took down Fabi.
But the thing is, he beats Fabi, huge win, 5 rating points. It moves pretty slow. You only get 5 rating points for beating a 2800. If you're Hikaru, so it takes a long time to. That's why when Magnus was saying, "Hey, like I got this goal, maybe 2900." That's so difficult, right? Because you got to be almost perfect against the very best players in the world. Like it's unbelievable.
Yeah. And Hikaru was like, "Yeah, that's never gonna happen." He's like, 29 means it's never gonna happen. It's hard to do.
Yeah, not anytime soon. Maybe there'll be the future generation. Not even like the progs, but even the generation after. Someone who's right now like 5 years old and they're getting all that chessable in them, right?
And learning them like, I know everything. Yeah, 2900 by the summer.
But yeah, we'll see. Okay, so this is the Farouzja game. We checked that out. Let's look at some games we haven't looked at. There's board 15. This one's not so important, I guess, for the standings, but just we want to give all the players a shout out here. They're all very strong players. We got Nordirbek Yakuboyev, who just won the Qatar Masters. That was a tournament with Magnus Carlsen, with Hikaru Nakamura. Nope, neither of them won it. It was this young man from Uzbekistan. And he's playing against TeamGMHikaru, very experienced French super GM. And looks like this is, you got an extra pawn for Etienne, but very hard to break through, right? Like this is all blocked in on the queen side. And it's just the king side where you got to break through. But is it enough with this extra pawn?
It's hard to say. I mean, it's hard to get by the barrier. It's almost like he has a wall, and my pawn on F4 included, for me to get across the kind of bishops. Like he can't cross with the king, like the halfway point ever, with the bishop at least on E1. I mean, it just looks really good for White isn't like defending because I just can't get through.
Maybe he's gonna try to do something like
something strange and like put the bishop on A1 and try to get.
But then you have to you face this one. Like let's say you go. Let's say I play like random move and you go like bishop A1. Mm-hmm. Maybe I just tie you down to this pawn, right? But you can always play bishop D4. But then the question is, how are you breaking through, right? Like you could even get this far. And I don't like, I see the evaluations in Black's favor, but how is he winning this, right? Let's say I play. It could be maybe some Zugzwang, right? Because if I go this way, maybe you have this and you're coming in from here.
Oh, you're coming in that way. Okay,
and if I go here, the other way. Yeah, maybe you come in.
My goodness, that is some Zug. Look at that.
Okay,
Can I go King D3 then?
Yeah, maybe now, right? Just immediately, just shut this out. And then if he gives you the check, maybe we could just block it.
Yeah, definitely. Sure. It's very active.
Yeah, because you don't want to trade if you're black here. Now my king, you can never get rid of this formation. Everything just completely blocked in on the light squares.
And F4 was loose.
That's true, right? You can even start targeting the pawn, and you got something to worry about. So looks like a draw here. Looks like a draw, but White needs to be careful. King D3 does seem very logical. Just don't even worry about this, right? And then forget about that whole invasion. But TeamGMHikaru will be definitely trying to win this. He's got the extra pawn, no risk. They're actually sitting on board 15 next to the Farouzja game on board 16.
Okay.
This is like a very fighting area because you got board 15, 16, and 17 still in progress. So yeah, something's in the water on those boards.
On those boards right there. Stacked up right there.
Oh, what did I clicked off by accident? My apologies. What was I saying? Board. Oh yeah, this Yu Yangi. There we go. Yu Yangi. Yeah, lots of endgames here. Another extra pawn endgame.
And you grind these out, chat. And what is this? 14 moves, 15 moves. Okay, knight of 3 check. What do we say this is? This is probably it's probably draw. King up.
Well, let's see. Well, again, you have the wrong pawn, by the way. That could be an important consideration.
Huh?
But okay, look at this. We got the king so far away on the queen side. If I'm playing White, just at first glance, I'm thinking maybe I can make something happen here, but maybe not. Oh, because you have
Knight
got this
G5.
fork. Yeah.
That's the only thing I was annoyed about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Knight G5. I have to take on G6. You take, and then the question is, can I keep the knight out? Like that's the
I
hard
don't think
part.
so.
Maybe
I got these
D6.
dark squares. King D6
Oh,
to
yeah,
go
you're right.
forward. Yeah.
But I might. Yeah, there's no Zug, huh? You can shuffle
Well,
with the king. I mean,
try
it's
to
close. Like
go.
we're gonna try. Exactly, we're gonna try, but
Yeah, but like this knight G5 move is pretty nice because after
After
E5,
push.
you just keep it because now you
so
got
I
this.
can't go king
Let's
E7
bring-
F6. Let's go king E7.
I think once you start doing that, oh look, we got knight F3, E6, knight D4.
Okay, that's over.
Yeah, so this is okay. So this is not. At first, it looked a little dangerous because like, hey, I got the pass pawn. Your king is so far. This is hanging, but it's all forced. He's gonna be able to play knight G5. Maybe king E3. I'm trying to box your knight in somehow, like this, right?
Oh, yeah, possible.
Trying to, but the knight is so slippery. Look at that. Now I go this way.
Check.
This way, even. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you got to start over. You got to go for another another marathon king run. So
Not gonna happen.
no shot. Okay, so this is going to be a draw against between Yu Yang and Timur. I believe this is a Uzbeki Australian player. How do you say his name? Kubakarov.
Yeah,
He's a very
Kubakarov.
strong player. Actually, I've seen him in some tournament. He was in Qatar Masters as well.
Okay.
With some great results there. So lots of these young players from all over the world. You know, you got Australia, America, Europe. You know, all these all the continents. They have their own prodigies. So he's a very strong player. He's going to hold the draw against Super GM Yu Yang here. So very impressive.
Very nice for him.
All right, who else do we go to? I guess let's stick with this Hans game. There's got some progress there as well.
Oh yeah. Hans
Check
and
it out.
Anish.
Hans and Anish.
Who's move? Anish move. Okay, move number 60. Did they already get? They already got their time. No, they didn't. I think
I don't
it
know
adds
if
one
the time has been
afterwards.
added. Yeah, because Giri's
Yeah,
only got no chance. He's
about
only
to
got
say.
7 minutes if he just got
Right.
the extra 15.
Especially just getting 60. Yeah. Okay, so it after the time runs out, he'll get his extra time.
Yeah, I guess so. But let's see what's happening here. So Hans, he had to meet the threat of rook takes h3. He played bishop f4. That makes a lot of sense, right? Just hold his pawn, prepare to invade with the rook. Rook takes h3, king g5, f takes g4, rook
Okay.
c6.
Back up.
I like what he's doing. He's going for activity. Just throw everything forward, see if you can make something work. But he's running out of pawns. He's down 3 of them. That's a lot.
Right. He's down 3 pawns. You know, that's tough. It is possible to make things happen being down 2-3 pawns, but you know, very strong player you're playing here, and it is his move right now. The question is, where do we go? Maybe rook b3 does attack pawn, but that's going to be maybe a rook f. Yeah, maybe rook b3.
Yeah, maybe rook
he's gonna
f6,
go
rook f7 though.
Exactly.
But hold up. Is this so simple, right? Oh,
it's not.
it's not simple at all. Look at the eval bar. It's giving
Is
it
there a
away
rook
to us.
c7 check? No, that doesn't work.
Oh, that would be
Come on.
sick if you're trying to get this in. But
Correct.
the king is
It's
close.
spicy.
That would be that's not the winning move, but that almost wins if you don't have king d8.
Right.
That would be pretty wild. You just get the queen. But no, it's actually e6 immediately. And look at this. Look at it. It's never too late to blunder. You know?
Wow. Really? E6. Oh, it's mating.
Because this is mate.
You're
this is
mated.
mate. You're mated.
Unbelievable. What a mate.
Yep. And then and then king b8, you drop the rook and it's over. So that would be a shock finish to the game. Things happen, the hour and
That's
6
what he's
of the
threatening
time
now.
control.
He's actually threatening that right now.
He's
So
threatening
you need to
3-6.
do something about this. That is a serious. So look at Hans with the trickery.
Very tricky. What about d4? Just opening.
I was gonna say probably D4,
Yeah.
bro. Like, you know what?
Because I
We
always
can't
got
allow
this.
any of
I
this.
always got rook h8, so I'm not worried about this this promotion.
Yeah.
Like
Take.
if my rook was like here, I'd be real worried. But I'm not worried when I got rook h8. Right? No, I'm good. Okay, so still, tricky, right? If Anish didn't have those extra 15 minutes, maybe he wouldn't be seeing
Maybe
it.
you had
But,
it. E6 is a threat.
E6 is the real threat. Yeah, you can't just be playing a random move, like we were saying. Because otherwise you could maybe even play like A6, right? You could be thinking like, oh, let me undermine this, right? But nope, you got E6. Now you're not losing this time, but you do get a nice draw for your efforts. Nice draw. The rook goes back and forth. Yeah.
Per pet.
Indeed. So Hans, he came up with a good practical try here, right? He just gives up all the pawns that he can, and he's just using his final resources to try to get something on the board here. And the best move, the engine actually gives us a very awkward looking but effective idea. Rook h7. All right, buddy, you want to go e6? I got you. I got d7 under control. Yep, I just take it. So it's a passive move, but it does the job. It completely takes the sting out of this e6 move.
I'm not trying to play rook h7 at all, but I would probably go with d4 because it's more active. I guess I'm up all these pawns, but
yeah, I was wondering. Oh, if rook f6 just the bishop d5. This is actually a nice move, right? Because now you get this move. So I guess maybe he could go after the d pawn.
And then do we push it? No,
yeah, it's tricky. It's still tricky.
Yeah, it's still tricky. Wow. Yeah, you might have to just go rook h7 for just what, regroup. Rook h7 and just
this
chill.
is not clear at all. Yeah, I'm trying to make something like this work, but I am losing some pawns now, right? Like he is getting something going. So yeah, rook h7. It's a little gross looking, but you just do it.
You just do
it's
it.
Not
exactly.
the prophylaxis.
Right, prophylaxis. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then pass the move right. Hit the ball over the net, and see what happens.
And we have in the chat, Alireza drew again. So is it official? We were trying to keep an eye on that game. It is official. Okay, so how did they end it up? Oh, so he got this done. He got this done nice and confidently. Oh, look at it. So he pulled out that G6. Whoa. Very nice. Bang.
Dang.
Very nice. Because he's going here and he's going here. Because if you play like King G5, just take it.
Take those.
And I got
easy one. Clean.
Easy one. So G6 was a very nice move. Now you can sacrifice the knight for that pawn. And so here you can't play it for a win if you're black. You can play it for a loss if you're really trying hard. You might let this pawn through.
Right.
So he just takes, and I'm getting both your pawns. Okay, so another tough draw for Firouzja. He obviously was looking to bounce back. He looked like he was pressing with the extra exchange, but the game does end in a draw. He is not in contention for the top spots, and he gives up a little bit more of his rating, which is just more good news for Hikaru.
Yeah, it's just very good. Car up 24, them boys. That's a lot.
That is a lot. And Firouzja has one round in this tournament, and he's got the Sigfield Cup. Now, of course, if he pulls a Caruana, remember when Fabi was going absolutely nuclear, 7-0 run?
Yeah, that was the sickest run.
Yeah, I mean, it's that maybe that's what Firouzja is going to need to do if he needs a rating spot. At least that type of run, because you only get 5 points for beating, someone of your own rating. So he's going to be playing other super gems. So to gain 24 rating points, that's that's 5 wins right there, plus 5 against the very best in the world. So it needs a very impressive performance for sure.
Yeah, this is impressive. In fact, I'm actually gonna see. I'm gonna pull that up to look at that later. That 7-game win streak he went on. I forgot about that. It's always good to relive those moments.
Do you know that? I think that was back. I want to say 2014.
It's actually 20. Yeah, it's 2014. I'm looking at this. Wait, I think it says 2015 though. From
15. Okay, but still, it doesn't feel that long ago, but it's almost a decade. A lot of stuff has happened. So
yeah, right, 10 years, basically.
And we still got the same guys at the top.
Same guys at the top, right? Crushing.
All right, I'm looking around while we're here. We see Anish. He's still thinking. Now the clock says 1 minute, but that's not fully accurate because he's actually got the extra 15 minutes on move 60. They are on move 63. So once it goes to 0, we'll see the extra time here. So he's thinking because Hans is actually posing some tricks for him to solve. So the engine just says rook h7. That's a pretty nice way to deal with it, but a little bit of a passive move. In the meantime, there's not that many games left. This is one of the last ones. So I'm having a look. Well, there's one interesting game. Let me show you this one. And for our audience, look at this endgame. we got some random endgames here. You probably ain't seen one like this. Queen and pawn versus rook and knight.
Wow, this is Devereski page, not in the book. Okay. It is not in the book at all.
This is in the appendix, maybe.
Yeah, right, exactly. Or the I forgot, is it Encyclopedia of In-Games? But this is man, what is this? Yeah, wow. I'm probably would take the I mean, yeah. You're gonna have to take either side here. Oh, that was apparently a blunder.
Yeah, if I'm playing black, I'm worried about this knight. If my pieces were like, let me just pretend we group them together, like let me make some random moves, just like for a moment.
Good
like imagine I get something like, okay, I really need them. Okay, let's check. Just ignore the moves, blah, blah, blah. Like imagine we get something like this. Well, you can never lose with black, right? Everything's like protecting each other. You put the rook here, everyone's happy. But in this position, the pieces are a bit scattered. Nothing's protecting anything. So it feels like you're just on the verge of, let's say Queen G6,
something.
right? Yeah, you can't take the knight right away because you get skewered, but how's the knight going to get out?
Yeah, where does it go? You're gonna have to go F1 or H1 or play Rook C3 check. All of these are unappealing.
Check this out. The king is so weak. I go here. Now kaboom.
Check. Takes.
Yep. And that's a win.
Done.
So yeah, this might just be losing. The pieces are too, materially speaking, black is okay, but the pieces are just too uncoordinated against the powerful queen on an open board.
Yeah, if they were closer, it'd be different, but they are far away, making it easier for white to finish this out, especially having the extra H and H4 and H5 pawns. Dang.
Yeah, I mean, the pawns on the board as well, maybe even add a little. I don't even know who they help. I mean, I'm thinking white because I want more pawns on the board. I feel like less are going to help black with the draw. But the key thing here is that, I'm sorry, not put something on the board. The key thing is I feel like, Queen G6 or some other move, like maybe Queen A5 or something. You get a little double attack here as well. Yeah, it looks like black has to be extremely careful not to outright blunder something here against the powerful queen.
Yeah, it looks very, very problematic. Of course, I mean, it is. Obviously, you have the rook and the knight are so far separated. Knight being a short range piece too as well, only can do so much. With this knight, it's just offsides, really offsides there.
Yeah, you want
Interesting
it.
game.
Let's bring it here. Let's bring it to F6, right?
F6,
and then you're all good.
Right. Well, you play OTP
everything.
chess, so you can actually do that. I mean, so you can. And just to see if they are on their game. I mean, everybody knows about that king versus king, that game, Vidit and Hikaru playing online on YouTube. He just moved his king right in front of the king. And then Hikaru moved, I think he moved away or something. I don't remember, but it was like something funny.
Yeah, Hikaru was, wow, I didn't calculate that move. What's going on?
I didn't see that one. Wow.
Yeah, we talked about that clip a couple days ago when I was on here with Bach. We were, because Hikaru was playing Vidit, and we were like, you think that's on their minds? You think Vidit's like remembering this illegal move? So yeah, but then they drew the game
with confidence.
So, yeah. So, all right. So this is one of the other games going on between Puya Idani, who's a Iranian grandmaster, against Mark Andrea, I believe Maritzi, who is the current world junior champion. So lots of strong players in this field. Any board that you look on. Let's bring it back to the top board still in progress. That is, of course, board 7, Hans Niemann against Anish Giri. We don't get rook h7 on the board. A deep, long think here from Anish. He gets the extra 15 minutes. He goes d4. We also consider this move just to bring the rook. But this was looking not, of course, it still should be winning. He's got 3 extra pawns, but it still seemed like, Hans is not dead yet. After rook d6, he would be targeting d4. He's targeting d7. So if he can pick up this pawn, he'll get a nice passer for his troubles. So yeah, maybe something like this still gives Hans a bit of hope. Maybe even king f6, king f7. Just try to get that counterplay because the rook controls the d pawn, the bishop controls the g pawn, and the b pawn controls the queenside pawn. So there's barely any pieces left for Hans, but they're all kind of coordinated now. So not an easy win for Anish, I think.
Yeah, they're all coordinated, so that's the problem, man. You got king f6 type stuff. You got rook check taking coming. And we also have a pass pawn of our own. Well, wait, not pass, but it can be after if we win f7. Lots of work to be done. And he already moved 60, so he has time to think it out. They both do, which means this is going to be a long grind. Could be a draw. Could be very well. It's going to take some precision here to be winning. In fact, I think what's the move? Engine's move after rook e3? Or did that happen rook d6? Or?
He just played rook d6 on the board.
What's the engine?
The engine just says king c8. Hey, because we know we want to keep this pawn, right? Because let's imagine you want to hold this, and Giri plays it quickly. But let's imagine you play d3, right? Like you imagine you're trying to hold on to this pawn. Well, first of all, now there's king g4, right? Snapping one of these guys off. And I still have this idea of capturing an f7. So slowly, you're up 3 pawns, but I'm taking 1, I'm taking 2, I'm taking 3. All of a sudden, the material advantage is gone. So king c8, very accurate by Anish here. Of course, now rook d7 is not a threat. And the king, we saw there's even some positions where, if you're not careful, like imagine you play here. There could be some kind of e6, like some kind of checkmate idea here on b8. So king c8 just kind of nice. You avoid being in that sequence. And here I like king f6 for Hans, right? Just keep going. Just go for that pawn, man.
Totally agree.
Yeah, grab it. And if rook f3, now I got rook takes d4. Oh no! Oh, wait a minute. Whoa! Not rook d4. Rook d4 is actually not good enough. Apparently, because of bishop f1, the only winning move. But look at this. King E7.
I
You
saw
give
this,
up the
but
bishop.
oh, it's just not winning.
Perpet. You
Oh, it's
perpet it.
perpet. I saw King
mean-
E7 and I was like, I'm not winning. Oh, it's just a perpetual.
Yeah, but that's basically a win if you think about the position.
For
You
real,
know,
yeah.
Saving this draw is but that's a beautiful. Wow, that's an incredible idea. King F6, Rook F3, King E7, and it's forced. That's it. You can't even do anything. I'm threatening Rook D8. Unbelievable.
Beautiful. I like it.
Yeah, so Han's got real chances here. I think he's got real tricks, not just cheapos. These are real tricks. I think.
Yeah, he found some tricks in here, but I mean, how by activity? That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to be active. You have to stay active. It's very good. Good things happen when you have active pieces. That's what's happening here. Even in position, okay, it's practical chances for a niche, but there's also King F6, King E7, a real thing going on with this perpetual idea. Also mating ideas too from white if you're not careful.
And give me the pawn. Give me the pawn ideas,
Right, give me the pawn ideas, queen to E pawn ideas, right?
Yeah. So apparently it's not like, we shouldn't, this is not like drawing by force for Hans or anything. But at the same time, and by the way, we do have a move and Hans does find King F6. So if Anish, I think he'll smell, they call it smelling a rat, right? Where it's like, this is too good to be true, right? This Rook F3, this pin, because then you'll see King E7. But nevertheless, apparently you could just ignore this threat to F7, just go over to B3.
Oh, yeah.
But then I take.
I mean, this is scary though. He got to pass E pawn now, buddy.
It's scary, but also watch this. Apparently, Rook B5. That's what I thought the idea was.
Okay.
Apparently, that's not any good. You don't want to push just yet, right? We got to watch out for the little fork. But you just take here, and now we can push because we protected. But apparently, Bishop D1 here is the best move.
Bishop D1. Oh, it's going to cover, I guess, and then we take on B5, but we're sacking a piece. Oh, we get it back? No, we don't. This is strange. There's a lot going on here.
It is getting strange.
Spicy.
I agree. Rook D4, G3, and if E7, you just keep pushing.
Push.
The key thing is that you get the bishop. Like you said, we want this pawn. Well, let's use the bishop to cover it.
Cover the square.
And then the other idea is that why do we play Rook B3 here? Is also that when he plays King E7, now you just don't have perpetual because my king can just run away.
Whole idea.
Yeah. But why? Yeah. So can we start with Bishop F1? Does that make sense?
Oh, that's a great observation.
Yeah.
Don't see why
Apparently,
not.
Another trick. I'm getting tricked all over the place by the engine.
Takes.
Check.
King. Oh, stupid bishop. Okay.
So I'm trying to. I can't run away. Look at this. If I run too far,
I get mated.
No, I thought so, but
no.
Not yet.
Check. King H. Check.
Okay, I finally got mated. I found a way how to get mated. I go here, and now you and now you got. I found it. I found a way to lose finally, but no, this is real tricks. This is impressive stuff here. King F6. So he's only got. By the way, there's no more extra time. You've had the first time control. You've had the second time control. You've had the third time control. That's it. We're done. No more fourth time control. He's only got 11 minutes to figure this out. So he's got to be actually very precise here to get the advantage. Maybe maybe he could save this. Again,
right.
He's onto something for sure. Very nasty stuff here.
Making it interesting, making that boy think. Wow. What other games are left? Did the other ones conclude yet or no?
Not too many. This is one of the. I see. There's the Norderbeck game against Back Row that we quickly saw.
Oh, okay.
That one's. I'm just having a look here, and that looks like it's same position, like blacks have a pawn, but it's a draw. Yu Yangi, that game is just a dead draw, like we thought so. There's another game we haven't looked at. It's on board 28.
Okay.
So let's bring that up. Let's see what we're working with here. And that's actually got an interesting position. That could be a decisive result. There's some passed pawns going on. It's a game between.
Oh man, this is
who's winning, right? Who's got more passers here? So looks like White's got more passers at the very least.
We
got Rook D8 coming. But
whose move is it? Oh, it's
Black's black to play. And these guys are actually in time trouble because they're not in move 60 yet. So this is between Gabriel Sargsyan, top Armenian grandmaster, and Frederick Svane, who's actually the brother of Rasmus Svane. That's a very strong brothers. Yeah. Yeah, 22600 plus gems. That's serious.
How y'all do that, man?
Yeah, and actually Hikaru played Rasmus, I believe, in round 1 of this tournament. That was a draw. But Frederick, he's also climbing up the ladder. I think he's the younger brother. So he's he's saying, hey, big bro been bullying me too long. I'm coming.
To level up, big bro.
Exactly. So yeah, but it looks like big little bro here is in trouble. Yeah, how do you stop well this pawn if it's my move, can I just play rook d8?
I thought the same, but I think he trades and plays d1.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. The bishop. He does cover that. Yeah, exactly. Okay,
I was looking at a knight d8. Oh, I guess he does it. No, yeah, a knight d8 idea because I can take on. But I guess
maybe I gotta maybe throw this in first so I don't get checked.
Right.
So let's say, but where does black play? He's like almost in Zugzwang, right? Because maybe you try to move your rook, like rook c8 or something. But then like knight f8. Knight f8.
Oh, knight f8, right? Yeah, it's either gonna be knight d8 or knight f8 was the whole idea, which is really cool.
Knight d8 right away. Yes.
Yeah, knight d8's coming, right? But I saw that the black has this d1 first,
right now,
and then take on
c7.
Okay, so
wait a second. So knight f8, give me a check. King a2 looks a little cramped. What I'm hiding.
There's no mate. Well, there's no tricks either. Bishop. Oh yeah, you can't do that. Let's check.
Yeah, so knight f8, right? Just want to promote.
Like, what do you even do?
I'm close. I'm almost there, to get the mate, but it's not happening. Maybe king. Oh, I can't go king b3. It's check. Oh,
and c8 checks as well. So like
everything.
The rook check is it's just over.
Yeah, you could try this. This is probably what he's counting on, but something's. Yeah, this is check.
This is check.
You take back. I could even make a little intermezzo. Yeah,
exactly.
I could even and then you go here, and I give you another check, right? And then queen. The queen. Okay, so this game is about to wrap up. Gabriel Sargsyan has plenty of time on the clock to make sure there's no tricks, and knight f8, of course, is just going to be a finishing blow here. It looks like so he will win his game. And how many points are these guys on? So he will be at +1. So these are guys who are in the middle of the pack right now, and they're trying to, they're fighting until the end. There are, of course, prizes in this tournament. So even if you can't make one of those candidate spots, you still want to do your best. You want to gain some rating, and you want to, get some get some prize money if you can get your hands on it. So that's what's going on here.
Good rating, a little bit of money, feels good.
Yeah, and I always like winning. My last game. This is not the last game, but we're getting there. You always want to leave on with that
on a good note.
With good note, exactly.
50% and above.
Oh yeah. Then you feel good about yourself. You want to keep going, keep grinding.
Feeling great out here.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, let's check out this Maritzi game because it's had some development, and pieces are like all over the board now. This king's like in the center. So what happened here? What happened? We thought this is
check. It looks like the rook c3.
Yeah,
check.
so he went. So no. So first he went king f4. So he's going after the pawn, maybe, and the knight. Rook c3, queen b6.
Very subtle.
Yeah. I guess. Well, not too subtle of a threat. Trying to win my rook, but yeah, a little. It looks like a very nuanced,
very
little
quiet move.
Quiet move. Yeah. So we get king f7, king e5, king g7. And apparently this move, queen b2, has thrown away a decisive advantage.
Wow.
Although,
what is the move? Yeah, I mean, like, right? You know what I mean?
Look at this. Because now there's no discovered check. You can't come back to these squares. But this looks... Hold on. So what was he supposed to do? He was supposed to go check.
Okay.
All right. You're probably like, hey, why is my king here? I want to win the rook. I wish it was here. And then you have, I don't know, king g8. And apparently, like, the coordination here is just not going to last. After, like, king d5, you hit the rook. And I guess the rook is kind of short on squares.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. My head started to hurt thinking about this. I'm not even the one playing. So, like, rook d7, you just keep attacking. How you win this, by the way? Somehow you eventually check this. I'm just following. Okay, there you go.
Queen check, take the knight. Okay, finally. Jeez.
So, okay, so it's not so easy. Not so easy, yeah. You need to find the right checks. And he finds rook f3, the only move to hold the draw here, according to the engine eval.
Now,
but still, white's playing for the win, right? Yeah, king e6. Let's try to get that queen into the camp, right? Like king g6. I don't know. We're trying to bring the queen. What about queen h8?
I was just about to say that queen h8 is tempting, right? That looks good. That's like a good one.
Oh, but you know what? He's able to get this formation now, right? Like you go here, or I don't know. Suddenly, like maybe knight f5, and things are protecting each other all of a sudden, right? The coordination's back on.
Right. Yeah, and that's what we don't want. So we don't want him to get coordinated. So maybe we have to hit him with a check again, but then maybe he'll block with a piece. Maybe we want that though. King E6, King G6, Queen C2. A little some zigzag action, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that maybe it's easy to miss, I got the fork, but you don't. I mean, you do, but only for a move, because I come back, and this is a huge win for black, now that the pieces are all
we got
in the
Queen
process
G2
of
here.
each other.
No, we don't.
Queen
Wait, do we?
G2? Well, that's a
Queen
good question.
G2? What happens on Queen G2?
Yeah, that's a good question. Hold on.
I don't know. Queen G2, because the eval bar is not jumping, but
Not jumping at all. So let's
at
try to
all,
figure it out
like-
ourselves.
all right, Queen G2. Rook F5,
We got
king
like
up.
rook F5, king.
I don't understand.
Oh,
that.
I see what it is. It's
Queen
rook F5. You don't have any. Oh no, and then anywhere you go, I have the checking square, and then I protect.
Oh, everything's
is-
checked.
Everything's checked, yeah.
Oh,
You come back, and I'm ready to block.
that sucks.
You go up, I'm
That
surviving.
sucks. Yeah.
Maybe that's what he
Queen
missed.
G2 looks
Maybe
so
he thought
good,
like,
yeah.
"Hey, I'm gonna pick up material, but this doesn't cut it because of that in between check."
Rook F5 saves the day. Unbelievable.
Yeah. All right. So let's. So, and by the way, they just passed time control. I was gonna say only 2 minutes, but it's not true because they are getting an extra 50. And look at that. He actually made the mistake. This is the dreaded. We all know about the dreaded move 40. What about the dreaded move 60? Because apparently here, the 60th move was the blunder. He should have at least repeated once with Queen B7 check, and then he could have, maybe just gone back to this position and try to figure out the win. So
I'm at 60, and then we'll do it. See, Anish found the draw, says chat.
He found it?
I mean, it makes sense. I guess
he wasn't trying to find it, was he? Wait a minute. So he plays Rook H. So we were saying, hey, Rook H7 now. That is the move that's going to be most efficient. But that's not what happens. We get D4. Also very logical, to be fair. But Hans is being very tricky. And now we get Rook H7. So Anish just completely overprotecting this pawn. But now what if we get King E7, right? Going for the perpetual.
And then are we playing for more? No, probably not. But you never know. I mean, if he missed that, it feels like, whoa, we have something. No, but this should objective.
So his idea must be F5.
Ooh, heat.
To give this check.
That's annoying. Okay, I got to go back, maybe. I'm hitting F5 at least.
And I guess this is just coming. This is just going down the board.
Yes. Definitely take white all day. King takes F5. We got to pass E-pawn. King's kind of strange over there. Still mating possibilities. I mean, with this king where it is and my pieces, looks good.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's not about the quantity. It's about the quality, right? And it turns out that White's got the strongest pawn on the board because this pawn is under control. The bishop here is amazing, right? It's attacking the black king, and it's freezing the black pawns as well. So, yeah, Hans now is thinking he's got 45 minutes on the clock. He's got plenty of time to work this out, try to figure out, hey, wait a minute, maybe I could make a draw here. And, yeah, I mean, he for sure sees King E7. That is why he has played, King F6 in the first place. So, yeah, if he's able to get King E7 on the board here, I mean, Anisha's forced to move this pawn because otherwise you're perpetuated immediately, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
Apparently, I don't even get this. F6 is supposed to be the best move.
Oh, that's bizarre. Nah, bro.
I take it.
What? That's bizarre.
And then you go here.
Oh, man. Rook D7? Okay, I guess. You just say draw. No, but maybe you are playing for more.
Well, no, but
what a move. So what's wrong with F5? Same thing. Like F5?
That's a good question,
F6,
actually.
Rook D7?
Apparently, King E6.
But can't he play King E6?
So wait. No, but wait. No, look, I understand now. Because you can't take. Because you lose. You lose.
Oh,
so this you don't want that pawn. Look, this is insane. You don't want that pawn on the board. Because now if you go King E6, now I'm gonna have some kind of resource with this check.
That is, thank you, dude. That is crazy.
But it's still a draw. Apparently, G3,
Yeah,
these lines would make no sense. It's like takes, check, King D5, takes, D3. What's going on here? But apparently, that's why you need to play F6 and not F5 so that you can get this diagonal open.
Yeah, that's some craziness. That's really different. Different, guys.
Yeah, different.
F5, yeah. I mean, F6 was not even on my radar.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to see because Hans, it seems like he for sure has. I mean, I guess he can take this pawn, but yeah, I mean, it looks like F6 is not really human. F5 seems obvious, and then you're thinking, well, I can take this pawn later, and then I also got this passer coming up the board. I guess what you need to see, maybe Anish missed this as well. Maybe he thinks he's winning with rook d7, and he's thinking, okay, I'm actually ready to push my own pawn and trade the rooks, and I'm up 3 pawns, but maybe he missed king e6.
Yeah, king e6 is a huge miss.
Yeah, and you don't want to give me my own passer. Very easy miss, especially if you're playing for 6 hours and,
At 6th and 7th hour is when the blunders happen. That's what we say.
Oh, yeah.
Everything all good and fine and dandy. Into that 6th hour, that is the power hour. 100%.
It's the blunder zone. It's the blunder zone. All right. Well, with that being said, we have, I believe, 3 or 4 games remaining. Of course, this game between Hans and Anish is the most intriguing. Still can go for quite some time. Hans has 40 minutes on the clock, so this could be another hour-long game.
Easy.
And this is, I think, a good moment for us to start signing off. So let's do a little recap of the day. We had Hikaru, of course, getting the big win against Fabiano Caruana in crushing style. Just a wonderful game for him. He's down a 3-way tie for first with Andrei Sapenko and Vidit Santos. But we have a very, very hungry chasing pack of 3 players on 7. So we're going to have a very, very huge, many huge matchups tomorrow where the players who are behind the leaders are kind of forced to go all out for the win. And we're going to get a lot of fighting rounds tomorrow. And I want to leave the last word to you, Mr. Canty.
It was amazing being here watching, of course, Hikaru win there. You always learn a lot of stuff from Hikaru there. Like, hey, just play good chess, and see what happens. Try to play good chess, see what happens. And that's what he's doing as he's still in first place, looking good and almost approaching 2,800. It was great to see. And we're going to be back tomorrow with the same stuff. Enjoy it, guys. Make sure you guys finish watching the games and enjoy the rest of your day or night wherever you are, as we will be back tomorrow. Are you on tomorrow too, Alex?
I don't think that I am, but I didn't think I was on today either. So who knows? Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Exactly.
Anything can happen. Yeah.
Well, you know what it is, chat. It's been great. It's been a pleasure, guys. You have a great one. Thanks to the mods and the beautiful chat. Love y'all, guys. Bring that same energy tomorrow. We'll see you then.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play, and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming. Bye.